Section 1 of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 1 through 5. Chapter 1. How Wellingborough Redburn's taste for the sea was born and bred in him. Wellingborough, as you are going to sea, suppose you take this shooting jacket of mine along. It's just the thing. Take it. It will save the expense of another. You see, it's quite warm. Fine, long skirts, stout horn buttons, and plenty of pockets. Out of the goodness and simplicity of his heart, thus spoke my elder brother to me, upon the eve of my departure for the seaport. "And, Wellingborough," he added, "since we are both short of money, and you want an outfit, and I have none to give, you may as well take my fowling piece along, and sell it in New York for what you can get. Nay, take it. It's of no use to me now. I can't find it in powder any more." I was then but a boy. Some time previous, my mother had removed from New York to a pleasant village on the Hudson River, where we lived in a small house in a quiet way. Sad disappointments in several plans which I had sketched for my future life. The necessity of doing something for myself, united to a naturally roving disposition, had now conspired within me to send me to sea as a sailor. For months previous I had been poring over old New York papers, delightedly perusing the long columns of ship advertisements, all of which possessed a strange romantic charm to me. Over and over again I devoured such announcements as the following: For Bremen. The coppered and copper-fastened brig Leda, having nearly completed her cargo, will sail for the above port on Tuesday, the 20th of May. For freight or passage, apply on board at Quincy's Slip. To my young inland imagination, every word in an advertisement like this suggested volumes of thought. The brig! The very word summoned up the idea of a black sea-worn craft, with high, cozy bulwarks, and rakish masts and yards. Coppered and copper-fastened! That fairly smelt of the salt water. How different such vessels must be from the wooden, one-masted, green and white painted sloops that glided up and down the river before our house on the bank. Nearly completed her cargo! How momentous the announcement, suggesting ideas, too, of musty bales and cases of silks and satins, and filling me with contempt for the vile deck-loads of hay and lumber with which my river experience was familiar. Will sail on Tuesday, the 20th of May. And the newspaper bore date the 5th of the month. 15 whole days beforehand. Think of that. What an important voyage it must be, that the time of sailing was fixed upon so long beforehand. The river sloops were not used to make such prospective announcements. For freight or passage, apply on board. Think of going on board a coppered and copper-fastened brig, and taking passage for Bremen. And who could be going to Bremen? No one but foreigners, doubtless. Men of dark complexions, and jet-black whiskers, who talked French. Quincy's Slip. Plenty more brigs and any quantity of ships must be lying there. Quincy's Slip must be somewhere near ranges of grim-looking warehouses, with rusty iron doors and shutters, and tiled roofs, and old anchors and chain cable piled on the walk. Old-fashioned coffee-houses also much abound in that neighborhood, with sunburnt sea captains going in and out, smoking cigars, and talking about Havana, London, and Calcutta. All these my imaginations were wonderfully assisted by certain shadowy reminiscences of wharves and warehouses, and shipping, with which a residence in a seaport during early childhood had supplied me. Particularly, I remembered standing with my father on the wharf when a large ship was getting under way, and rounding the head of the pier. I remembered the "Yo, heave ho!" of the sailors, as they just showed their woolen caps above the high bulwarks. I remembered how I thought of their crossing the great ocean, and that that very ship and those very sailors, so near to me then, would after a time be actually in Europe. Added to these reminiscences, my father, now dead, had several times crossed the Atlantic on business affairs, for he had been an importer in Broad Street; and of winter evenings in New York, by the well remembered sea coal fire in old Greenwich Street, he used to tell my brother and me of the monstrous waves at sea, mountain high; of the masts bending like twigs, and all about Havre and Liverpool, and about going up into the ball of St. Paul's in London. Indeed, during my early life, most of my thoughts of the sea were connected with the land, but with fine old lands, full of mossy cathedrals and churches, and long, narrow, crooked streets without sidewalks, and lined with strange houses; and especially I tried hard to think how such places must look of rainy days and Saturday afternoons, and whether indeed they did have rainy days and Saturdays there, just as we did here, and whether the boys went to school there, and studied geography, and wore their shirt collars turned over, and tied with a black ribbon, and whether their papas allowed them to wear boots instead of shoes, which I so much disliked, for boots looked so manly. As I grew older, my thoughts took a larger flight, and I frequently fell into long reveries about distant voyages and travels, and thought how fine it would be to be able to talk about remote and barbarous countries; with what reverence and wonder people would regard me, if I had just returned from the coast of Africa or New Zealand; how dark and romantic my sunburnt cheeks would look; how I would bring home with me foreign clothes of a rich fabric and princely make, and wear them up and down the streets, and how grocers' boys would turn back their heads to look at me as I went by. For I very well remembered staring at a man myself, who was pointed out to me by my aunt one Sunday in church, as the person who had been in stony Arabia, and passed through strange adventures there, all of which with my own eyes I had read in the book which he wrote, an arid looking book in a pale yellow cover. "See what big eyes he has," whispered my aunt; "they got so big, because when he was almost dead with famishing in the desert, he all at once caught sight of a date tree, with the ripe fruit hanging on it." Upon this I stared at him till I thought his eyes were really of an uncommon size, and stuck out from his head like those of a lobster. I am sure my own eyes must have magnified as I stared. When church was out, I wanted my aunt to take me along and follow the traveler home, but she said the constables would take us up if we did, and so I never saw this wonderful Arabian traveler again. But he long haunted me, and several times I dreamt of him, and thought his great eyes were grown still larger and rounder, and once I had a vision of the date tree. In course of time my thoughts became more and more prone to dwell upon foreign things, and in 1,000 ways I sought to gratify my tastes. We had several pieces of furniture in the house which had been brought from Europe. These I examined again and again, wondering where the wood grew, whether the workmen who made them still survived, and what they could be doing with themselves now. Then we had several oil paintings, and rare old engravings of my father's, which he himself had bought in Paris, hanging up in the dining room. 2 of these were sea pieces. One represented a fat looking, smoky fishing boat, with 3 whiskerandoes in red caps, and their browsers' legs rolled up, hauling in a seine. There was high French like land in one corner, and a tumble down gray lighthouse surmounting it. The waves were toasted brown, and the whole picture looked mellow and old. I used to think a piece of it might taste good. The other represented 3 old fashioned French men of war, with high castles, like pagodas, on the bow and stern, such as you see in Fozat, and snug little turrets on top of the mast, full of little men, with something undefinable in their hands. All three were sailing through a bright blue sea, blue as Sicily skies, and they were leaning over on their sides at a fearful angle, and they must have been going very fast, for the white spray was about the bows like a snowstorm. Then we had two large green French portfolios of colored prints, more than I could lift at that age. Every Saturday my brothers and sisters used to get them out of the corner where they were kept, and spreading them on the floor, gaze at them with never failing delight. They were of all sorts. Some were pictures of Versailles, its masquerades, its drawing rooms, its fountains and courts and gardens, with long lines of thick foliage cut into fantastic doors and windows and towers and pinnacles. Others were rural scenes, full of fine skies, pensive cows standing up to the knees in water, and shepherd boys in cottages in the distance, half concealed in vineyards and vines. And others were pictures of natural history, representing rhinoceroses and elephants and spotted tigers. And above all, there was a picture of a great whale, as big as a ship, stuck full of harpoons, and 3 boats sailing after it as fast as they could fly. Then, too, we had a large library case that stood in the hall, an old brown library case, tall as a small house. It had a sort of basement with large doors, and a lock and key, and higher up there were glass doors through which might be seen long rows of old books that had been printed in Paris and London and Leipzig. There was a fine library edition of the Spectator, in 6 large volumes with gilded backs, and many a time I gazed at the word London on the title page. And there was a copy of D'Alembert in French, and I wondered what a great man I would be, if by foreign travel I should ever be able to read straight along, without stopping, out of that book, which now was a riddle to every one in the house but my father, whom I so much liked to hear talk French, as he sometimes did to a servant we had. That servant, too, I used to gaze at with wonder, for, in answer to my incredulous cross questions, he had over and over again assured me that he had really been born in Paris. But this I never entirely believed, for it seemed so hard to comprehend how a man who had been born in a foreign country could be dwelling with me in our house in America. As years passed on, this continual dwelling upon foreign associations bred in me a vague prophetic thought, that I was fated, one day or other, to be a great voyager, and that just as my father used to entertain strange gentlemen over their wine after dinner, I would hereafter be telling my own adventures to an eager auditory. And I have no doubt that this presentiment had something to do with bringing about my subsequent rovings. But that which perhaps more than anything else converted my vague dreamings and longings into a definite purpose of seeking my fortune on the sea, was an old-fashioned glass ship, about 18 inches long, and of French manufacture, which my father, some 30 years before, had brought home from Hamburg as a present to a great uncle of mine, Senator Wellingborough, who had died a member of Congress in the days of the old Constitution, and after whom I had the honor of being named. Upon the decease of the Senator, the ship was returned to the donor. It was kept in a square glass case, which was regularly dusted by one of my sisters every morning, and stood on a little claw-footed Dutch tea-table in one corner of the sitting-room. This ship, after being the admiration of my father's visitors in the capital, became the wonder and delight of all the people of the village where we now resided, many of whom used to call upon my mother for no other purpose than to see the ship. And well did it repay the long and curious examinations which they were accustomed to give it. In the first place, every bit of it was glass, and that was a great wonder of itself, because the masts, yards, and ropes were made to resemble exactly the corresponding parts of a real vessel that could go to sea. She carried 2 tiers of black guns all along her 2 decks, and often I used to try to peep in at the portholes, to see what else was inside. But the holes were so small, and it looked so very dark indoors, that I could discover little or nothing, though when I was very little, I made no doubt that if I could but once pry open the hull and break the glass all to pieces, I would infallibly light upon something wonderful, perhaps some gold guineas, of which I have always been in want, ever since I could remember. And often I used to feel a sort of insane desire to be the death of the glass ship, case and all, in order to come at the plunder. And one day, throwing out some hint of the kind to my sisters, they ran to my mother in a great clamor; and after that, the ship was placed on the mantel-piece for a time, beyond my reach, and until I should recover my reason. I do not know how to account for this temporary madness of mine, unless it was that I had been reading in a story book about Captain Kidd's ship, that lay somewhere at the bottom of the Hudson near the Highlands, full of gold as it could be, and that a company of men were trying to dive down and get the treasure out of the hold, which no one had ever thought of doing before, though there she had lain for almost 100 years. Not to speak of the tall masts and yards and rigging of this famous ship, among whose mazes of spun glass I used to rove in imagination, till I grew dizzy at the main truck, I will only make mention of the people on board of her. They, too, were all of glass, as beautiful little glass sailors as anybody ever saw, with hats and shoes on, just like living men, and curious blue jackets, with a sort of ruffle round the bottom. 4 or 5 of these sailors were very nimble little chaps, and were mounting up the rigging with very long strides; but for all that, they never gained a single inch in the year, as I can take my oath. Another sailor was sitting astride of the spanker boom, with his arms over his head, but I never could find out what that was for. A second was in the foretop, with a coil of glass rigging over his shoulder. The cook, with a glass axe, was splitting wood near the forehatch. The steward, in a glass apron, was hurrying toward the cabin with a plate of glass pudding; and a glass dog, with a red mouth, was barking at him; while the captain, in a glass cap, was smoking a glass cigar on the quarter deck. He was leaning against the bulwark with one hand to his head; perhaps he was unwell, for he looked very glassy out of the eyes. The name of this curious ship was Lorraine, or the Queen, which was painted on her stern, where any one might read it, among a crowd of glass dolphins and sea horses carved there in a sort of semicircle. And this Queen rode undisputed mistress of a green glassy sea, some of whose waves were breaking over her bow in a wild way, I can tell you; and I used to be giving her up for lost and foundered every moment, till I grew older, and perceived that she was not in the slightest danger in the world. A good deal of dust and fuzzy stuff, like down, had, in the course of many years, worked through the joints of the case, in which the ship was kept, so as to cover all the sea with a light dash of white, which, if anything, improved the general effect, for it looked like the foam and froth raised by the terrible gale the good Queen was battling against. So much for La Reine. We have her yet in the house, but many of her glass spars and ropes are now sadly shattered and broken. But I will not have her mended, and her figurehead, a gallant warrior in a cocked hat, lies pitching head foremost down in the trough of a calamitous sea under the bows. But I will not have him put on his legs again till I get on my own; for between him and me there is a secret sympathy; and my sisters tell me, even yet, that he fell from his perch the very day I left home to go to sea on this my first voyage. Chapter II. Redburn's Departure from Home. It was with a heavy heart and full eyes that my poor mother parted with me. Perhaps she thought me an erring and a willful boy; and perhaps I was; but if I was, it had been a hard–hearted world, and hard times that had made me so. I had learned to think much and bitterly before my time. All my young mounting dreams of glory had left me; and at that early age I was as unambitious as a man of 60. Yes, I will go to sea, cut my kind uncles and aunts and sympathizing patrons, and leave no heavy hearts but those in my own home, and take none along but the one which aches in my bosom. Cold, bitter, cold as December, and bleak as it blasts, seemed the world then to me. There is no misanthrope like a boy disappointed, and such was I, with the warmth of me flogged out by adversity. But these thoughts are bitter enough even now, for they have not yet gone quite away, and they must be uncongenial enough to the reader. So no more of that, and let me go on with my story. "Yes, I will write you, dear mother, as soon as I can," murmured I, as she charged me for the 100th time not fail to inform her of my safe arrival in New York. "And now, Mary, Martha, and Jane, kiss me all round, dear sisters, and then I am off. I'll be back in 4 months. It will be autumn then, and we'll go into the woods after nuts, and I'll tell you all about Europe. Good bye, good bye." So I broke loose from their arms, and not daring to look behind, ran away as fast as I could, till I got to the corner where my brother was waiting. He accompanied me part of the way to the place where the steamboat was to leave for New York, instilling into me much sage advice above his age, for he was but 8 years my senior, and warning me again and again to take care of myself. And I solemnly promised I would, for what castaway will not promise to take care of himself, when he sees that unless he himself does, no one else will? We walked on in silence till I saw that his strength was giving out. He was in ill health then, and with a mute grasp of the hand, and a loud thump at the heart, we parted. It was early on a raw, cold, damp morning toward the end of spring, and the world was before me, stretching away a long muddy road, lined with comfortable houses, whose inmates were taking their sunrise naps, heedless of the wayfarer passing. The cold drops of drizzle trickled down my leather cap, and mingled with a few hot tears on my cheeks. I had the whole road to myself, for no one was yet stirring, and I walked on, with a slouching, dogged gait. The gray shooting jacket was on my back, and from the end of my brother's rifle hung a small bundle of my clothes. My fingers worked moodily at the stock and trigger, and I thought that this indeed was the way to begin life, with a gun in your hand. Talk not of the bitterness of middle age and after life. A boy can feel all that, and much more, when upon his young soul the mildew has fallen; and the fruit, which with others is only blasted after ripeness, with him is nipped in the first blossom and bud. And never again can such blights be made good. They strike in too deep, and leave such a scar that the air of paradise might not erase it. And it is a hard and cruel thing thus, in early youth, to taste beforehand the pangs which should be reserved for the stout time of manhood, when the gristle has become bone, and we stand up and fight out our lives as a thing tried before and foreseen. For then we are veterans, used to sieges and battles, and not green recruits recoiling at the first shock of the encounter. At last, gaining the boat, we pushed off, and away we steamed down the Hudson. There were few passengers on board, the day was so unpleasant, and they were mostly congregated in the after cabin round the stoves. After breakfast, some of them went to reading, others took a nap on the settees, and others sat in silent circles, speculating, no doubt, as to who each other might be. They were certainly a cheerless set, and to me they all looked stony-eyed and heartless. I could not help it, I almost hated them, and to avoid them, went on deck, but a storm of sleet drove me below. At last I bethought me that I had not procured a ticket, and going to the captain's office to pay my passage and get one, was horror-struck to find that the price of passage had been suddenly raised that day, owing to the other boats not running, so that I had not enough money to pay for my fare. I had supposed it would be $1, and only $1 did I have, whereas it was 2. What was to be done? The boat was off, and there was no backing out, so I determined to say nothing to anybody, and grimly wait until called upon for my fare. The long weary day wore on till afternoon. One incessant storm raged on deck, but after dinner the few passengers, waked up with their roast beef and mutton, became a little more sociable. Not with me, for the scent and savor of poverty was upon me, and they all cast toward me their evil eyes and cold suspicious glances, as I sat apart, though among them. I felt that desperation and recklessness of poverty which only a pauper knows. There was a mighty patch upon one leg of my trousers, neatly sewed on, for it had been executed by my mother, but still very obvious and incontrovertible to the eye. This patch I had hitherto studiously endeavored to hide with the ample skirts of my shooting jacket; but now I stretched out my leg boldly, and thrust the patch under their noses, and looked at them so that they soon looked away, boy though I was. Perhaps the gun that I clenched frightened them into respect, or there might have been something ugly in my eye, or my teeth were white, and my jaws were set. For several hours I sat gazing at a jovial party seated round a mahogany table, with some crackers and cheese, and wine and cigars. Their faces were flushed with the good dinner they had eaten, and mine felt pale and wan with a long fast. If I had presumed to offer to make one of their party, if I had told them of my circumstances, and solicited something to refresh me, I very well knew from the peculiar hollow ring of their laughter, they would have had the waiters put me out of the cabin, for a beggar, who had no business to be warming himself at their stove. And for that insult, though only a conceit, I sat and gazed at them, putting up no petitions for their prosperity. My whole soul was soured within me, and when at last the captain's clerk, a slender young man, dressed in the height of fashion, with a gold watch chain and brooch, came round collecting the tickets, I buttoned up my coat to the throat, clutched my gun, put on my leather cap, and pulling it well down, stood up like a sentry before him. He held out his hand, deeming any remark superfluous, as his object in pausing before me must be obvious. But I stood motionless and silent, and in a moment he saw how it was with me. I ought to have spoken, and told him the case, in plain civil terms, and offered my $1, and then waited the event, but I felt too wicked for that. He did not wait a great while, but spoke first himself, and in a gruff voice, very unlike his urbane accents when accosting the wine and cigar party, demanded my ticket. I replied that I had none. He then demanded the money, and upon my answering that I had not enough, in a loud angry voice that attracted all eyes, he ordered me out of the cabin into the storm. The devil in me then mounted up from my soul, and spread over my frame, till it tingled at my finger ends, and I muttered out my resolution to stay where I was in such a manner that the ticket man faltered back. "There's $1 for you," I added, offering it. "I want 2," said he. "Take that or nothing," I answered, "it is all I have." I thought he would strike me, but, accepting the money, he contented himself with saying something about sportsmen going on shooting expeditions, without having money to pay their expenses, and hinted that such chaps might better lay aside their fowling pieces, and assume the buck and saw. He then passed on, and left every eye fastened upon me. I stood there gazing some time, but at last could stand it no more. I pushed my seat right up before the most insolent gazer, a short fat man, with a plethora of cravat round his neck, and fixing my gaze on his, gave him more gazes than he sent. This somewhat embarrassed him, and he looked round for some one to take hold of me; but no one coming, he pretended to be very busy counting the gilded wooden beams overhead. I then turned to the next gazer, and clicking my gun lock, deliberately presented the piece at him. Upon this, he overset his seat in his eagerness to get beyond my range, for I had him point blank, full in the left eye; and several persons starting to their feet, exclaimed that I must be crazy. So I was at that time; for otherwise I know not how to account for my demoniac feelings, of which I was afterward heartily ashamed, as I ought to have been, indeed, and much more than that. I then turned on my heel, and shouldering my fowling piece and bundle, marched on deck, and walked there through the dreary storm, till I was wet through, and the boat touched the wharf at New York. Such is boyhood. Chapter 3. He arrives in town. From the boat's bow I jumped ashore, before she was secured, and following my brother's directions, proceeded across the town toward St. John's Park, to the house of a college friend of his, for whom I had a letter. It was a long walk, and I stepped in at a sort of grocery to get a drink of water, where some 6 or 8 rough looking fellows were playing dominoes upon the counter, seated upon cheese boxes. They winked, and asked what sort of sport I had had gunning on such a rainy day, but I only gulped down my water and stalked off. Dripping like a seal, I at last grounded arms at the doorway of my brother's friend, rang the bell, and inquired for him. "What do you want?" said the servant, eyeing me as if I were a housebreaker. "I want to see your lord and master. Show me into the parlor." Upon this my host himself happened to make his appearance, and seeing who I was, opened his hand and heart to me at once, and drew me to his fireside. He had received a letter from my brother, and had expected me that day. The family were at tea. The fragrant herb filled the room with its aroma. The brown toast was odoriferous, and everything pleasant and charming. After a temporary warming, I was shown to a room where I changed my wet dress, and, returning to the table, found that the interval had been improved by my hostess. A meal for a traveler was spread, and I laid into it sturdily. Every mouthful pushed the devil that had been tormenting me all day farther and farther out of me, till at last I entirely ejected him with 3 successive bowls of bohea. Magic of kind words and kind deeds and good tea. That night I went to bed thinking the world pretty tolerable after all, and I could hardly believe that I had really acted that morning as I had, for I was naturally of an easy and forbearing disposition; though, when such a disposition is temporarily roused, it is perhaps worse than a cannibal's. Next day my brother's friend, whom I choose to call Mr. Jones, accompanied me down to the docks among the shipping, in order to get me a place. After a good deal of searching, we lighted upon a ship for Liverpool, and found the captain in the cabin, which was a very handsome one, lined with mahogany and maple; and the steward, an elegant looking mulatto, in a gorgeous turban, was setting out on a sort of sideboard some dinner service which looked like silver, but it was only Britannia ware, highly polished. As soon as I clapped my eye on the captain, I thought myself he was just the captain to suit me. He was a fine looking man, about 40, splendidly dressed, with very black whiskers, and very white teeth, and what I took to be a free, frank look out of a large hazel eye. I liked him amazingly. He was promenading up and down the cabin, humming some brisk air to himself, when we entered. "Good morning, sir," said my friend. Good morning, sir," said the captain. "Steward, chairs for the gentlemen." "Oh, never mind, sir," said Mr. Jones, rather taken aback by his extreme civility. "I merely called to see whether you want a fine young lad to go to sea with you. Here he is. He has long wanted to be a sailor, and his friends have at last concluded to let him go for one voyage, and see how he likes it." "Ah, indeed," said the captain, blandly, and looking where I stood. "He's a fine fellow. I like him. So you want to be a sailor, my boy, do you?" added he, affectionately patting my head. "It's a hard wee, though, a hard life." But when I looked round at his comfortable and almost luxurious cabin, and then at his handsome care–free face, I thought he was only trying to frighten me, and I answered, "Well, sir, I am ready to try it." "I hope he's a country lad, sir," said the captain to my friend. "These city boys are sometimes hard cases." "Oh, yes, he's from the country," was the reply, "and of a highly respectable family. His great uncle died a senator." "But his great uncle don't want to go to sea too," said the captain, looking funny. "Oh, no, oh, no, ha, ha!" "Ha, ha!" echoed the captain. A fine funny gentleman, thought I, not much fancying. However, his levity concerning my great uncle, he'll be cracking his jokes the whole voyage. and so I afterward said to one of the riggers on board. But he bade me look out, that he did not crack my head. "Well, my lad," said the captain, "I suppose you know we haven't any pastures and cows on board. You can't get any milk at sea, you know." "Oh, I know all about that, sir. My father has crossed the ocean, if I haven't." "Yes," cried my friend, "his father, a gentleman of one of the first families in America, crossed the Atlantic several times on important business." "Ambassador extraordinary," said the captain, looking funny again. "Oh, no, he was a wealthy merchant." "Ah, indeed," said the captain, looking grave and bland again. "Then this fine lad is the son of a gentleman?" "Certainly," said my friend, "and he's only going to sea for the humor of it. They want to send him on his travels with a tutor, but he will go to sea as a sailor." The fact was, that my young friend, for he was only about 25, was not a very wise man, and this was a huge fib, which, out of the kindness of his heart, he told in my behalf, for the purpose of creating a profound respect for me in the eyes of my future lord. Upon being apprised that I had wilfully forborne taking the grand tour with a tutor, in order to put my hand in a tar bucket, the handsome captain looked 10 times more funny than ever, and said that he himself would be my tutor, and take me on my travels, and pay for the privilege. "Ah," said my friend, "that reminds me of business. Pray, captain, how much do you generally pay a handsome young fellow like this?" "Well," said the captain, looking grave and profound, "we are not so particular about beauty, and we never give more than $3 to a green lad like Wellingborough here. That's your name, my boy? Wellingborough Redburn? Upon my soul, a fine sounding name." "Why, captain," said Mr. Jones, quickly interrupting him, "that won't pay for his clothing." "But you know his highly respectable and wealthy relations will doubtless see to all that," replied the captain, with his funny look again. "Oh, yes, I forgot that," said Mr. Jones, looking rather foolish. "His friends will of course see to that." "Of course," said the captain, smiling. "Of course," repeated Mr. Jones, looking ruefully at the patch on my pantaloons, which just then I endeavored to hide with the skirt of my shooting jacket. "You are quite a sportsman, I see," said the captain, eyeing the great buttons on my coat, upon each of which was a carved fox. Upon this my benevolent friend thought that here was a grand opportunity to befriend me. "Yes, he's quite a sportsman," said he. "He's got a very valuable fowling piece at home. Perhaps you would like to purchase it, captain, to shoot gulls with at sea? It's cheap." "Oh, no, he had better leave it with his relations," said the captain, "so that he can go hunting again when he returns from England." "Yes, perhaps that would be better, after all," said my friend, pretending to fall into a profound musing, involving all sides of the matter in hand. "Well, then, captain, you can only give the boy $3 a month, you say?" "Only $3 a month," said the captain. "And I believe," said my friend, "that you generally give something in advance, do you not?" "Yes, that is sometimes the custom at the shipping offices," said the captain, with a bow. "But in this case, as the boy has rich relations, there will be no need of that, you know." And thus, by his ill advised but well meaning hints concerning the respectability of my paternity, and the immense wealth of my relations, did this really honest hearted but foolish friend of mine prevent me from getting $3 in advance, which I greatly needed. However, I said nothing, though I thought the more; and particularly, how that it would have been much better for me to have gone on board alone, accosted the captain on my own account, and told him the plain truth. Poor people make a very poor business of it when they try to seem rich. The arrangement being concluded, we bade the captain good morning, and as we were about leaving the cabin he smiled again and said, "Well, Redburn, my boy, you won't get homesick before you sail, because that will make you very seasick when you get to sea." And with that he smiled very pleasantly, and bowed 2 or 3 times, and told the steward to open the cabin door, which the steward did with a peculiar sort of grin on his face, and a slanting glance at my shooting jacket, and so we left. Chapter 4. How he disposed of his fowling piece. Next day I went alone to the shipping office to sign the articles, and there I met a great crowd of sailors, who, as soon as they found what I was after, began to tip the wink all round, and I overheard a fellow in a great flapping sou'wester cap say to another old tar in a shaggy monkey jacket, "Twig his coat, d'ye see the buttons? That chap ain't going to sea in a merchantman, he's going to shoot whales. I say, matey, look here, how'd you sell them big buttons by the pound?" "Give us one for a saucer, will you?" said another. "Let the youngster alone," said a third. "Come here, my little boy, has your ma put up some sweetmeats for you to take to sea?" They are all witty dogs, thought I to myself, trying to make the best of the matter, for I saw it would not do to resent what they said. They can't mean any harm, though they are certainly very impudent. So I tried to laugh off their banter, but as soon as ever I could, I put down my name and beat a retreat. On the morrow the ship was advertised to sail, so the rest of that day I spent in preparations. After in vain trying to sell my fowling piece for a fair price to chance customers, I was walking up Chatham street with it, when a curly-headed little man with a dark oily face and a hooked nose, like the pictures of Judas Iscariot, called to me from a strange-looking shop, with 3 gilded balls hanging over it. With a peculiar accent, as if he had been over-eating himself with Indian pudding or some other plushy compound, this curly-headed little man very civilly invited me into his shop, and, making a polite bow, and bidding me many unnecessary good mornings, and remarking upon the fine weather, begged me to let him look at my fowling piece. I handed it to him in an instant, glad of the chance of disposing of it, and told him that was just what I wanted. "Ah," said he, with his Indian pudding accent again, which I will not try to mimic, and abating his look of eagerness, "I thought it was a better article. It's very old." "Not," said I, starting in surprise. "It's not been used more than 3 times. What will you give for it?" "We don't buy anything here," said he, suddenly looking very indifferent. "This is a place where people pawn things." Pawn being a word I had never heard before, I asked him what it meant, when he replied, that when people wanted any money, they came to him with their fowling pieces, and got 1/3 its value, and then left the fowling piece there until they were able to pay back the money. What a benevolent little old man this must be, thought I, and how very obliging. "And pray," said I, "how much will you let me have for my gun, by way of a pawn?" "Well, I suppose it's worth $6, and seeing you're a boy, I'll let you have $3 upon it." "No," exclaimed I, seizing the fowling piece, "it's worth 5 times that. I'll go somewhere else." "Good morning, then," said he, "I hope you'll do better," and he bowed me out as if he expected to see me again pretty soon. I had not gone very far when I came across 3 more balls hanging over a shop. In I went, and saw a long counter with a sort of picket fence running all along from end to end, and 3 little holes, with 3 little old men standing inside of them, like prisoners looking out of a jail. Back of the counter were all sorts of things, piled up and labeled; hats, and caps, and coats, and guns, and swords, and canes, and chests, and planes, and books, and writing desks, and everything else. And in a glass case were lots of watches, and seals, chains, and rings, and breastpins, and all kinds of trinkets. At one of the little holes, earnestly talking with one of the hook-nosed men, was a thin woman in a faded silk gown and shawl, holding a pale little girl by the hand. As I drew near she spoke lower in a whisper, and the man shook his head, and looked cross and rude, and then some more words were exchanged over a miniature, and some money was passed through the hole, and the woman and child shrank out of the door. I won't sell my gun to that man, thought I, and I passed on to the next hole, and while waiting there to be served, An elderly man in a high-waisted surcoat thrust a silver snuff-box through, and a young man in a calico shirt and a shiny coat with a velvet collar presented a silver watch, and a sheepish boy in a cloak took out a frying-pan, and another little boy had a Bible, and all these things were thrust through to the hook-nosed man, who seemed ready to hook anything that came along. So I had no doubt he would gladly hook my gun, for the long picketed counter seemed like a great seine that caught every variety of fish. At last I saw a chance, and crowded in for the hole; and in order to be beforehand with a big man who just then came in, I pushed my gun violently through the hole, upon which the hook-nosed man cried out, thinking I was going to shoot him. But at last he took the gun, turned it end for end, clicked the trigger 3 times, and then said, $1. "What about $1?" said I. "That's all I'll give," he replied. "Well, what do you want?" And he turned to the next person. This was a young man in a seedy red cravat and a pimply face, that looked as if he was going to seed likewise, who, with a mysterious tapping of his vest pocket and other hints, made a great show of having something confidential to communicate. But the hook-nosed man spoke out very loud, and said, "None of that. Take it out. Got a stolen watch? We don't deal in them things here." Upon this the young man flushed all over, and looked round to see who had heard the pawnbroker. Then he took something very small out of his pocket, and keeping it hidden under his palm, pushed it into the hole. "Where did you get this ring?" said the pawnbroker. "I want to pawn it," whispered the other, blushing all over again. "What's your name?" said the pawnbroker, speaking very loud. "How much will you give?" whispered the other in reply, leaning over and looking as if he wanted to hush up the pawnbroker. At last the sum was agreed upon, when the man behind the counter took a little ticket, and tying the ring to it, began to write on the ticket. All at once he asked the young man where he lived, a question which embarrassed him very much, but at last he stammered out a certain number in Broadway. "That's the City Hotel. You don't live there," said the man, cruelly glancing at the shabby coat before him. "Oh, well," stammered the other, blushing scarlet, "I thought this was only a sort of form to go through. I don't like to tell where I do live, for I ain't in the habit of going to pawnbrokers." "You stole that ring, you know you did," roared out the hook-nosed man, incensed at this slur upon his calling, and now seemingly bent on damaging the young man's character for life. "I'm a good mind to call a constable. We don't take stolen goods here, I tell you." All eyes were now fixed suspiciously upon this martyrized young man, who looked ready to drop into the earth, and a poor woman in a nightcap, with some baby clothes in her hand, looked fearfully at the pawnbroker, as if dreading to encounter such a terrible pattern of integrity. At last the young man sunk off with his money, and looking out of the window, I saw him go round the corner so sharply that he knocked his elbow against the wall. I waited a little longer, and saw several more served, and having remarked that the hook-nosed man invariably fixed their own price upon everything, and if that was refused, told the person to be off with himself, I concluded that it would be of no use to try and get more from them than they had offered, especially when I saw that they had a great many fowling pieces hanging up, and did not have particular occasion for mine; and more than that, they must be very well off and rich to treat people so cavalierly. My best plan then seemed to be to go right back to the curly-headed pawnbroker, and take up with my first offer; but when I went back, the curly-headed man was very busy about something else, and kept me waiting a long time. At last I got a chance, and told him I would take the $3 he had offered. "Ought to have taken it when you could get it," he replied. "I won't give but $2.50 for it now." In vain I expostulated. He was not to be moved, so I pocketed the money and departed. Chapter 5. He purchases his sea wardrobe, and on a dismal rainy day picks up his board and lodging along the wharves. The first thing I now did was to buy a little stationery, and keep my promise to my mother, by writing her. And I also wrote to my brother, informing him of the voyage I proposed making, and indulging in some romantic and misanthropic views of life, such as many boys in my circumstances are accustomed to do. The rest of the $2.50 I laid out that very morning in buying a red woolen shirt near Catherine Market, a tarpaulin hat which I got at an outdoor stand near Peck Slip, a belt and jackknife, and 2 or 3 trifles. After these purchases I had only 1 penny left, so I walked out to the end of the pier and threw the penny into the water. The reason why I did this was because I somehow felt almost desperate again, and didn't care what became of me. But if the penny had been $1, I would have kept it. I went home to dinner at Mr. Jones's, and they welcomed me very kindly, and Mrs. Jones kept my plate full all the time during dinner, so that I had no chance to empty it. She seemed to see that I felt bad, and thought plenty of pudding might help me. At any rate, I never felt so bad yet but I could eat a good dinner. And once, years afterward, when I expected to be killed every day, I remember my appetite was very keen, and I said to myself, "Eat away, Wellingborough, while you can, for this may be the last supper you will have." After dinner I went into my room, locked the door carefully, and hung a towel over the knob, so that no one could peep through the keyhole, and then went to trying on my red woolen shirt before the glass, to see what sort of a looking sailor I was going to make. As soon as I got into the shirt I began to feel sort of warm and red about the face, which I found was owing to the reflection of the dyed wool upon my skin. After that I took a pair of scissors and went to cutting my hair, which was very long. I thought every little would help in making me a light hand to run aloft. Next morning I bade my kind host and hostess good bye, and left the house with my bundle, feeling somewhat misanthropical and desperate again. Before I reached the ship it began to rain hard, and as soon as I arrived at the wharf it was plain that there would be no getting to sea that day. This was a great disappointment to me, for I did not want to return to Mr. Jones's again after bidding them good bye. It would be so awkward. So I concluded to go on board ship for the present. When I reached the deck I saw no one but a large man in a large dripping pea jacket, who was caulking down the main hatches. "What do you want, Pill Garlic?" said he. "I've shipped to sail in this ship," I replied, assuming a little dignity to chastise his familiarity. "What for, a tailor?" said he, looking at my shooting jacket. I answered that I was going as a boy, for so I was technically put down on the articles. "Well," said he, "have you got your traps aboard?" I told him I didn't know there were any rats in the ship, and hadn't brought any trap. At this he laughed out with a great guffaw, and said there must be hayseed in my hair. This made me mad, but thinking he must be one of the sailors who was going in the ship, I thought it wouldn't be wise to make an enemy of him, so only asked him where the men slept in the vessel, for I wanted to put my clothes away. "Where's your clothes?" said he. "Here in my bundle," said I, holding it up. "Well, if that's all you've got," he cried, "you'd better chuck it overboard. But go forward to the forecastle. That's the place you'll live aboard here." And with that he directed me to a sort of hole in the deck, in the bow of the ship, but looking down and seeing how dark it was, I asked him for a light. "Strike your eyes together and make one," said he. "We don't have any lights here." So I groped my way down into the forecastle, which smelt so bad of old ropes and tar, that it almost made me sick. After waiting patiently I began to see a little, and looking round, at last perceived I was in a smoky looking place, with 12 wooden boxes stuck round the sides. In some of these boxes were large chests, which I at once supposed to belong to the sailors, who must have taken that method of appropriating their trunks, as I afterward found these boxes were called. And so it turned out. After examining them for a while, I selected an empty one, and put my bundle right in the middle of it, so that there might be no mistake about my claim to the place, particularly as the bundle was so small. This done, I was glad to get on deck, and learning to a certainty that the ship would not sail till the next day, I resolved to go ashore and walk about till dark, and then return and sleep out the night in the forecastle. So I walked about all over, till I was weary, and went into a mean liquor shop to rest. For having my tarpaulin on, and not looking very gentlemanly, I was afraid to go into any better place, for fear of being driven out. Here I sat till I began to feel very hungry, and seeing some dough nuts on the counter, I began to think what a fool I had been, to throw away my last penny, for the dough nuts were but a penny apiece, and they looked very plump, and fat, and round. I never saw dough nuts look so enticing before, especially when a negro came in and ate one before my eyes. At last I thought I would fill up a little by drinking a glass of water, having read somewhere that this was a good plan to follow in a case like the present. I did not feel thirsty, but only hungry, so had much ado to get down the water, for it tasted warm, and the tumbler had an ugly flavor. The negro had been drinking some spirits out of it just before. I marched off again, every once in a while stopping to take in some more water, and being very careful not to step into the same shop twice, till night came on, and I found myself soaked through, for it had been raining more or less all day. As I went to the ship, I could not help thinking how lonesome it would be, to spend the whole night in that damp and dark forecastle, without light or fire, and nothing to lie on but the bare boards of my bunk. However, to drown all such thoughts, I gulped down another glass of water, though I was wet enough outside and in by this time, and trying to put on a bold look, as if I had just been eating a hearty meal, I stepped aboard the ship. The man in the big pea jacket was not to be seen, but on going forward, I unexpectedly found a young lad there, about my own age, and as soon as he opened his mouth, I knew he was not an American. He talked such a curious language though, half English and half gibberish, that I knew not what to make of him, and was a little astonished when he told me he was an English boy from Lancashire. It seemed he had come over from Liverpool in this very ship on her last voyage, as a steerage passenger, but finding that he would have to work very hard to get along in America, and getting homesick into the bargain, he had arranged with the captain to work his passage back. I was glad to have some company, and tried to get him conversing, but found he was the most stupid and ignorant boy I had ever met with. I asked him something about the river Thames, when he said that he hadn't traveled any in America, and didn't know anything about the rivers here. And when I told him the river Thames was in England, he showed no surprise or shame at his ignorance, but only looked 10 times more stupid than before. At last we went below into the forecastle, and both getting into the same bunk, stretched ourselves out on the planks, and I tried my best to get asleep. But though my companion soon began to snore very loud, for me I could not forget myself, owing to the horrid smell of the place, my being so wet, cold, and hungry, and besides all that, I felt damp and clammy about the heart. I lay turning over and over, listening to the Lancashire boys snoring, till at last I felt so that I had to go on deck, and there I walked till morning, which I thought would never come. As soon as I thought the groceries on the wharf would be open, I left the ship and went to make my breakfast of another glass of water. But this made me very qualmish, and soon I felt sick as death. My head was dizzy, and I went staggering along the walk, almost blind. At last I dropped on a heap of chain cable, and shutting my eyes hard, did my best to rally myself, in which I succeeded at last enough to get up and walk off. Then I thought that I had done wrong in not returning to my friend's house the day before, and would have walked there now, as it was, only it was at least 3 miles up town, too far for me to walk in such a state, and I had no sixpence to ride in an omnibus. End of Section 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 2 of Redburn, his First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 6 through 10. Chapter 6. He is initiated in the business of cleaning out the pig pen and slushing down the topmast. By the time I got back to the ship, everything was in an uproar. The pea-jacket man was there, ordering about a good many men in the rigging, and people were bringing off chickens and pigs and beef and vegetables from the shore. Soon after, another man in a striped calico shirt, a blue short jacket and beaver hat, made his appearance, and went to ordering about the man in the big pea-jacket. And at last the captain came up the side, and began to order about both of them. These two men turned out to be the first and second mates of the ship. Thinking to make friends with the second mate, I took out an old tortoise-shell snuff-box of my father's, in which I had put a piece of Cavendish tobacco to look sailor-like, and offered the box to him very politely. He stared at me a moment, and then exclaimed, "Do you think we take snuff aboard here, youngster?" "No, no. No time for snuff-taking at sea. Don't let the old man see that snuff-box. Take my advice, and pitch it overboard as quick as you can." I told him it was not snuff, but tobacco, when he said he had plenty of tobacco of his own, and never carried any such nonsense about him as a tobacco-box. With that he went off about his business, and left me feeling foolish enough. But I had reason to be glad he had acted thus, for if he had not, I think I should have offered my box to the chief mate, who in that case, from what I afterward learned of him, would have knocked me down, or done something else equally uncivil. As I was standing looking round me, the chief mate approached in a great hurry about something, and seeing me in his way, cried out, "Ashore with you, you young loafer! There's no stealings here. Sail away, I tell you, with that shooting-jacket." Upon this I retreated, saying that I was going out in the ship as a sailor. "A sailor!" he cried. "A barber's clerk, you mean. You going out in the ship? What, in that jacket? Hang me, I hope the old man hasn't been shipping any more greenhorns like you. He'll make a shipwreck of it if he has. But this is the way nowadays, to save a few dollars in seamen's wages. They think nothing of shipping a parcel of farmers and clodhoppers and baby boys. What's your name, Pill-garlic?" "Redburn," said I. "A pretty handle to a man, that. Scorch you to take hold of it. Haven't you got any other?" "Wellingborough," said I. "Worse yet. Who had the baptizing of you? Why didn't they call you Jack, or Jill, or something short and handy? But I'll baptize you over again. D'ye hear, sir? Henceforth your name is Buttons. And now do you go, Buttons, and clean out that pig-pen in the long boat. It has not been cleaned out since last voyage, and bear a hand about it, d'ye hear? There's them pigs there waiting to be put in. Come, be off about it now." Was this then the beginning of my sea career? Set to cleaning out a pig-pen, the very first thing? But I thought it best to say nothing. I had bound myself to obey orders, and it was too late to retreat, so I only asked for a shovel or spade or something else to work with. "We don't dig gardens here," was the reply. "Dig it out with your teeth." After looking round, I found a stick, and went to scraping out the pen, which was awkward work enough, for another boat, called the Jolly Boat, was capsized right over the long boat, which brought them almost close together. These two boats were in the middle of the deck. I managed to crawl inside of the long boat, and after barking my shins against the seats, and bumping my head a good many times, I got along to the stern, where the pig-pen was. While I was hard at work, a drunken sailor peeped in, and cried out to his comrades, "Look here, my lads, what sort of a pig do you call this? Hello, inside there! What are you about there? Trying to stow yourself away to steal a passage to Liverpool? Out of that, I say." But just then the mate came along, and ordered this drunken rascal ashore. The pig pen being cleaned out, I was set to work picking up some shavings which lay about the deck; for there had been carpenters at work on board. The mate ordered me to throw these shavings into the long boat at a particular place between two of the seats; but as I found it hard work to push the shavings through in that place, and as it looked wet there, I thought it would be better for the shavings, as well as myself, to thrust them where there was a larger opening and a dry spot. While I was thus employed, the mate, observing me, exclaimed with an oath, "Didn't I tell you to put those shavings somewhere else? Do what I tell you now, Buttons, or mind your eye." Stifling my indignation at his rudeness, which by this time I found was my only plan, I replied that that was not so good a place for the shavings as that which I myself had selected, and asked him to tell me why he wanted me to put them in the place he designated. Upon this he flew into a terrible rage, and without explanation reiterated his order like a clap of thunder. This was my first lesson in the discipline of the sea, and I never forgot it. From that time I learned that sea officers never gave reasons for anything they ordered to be done. It is enough that they command it, so that the motto is, "Obey orders, though you break owners." I now began to feel very faint and sick again, and longed for the ship to be leaving the dock; for then I made no doubt we would soon be having something to eat. But as yet I saw none of the sailors on board, and as for the men at work in the rigging, I found out that they were riggers, that is, men living ashore, who work by the day in getting ships ready for sea; and this I found out to my cost, for yielding to the kind blandishment of one of these riggers, I had swapped away my jack knife with him for a much poorer one of his own, thinking to secure a sailor friend for the voyage. At last I watched my chance, and while people's backs were turned, I seized a carrot from several bunches lying on deck, and clapping it under the skirts of my shooting jacket, went forward to eat it, for I had often eaten raw carrots which taste something like chestnuts. This carrot refreshed me a good deal, though at the expense of a little pain in my stomach. Hardly had I disposed of it, when I heard the chief mate's voice crying out for "Buttons." I ran after him, and received an order to go aloft and slush down the main top mast. This was all Greek to me, and after receiving the order I stood staring about me, wondering what it was that was to be done. But the mate had turned on his heel, and made no explanations. At length I followed after him, and asked what I must do. "Didn't I tell you to slush down the main top mast?" he shouted. "You did," said I, "but I don't know what that means." "Green as grass! A regular cabbage head!" he exclaimed to himself. "A fine time I'll have with such a greenhorn aboard. Look you, youngster, look up to that long pole there; d'ye see it? That piece of a tree there, you timberhead. Well, take this bucket here, and go up the rigging, that rope ladder there, d'ye understand? And dab this slush all over the mast, and look out for your head if one drop falls on deck. Be off now, Buttons." The eventful hour had arrived. For the first time in my life I was to ascend a ship's mast. Had I been well and hearty, perhaps I should have felt a little shaky at the thought; but as I was then weak and faint, the bare thought appalled me. But there was no hanging back; it would look like cowardice, and I could not bring myself to confess that I was suffering for want of food; so rallying again, I took up the bucket. It was a heavy bucket, with strong iron hoops, and might have held perhaps 2 gallons; but it was only half full now of a sort of thick lobbered gravy, which I afterward learned was boiled out of the salt beef used by the sailors. Upon getting into the rigging, I found it was no easy job to carry this heavy bucket up with me. The rope handle of it was so slippery with grease, that although I twisted it several times about my wrist, it would be still twirling round and round, and slipping off. Spite of this, however, I managed to mount as far as the top, the clumsy bucket half the time straddling and swinging about between my legs, and in momentary danger of capsizing. Arrived at the top, I came to a dead halt, and looked up. How to surmount that overhanging impediment completely posed me for the time, but at last, with much straining, I contrived to place my bucket in the top, and then, trusting to Providence, swung myself up after it. The rest of the road was comparatively easy, though, whenever I incautiously looked down toward the deck, my head spun round so from weakness that I was obliged to shut my eyes to recover myself. I do not remember much more. I only recollect my safe return to the deck. In a short time the bustle of the ship increased. The trunks of cabin passengers arrived, and the chests and boxes of the steerage passengers, besides baskets of wine and fruit for the captain. At last we cast loose, and swinging out into the stream, came to anchor, and hoisted the signal for sailing. Everything, it seemed, was on board but the crew, who, in a few hours after, came off, one by one, in Whitehall boats, their chests in the bow, and themselves lying back in the stern like lords, and showing very plainly the complacency they felt in keeping the whole ship waiting for their lordships. "Aye, aye," muttered the chief mate, as they rolled out of their boats and swaggered on deck, "it's your turn now, but it will be mine before long. Yaw about while you may, my hearties. I'll do the yawing after the anchor's up." Several of the sailors were very drunk, and one of them was lifted on board insensible by his landlord, who carried him down below and dumped him into a bunk; and two other sailors, as soon as they made their appearance, immediately went below to sleep off the fumes of their drink. At last, all the crew being on board, word was passed to go to dinner fore and aft, an order that made my heart jump with delight, for now my long fast would be broken. But though the sailors, surfeited with eating and drinking ashore, did not then touch the salt beef and potatoes which the black cook handed down into the forecastle, and though this left the whole allowance to me, to my surprise I found that I could eat little or nothing, for now I only felt deadly faint, but not hungry. Chapter 7. He gets to sea, and feels very bad. Everything at last being in readiness, the pilot came on board, and all hands were called to up anchor. While I worked at my bar, I could not help observing how haggard the men looked, and how much they suffered from this violent exercise, after the terrific dissipation in which they had been indulging ashore. But I soon learnt that sailors breathed nothing about such things, but strive their best to appear all alive and hearty, though it comes very hard for many of them. The anchor being secured, a steam tug-boat with a strong name, the Hercules, took hold of us, and away we went past the long line of shipping, and wharves, and warehouses, and rounded the green south point of the island where the battery is, and past Governor's Island, and pointed right out for the Narrows. My heart was like lead, and I felt bad enough, heaven knows; but then there was plenty of work to be done, which kept my thoughts from becoming too much for me. And I tried to think all the time that I was going to England, and that before many months I should have actually been there and home again, telling my adventures to my brothers and sisters, and with what delight they would listen, and how they would look up to me then, and reverence my sayings, and how that even my elder brother would be forced to treat me with great consideration, as having crossed the Atlantic Ocean, which he had never done, and there was no probability he ever would. With such thoughts as these I endeavored to shake off my heavy-heartedness, but it would not do at all, for this was only the first day of the voyage, and many weeks, nay, several whole months must elapse before the voyage was ended, and who could tell what might happen to me? For when I looked up at the high, giddy masts, and thought how often I must be going up and down them, I thought sure enough that some luckless day or other I would certainly fall overboard and be drowned. And then I thought of lying down at the bottom of the sea, stark alone, with the great waves rolling over me, and no one in the wide world knowing that I was there. And I thought how much better and sweeter it must be to be buried under the pleasant hedge that bounded the sunny south side of our village graveyard, where every Sunday I had used to walk after church in the afternoon, and I almost wished I was there now, yes, dead and buried in that churchyard. All the time my eyes were filled with tears, and I kept holding my breath to choke down the sobs, for indeed I could not help feeling as I did, and no doubt any boy in the world would have felt just as I did then. As the steamer carried us further and further down the bay, and we passed ships lying at anchor, with men gazing at us and waving their hats, and small boats with ladies in them waving their handkerchiefs, and passed the green shore of Staten Island, and caught sight of so many beautiful cottages all overrun with vines, and planted on the beautiful fresh mossy hillsides, oh, then I would have given anything, if instead of sailing out of the bay, we were only coming into it. If we had crossed the ocean and returned, gone over and come back. And my heart leaped up in me like something alive when I thought of really entering that bay at the end of the voyage. But that was so far distant, that it seemed it could never be. No, never, never more would I see New York again. And what shocked me more than anything else was to hear some of the sailors, while they were at work coiling away the hawsers, talking about the boarding houses they were going to, when they came back, and how that some friends of theirs had promised to be on the wharf when the ship returned, to take them and their chests right up to Franklin Square, where they lived, and how that they would have a good dinner ready, and plenty of cigars and spirits out on the balcony. I say this land of talking shocked me, for they did not seem to consider, as I did, that before anything like that could happen, we must cross the great Atlantic Ocean, cross over from America to Europe and back again, many thousand miles of foaming ocean. At that time I did not know what to make of these sailors, but this much I thought, that when they were boys they could never have gone to the Sunday school, for they swore so, it made my ears tingle, and used words that I never could hear without a dreadful loathing. And are these the men, I thought to myself, that I must live with so long, these the men I am to eat with and sleep with all the time? And besides, I now began to see that they were not going to be very kind to me, but I will tell all about that when the proper time comes. Now you must not think that because all these things were passing through my mind, that I had nothing to do but sit still and think. No, no, I was hard at work, for as long as the steamer had hold of us, we were very busy coiling away ropes and cables, and putting the decks in order, which were littered all over with odds and ends of things that had to be put away. At last we got as far as the Narrows, which everybody knows is the entrance to New York harbor from sea, and it may well be called the Narrows, for when you go in or out, it seems like going in or out of a doorway. And when you go out of these Narrows on a long voyage like this of mine, it seems like going out into the broad highway, where not a soul is to be seen. For far away and away stretches the great Atlantic Ocean, and all you can see beyond it where the sky comes down to the water. It looks lonely and desolate enough, and I could hardly believe, as I gazed around me, that there could be any land beyond, or any place like Europe or England or Liverpool in the great wide world. It seemed too strange and wonderful and altogether incredible that there could really be cities and towns and villages and green fields and hedges and farmyards and orchards away over that wide blank of sea, and away beyond the place where the sky came down to the water. And to think of steering right out among those waves, and leaving the bright land behind, and the dark night coming on too, seemed wild and foolhardy. And I looked with a sort of fear at the sailor standing by me, who could be so thoughtless at such a time. But then I remembered how many times my own father had said he had crossed the ocean, and I had never dreamed of such a thing as doubting him, for I always thought him a marvelous being, infinitely purer and greater than I was, who could not by any possibility do wrong or say an untruth. Yet now, how could I credit it, that he, my own father, whom I so well remembered, had ever sailed out of these Narrows, and sailed right through the sky and water line, and gone to England and France, Liverpool, and Marseilles. It was too wonderful to believe. Now, on the right side of the Narrows as you go out, the land is quite high, and on the top of a fine cliff is a great castle or fort, all in ruins, and with the trees growing round it. It was built by Governor Tompkins in the time of the last war with England, but was never used, I believe, and so they left it to decay. I had visited the place once when we lived in New York, as long ago almost as I could remember, with my father and an uncle of mine, an old sea captain with white hair, who used to sail to a place called Archangel in Russia, and who used to tell me that he was with Captain Langsdorff when Captain Langsdorff crossed over by land from the Sea of Okhotsk in Asia to St. Petersburg, drawn by large dogs in a sled. I mention this of my uncle because he was the very first sea captain I had ever seen, and his white hair and fine handsome florid face made so strong an impression upon me that I have never forgotten him, though I only saw him during this one visit of his to New York, for he was lost in the White Sea some years after. But I meant to speak about the fort. It was a beautiful place, as I remembered it, and very wonderful and romantic, too, as it appeared to me, when I went there with my uncle. On the side away from the water was a green grove of trees, very thick and shady, and through this grove, in a sort of twilight, you came to an arch in the wall of the fort, dark as night, and going in you groped about in long vaults, twisting and turning on every side, till at last you caught a peep of green grass and sunlight, and all at once came out in an open space in the middle of the castle, and there you would see cows quietly grazing, or ruminating under the shade of young trees, and perhaps a calf frisking about and trying to catch its own tail, and sheep clambering among the mossy ruins and cropping the little tufts of grass sprouting out of the sides of the embrasures for cannon. And once I saw a black goat with a long beard and crumpled horns, standing with his forefeet lifted high up on the topmost parapet, and looking to sea, as if he were watching for a ship that was bringing over his cousin. I can see him even now, and though I have changed since then, the black goat looks just the same as ever. And so I suppose he would, if I lived to be as old as Methuselah, and have as great a memory as he must have had. Yes, the fort was a beautiful, quiet, charming spot. I should like to build a little cottage in the middle of it, and live there all my life. It was noonday when I was there, in the month of June, and there was little wind to stir the trees, and everything looked as if it was waiting for something, and the sky overhead was blue as my mother's eye, and I was so glad and happy then. But I must not think of those delightful days before my father became a bankrupt and died, and we removed from the city, for when I think of those days, something rises up in my throat and almost strangles me. Now, as we sailed through the Narrows, I caught sight of that beautiful fort on the cliff, and could not help contrasting my situation now with what it was when with my father and uncle I went there so long ago. Then I never thought of working for my living, and never knew that there were hard hearts in the world, and knew so little of money that when I bought a stick of candy and laid down a sixpence, I thought the confectioner returned 5 cents, only that I might have money to buy something else, and not because the pennies were my change, and therefore mine by good rights. How different my idea of money now! Then I was a schoolboy, and thought of going to college in time, and had vague thoughts of becoming a great orator, like Patrick Henry, whose speeches I used to speak on the stage. But now I was a poor friendless boy, far away from my home, and voluntarily in the way of becoming a miserable sailor for life. And what made it more bitter to me was to think of how well off were my cousins, who were happy and rich, and lived at home with my uncles and aunts, with no thought of going to sea for a living. I tried to think that it was all a dream, that I was not where I was, not on board of a ship, but that I was at home again in the city with my father alive, and my mother bright and happy as she used to be. But it would not do. I was indeed where I was, and here was the ship, and there was the fort. So, After casting a last look at some boys who were standing on the parapet, gazing off to sea, I turned away heavily, and resolved not to look at the land any more. About sunset we got fairly outside, and well may it so be called, for I felt thrust out of the world. Then the breeze began to blow, and the sails were loosed and hoisted, and after a while the steamboat left us, and for the first time I felt the ship roll, a strange feeling enough, as if it were a great barrel in the water. Shortly after, I observed a swift little schooner running across our bows, and recrossing again and again; and while I was wondering what she could be, she suddenly lowered her sails, and two men took hold of a little boat on her deck, and launched it overboard as if it had been a chip. Then I noticed that our pilot, a red-faced man in a rough blue coat, who, to my astonishment, had all this time been giving orders instead of the captain, began to button up his coat to the throat, like a prudent person about leaving a house at night in a lonely square to go home; and he left the giving orders to the chief mate, and stood apart talking with the captain, and put his hand into his pocket, and gave him some newspapers. And in a few minutes, when we had stopped our headway, and allowed the little boat to come alongside, he shook hands with the captain and officers, and bade them good by, without saying a syllable of farewell to me and the sailors. And so he went laughing over the side, and got into the boat, and they pulled him off to the schooner; and then the schooner made sail, and glided under our stern, her men standing up and waving their hats and cheering; and that was the last we saw of America. Chapter 8. He is put into the larboard watch, gets seasick, and relates some other of his experiences. It was now getting dark, when all at once the sailors were ordered on the quarter deck, and of course I went along with them. What is to come now, thought I; but I soon found out. It seemed we were going to be divided into watches. The chief mate began by selecting a stout, good–looking sailor for his watch, and then the second mate's turn came to choose, and he also chose a stout, good–looking sailor. But it was not me. No. And I noticed, as they went on choosing, one after the other in regular rotation, that both of the mates never so much as looked at me, but kept going round among the rest, peering into their faces, for it was dusk, and telling them not to hide themselves away so in their jackets. But the sailors, especially the stout, good–looking ones, seemed to make a point of lounging as much out of the way as possible, and slouching their hats over their eyes; and although it may only be a fancy of mine, I certainly thought that they affected a sort of lordly indifference as to whose watch they were going to be in, and did not think it worth while to look any way anxious about the matter. And the very men who, a few minutes before, had showed the most alacrity and promptitude in jumping into the rigging and running aloft at the word of command, now lounged against the bulwarks, and most lazily, as if they were quite sure that by this time the officers must know who the best men were, and they valued themselves well enough to be willing to put the officers to the trouble of searching them out; for if they were worth having, they were worth seeking. At last they were all chosen but me, and it was the chief mate's next turn to choose; though there could be little choosing in my case, since I was a 13er, and must, whether or no, go over to the next column, like the odd figure you carry along when you do a sum in addition. "Well, Buttons," said the chief mate, "I thought I'd got rid of you. And as it is, Mr. Riggs," he added, speaking to the second mate, "I guess you had better take him into your watch. There, I'll let you have him, and then you'll be one stronger than me." "No, thank you," said Mr. Riggs. "You had better," said the chief mate. "See, he's not a bad–looking chap. He's a little green, to be sure, but you were so once yourself, you know, Riggs." "No, I thank you," said the second mate again. "Take him yourself. He's yours by good rights. I don't want him." And so they put me in the chief mate's division, that is, the larboard watch. While this scene was going on, I felt shabby enough. There I stood, just like a silly sheep, over whom two butchers are bargaining. Nothing that had yet happened so forcibly reminded me of where I was, and what I had come to. I was very glad when they sent us forward again. As we were going forward, the second mate called one of the sailors by name. "You, Bill," and Bill answered, "Sir," just as if the second mate was a born gentleman. It surprised me not a little, to see a man in such a shabby, shaggy old jacket addressed so respectfully. But I had been quite as much surprised when I heard the chief mate call him Mr. Riggs during the scene on the quarter deck, as if this Mr. Riggs was a great merchant living at a marble house in Lafayette Palace. But I was not very long in finding out that at sea all officers are misters, and would take it for an insult if any seaman presumed to omit calling them so. And it is also one of their rights and privileges to be called sir when addressed. Yes, sir. No, sir. Aye, aye, sir. And they are as particular about being sir'd as so many knights and baronets, though their titles are not hereditary, as is the case with the Sir Johns and Sir Joshuas in England. But so far as the second mate is concerned, his tides are the only dignities he enjoys; for, upon the whole, he leads a puppyish wee indeed. He is not deemed company at any time for the captain, though the chief mate occasionally is, at least deck company, though not in the cabin. And besides this, the second mate has to breakfast, lunch, dine, and sup off the leavings of the cabin table; and even the steward, who is accountable to nobody but the captain, sometimes treats him cavalierly, and he has to run aloft when topsails are reefed, and put his hand a good way down into the tar bucket, and keep the key of the boatswain's locker, and fetch and carry balls of marline and seizing stuff for the sailors when at work in the rigging; besides doing many other things, which a true born baronet of any spirit would rather die and give up his title than stand. Having been divided into watches, we were sent to supper; but I could not eat any thing except a little biscuit, though I should have liked to have some good tea. But as I had no pot to get it in, and was rather nervous about asking the rough sailors to let me drink out of theirs, I was obliged to go without a sip. I thought of going to the black cook and begging a tin cup, but he looked so cross and ugly then, that the sight of him almost frightened the idea out of me. When supper was over, for they never talk about going to tea aboard of a ship, the watch to which I belonged was called on deck, and we were told it was for us to stand the first night watch, that is, from 8 o'clock till midnight. I now began to feel unsettled and ill at ease about the stomach, as if matters were all topsy turvy there, and felt strange and giddy about the head; and so I made no doubt that this was the beginning of that dreadful thing, the seasickness. Feeling worse and worse, I told one of the sailors how it was with me, and begged him to make my excuses very civilly to the chief mate, for I thought I would go below and spend the night in my bunk. But he only laughed at me, and said something about my mother not being aware of my being out, which enraged me not a little, that a man whom I had heard swear so terribly should dare to take such a holy name into his mouth. It seemed a sort of blasphemy, and it seemed like dragging out the best and most cherished secrets of my soul; for at that time the name of mother was the center of all my heart's finest feelings, which ere that I had learned to keep secret, deep down in my being. But I did not outwardly resent the sailor's words, for that would have only made the matter worse. Now this man was a Greenlander by birth, with a very white skin where the sun had not burnt it, and handsome blue eyes placed wide apart in his head, and a broad good humored face, and plenty of curly flaxen hair. He was not very tall, but exceedingly stout built, though active; and his back was as broad as a shield, and it was a great way between his shoulders. He seemed to be a sort of ladies' sailor, for in his broken English he was always talking about the nice ladies of his acquaintance in Stockholm and Copenhagen, and a place he called the Hook, which at first I fancied must be the place where lived the hook-nosed men that caught fowling pieces and every other article that came along. He was dressed very tastefully too, as if he knew he was a good-looking fellow. He had on a new blue woolen Havre frock, with a new silk handkerchief round his neck, passed through one of the vertebral bones of a shark, highly polished and carved. His trousers were of clear white duck, and he sported a handsome pair of pumps, and a tarpaulin hat bright as a looking-glass, with a long black ribbon streaming behind, and getting entangled every now and then in the rigging. And he had gold anchors in his ears, and a silver ring on one of his fingers, which was very much worn and bent from pulling ropes and other work on board ship. I thought he might better have left his jewelry at home. It was a long time before I could believe that this man was really from Greenland, though he looked strange enough to me then to have come from the moon, and he was full of stories about that distant country, how they passed the winters there, and how bitter cold it was, and how he used to go to bed and sleep 12 hours, and get up again and run about, and go to bed again and get up again. There was no telling how many times, and all in one night. For in the winter time in his country, he said, the nights were so many weeks long that a Greenland baby was sometimes 3 months old before it could properly be said to be a day old. I had seen mention made of such things before in books of voyages, but that was only reading about them, just as you read the Arabian Nights, which no one ever believes. For somehow, when I read about these wonderful countries, I never used really to believe what I read, but only thought it very strange, and a good deal too strange to be altogether true, though I never thought the men who wrote the book meant to tell lies. But I don't know exactly how to explain what I mean. But this much I will say, that I never believed in Greenland till I saw this Greenlander, and at first, hearing him talk about Greenland only made me still more incredulous. For what business had a man from Greenland to be in my company? Why was he not at home among the icebergs, and how could he stand a warm summer's sun and not be melted away? Besides, instead of icicles, there were ear-rings hanging from his ears, and he did not wear bear-skins, and keep his hands in a huge muff, things which I could not help connecting with Greenland and all Greenlanders. But I was telling about my being seasick and wanting to retire for the night. This Greenlander, seeing I was ill, volunteered to turn doctor and cure me. So, going down into the forecastle, he came back with a brown jug, like a molasses jug, and a little tin cannikin, and as soon as the brown jug got near my nose, I needed no telling what was in it, for it smelt like a still house, and sure enough proved to be full of Jamaica spirits. "Now, Buttons," said he, "one little dose of this will be better for you than a whole night's sleep. There, take that now, and then eat 7 or 8 biscuits, and you'll feel as strong as the mainmast." But I felt very little like doing as I was bid, for I had some scruples about drinking spirits, and to tell the plain truth, for I'm not ashamed of it, I was a member of a society in the village where my mother lived, called the Juvenile Total Abstinence Association, of which my friend, Tom Laguerre, was president, secretary, and treasurer, and kept the funds in a little purse that his cousin knit for him. There was 3 and 6 pence on hand, I believe, the last time he brought in his accounts, on a May day, when we had a meeting in a grove on the river bank. Tom was a very honest treasurer, and never spent the society's money for peanuts, and besides all, was a fine, generous boy, whom I much loved. But I must not talk about Tom now. When the Greenlander came to me with his jug of medicine, I thanked him as well as I could, for just then I was leaning with my mouth over the side, feeling ready to die. But I managed to tell him I was under a solemn obligation never to drink spirits upon any consideration whatever, though, as I had a sort of presentiment that the spirits would now, for once in my life, do me good, I began to feel sorry that when I signed the pledge of abstinence I had not taken care to insert a little clause allowing me to drink spirits in case of seasickness. And I would advise temperance people to attend to this matter in future, and then if they come to go to sea, there will be no need of breaking their pledges, which I am truly sorry to say was the case with me, and a hard thing it was too, thus to break a vow before unbroken, especially as the Jamaica tasted anything but agreeable, and indeed burnt my mouth so, that I did not relish my meals for some time after. Even when I had become quite well and strong again, I wondered how the sailors could really like such stuff. But many of them had a jug of it besides the Greenlander, which they brought along to sea with them, to taper off with, as they called it. But this tapering off did not last very long, for the Jamaica was all gone on the second day, and the jugs were tossed overboard. I wonder where they are now. But, to tell the truth, I found, in spite of its sharp taste, the spirits I drank was just the thing I needed. But I suppose, if I could have had a cup of nice hot coffee, it would have done quite as well, and perhaps much better. But that was not to be had at that time of night, or indeed at any other time, for the thing they called coffee, which was given to us every morning at breakfast, was the most curious tasting drink I ever drank, and tasted as little like coffee as it did like lemonade; though, to be sure, it was generally as cold as lemonade, and I used to think the cook had an ice house, and dropped ice into his coffee. But what was more curious still, was the different quality and taste of it on different mornings. Sometimes it tasted fishy, as if it was a decoction of Dutch herrings; and then it would taste very salty, as if some old horse or sea beef had been boiled in it; and then again it would taste a sort of cheesy, as if the captain had sent his cheese parings forward to make our coffee of; and yet another time it would have such a very bad flavor, that I was almost ready to think some old stocking heels had been boiled in it. What under heaven it was made of, that it had so many different bad flavors, always remained a mystery; for when at work at his vocation, our old cook used to keep himself close shut up in his caboose, a little cook house, and never told any of his secrets. Though a very serious character, as I shall hereafter show, he was for all that, and perhaps for that identical reason, a very suspicious looking sort of a cook, that I don't believe would ever succeed in getting the cooking at Delmonico's in New York. It was well for him that he was a black cook, for I have no doubt his color kept us from seeing his dirty face. I never saw him wash but once, and that was at one of his own soup pots one dark night when he thought no one saw him. What induced him to be washing his face then, I never could find out; but I suppose he must have suddenly waked up, after dreaming about some real estate on his cheeks. As for his coffee, notwithstanding the disagreeableness of its flavor, I always used to have a strange curiosity every morning to see what new taste it was going to have; and though, sure enough, I never missed making a new discovery and adding another taste to my palate, I never found that there was any change in the badness of the beverage, which always seemed the same, in that respect, as before. It may well be believed, then, that now, when I was seasick, a cup of such coffee as our old cook made would have done me no good, if indeed it would not have come near making an end of me; and bad as it was, and since it was not to be had at that time of night, as I said before, I think I was excusable in taking something else in place of it, as I did; and under the circumstances, it would be unhandsome of them, if my fellow members of the Temperance Society should reproach me for breaking my bond, which I would not have done, except in case of necessity. But the evil effect of breaking one's bond upon any occasion whatever was witnessed in the present case, for it insidiously opened the way to subsequent breaches of it, which, though very slight, yet carried no apology with them. Chapter IX. The sailors becoming a little social. Redburn converses with them. The latter part of this first long watch that we stood was very pleasant, so far as the weather was concerned. From being rather cloudy, it became a soft moonlight, and the stars peeped out, plain enough to count one by one; and there was a fine steady breeze, and it was not very cold, and we were going through the water almost as smooth as a sled sliding down hill. And what was still better, the wind held so steady that there was little running aloft, little pulling ropes, and scarcely anything disagreeable of that kind. The chief mate kept walking up and down the quarter deck with a lighted long nine cigar in his mouth by way of a torch, and spoke but few words to us the whole watch. He must have had a good deal of thinking to attend to, which high truth is the case with most seamen the first night out of port, especially when they have thrown away their money in foolish dissipation, and got very sick into the bargain. For when ashore, many of these sea officers are as wild and reckless in their way as the sailors they command. While I stood watching the Red Cigar Inn promenading up and down, the mate suddenly stopped and gave an order, and the men sprang to obey it. It was not much, only something about hoisting one of the sails a little higher up on the mast. The men took hold of the rope and began pulling upon it, the foremost man of all setting up a song with no words to it, only a strange musical rise and fall of notes. In the dark night and far out upon the lonely sea, it sounded wild enough, and made me feel as I had sometimes felt when in a twilight room a cousin of mine with black eyes used to play some old German airs on the piano. I almost looked round for goblins, and felt just a little bit afraid; but I soon got used to this singing, for the sailors never touched a rope without it. Sometimes, when no one happened to strike up, and the pulling, whatever it might be, did not seem to be getting forward very well, the mate would always say, "Come, men, can't any of you sing? Sing now, and raise the dead." And then some one of them would begin, and if every man's arms were as much relieved as mine by the song, and he could pull as much better as I did with such a cheering accompaniment, I am sure the song was well worth the breath expended on it. It is a great thing in a sailor to know how to sing well, for he gets a great name by it from the officers, and a good deal of popularity among his shipmates. Some sea captains, before shipping a man, always ask him whether he can sing out at a rope. During the greater part of the watch, the sailors sat on the windlass and told long stories of their adventures by sea and land, and talked about Gibraltar, and Canton, and Valparaiso, and Bombay, just as you and I would about Peck Slip and the Bowery. Every man of them, almost, was a volume of voyages and travels round the world, and what most struck me was that, like books of voyages, they often contradicted each other, and would fall into long and violent disputes about who was keeping the Foul Anchor Tavern in Portsmouth at such a time, or whether the King of Canton lived or did not live in Persia, or whether the barmaid of a particular house in Hamburg had black eyes or blue eyes, with many other mooted points of that sort. At last one of them went below and brought up a box of cigars from his chest, for some sailors always provide little delicacies of that kind, to break off the first shock of the salt water after laying idle ashore, and also by way of tapering off, as I mentioned a little while ago. But I wondered that they never carried any pies and tarts to sea with them, instead of spirits and cigars. Ned, for that was the man's name, split open the box with a blow of his fist, and then handed it round along the windlass, just like a waiter at a party, every one helping himself. But I was a member of an anti-smoking society that had been organized in our village by the principal of the Sunday school there, in conjunction with the Temperance Association, so I did not smoke any then, though I did afterward upon the voyage, I am sorry to say. Notwithstanding, I declined. With a good deal of unnecessary swearing, Ned assured me that the cigars were real genuine Havanas, for he had been in Havana, he said, and had them made there under his own eye. According to his account, he was very particular about his cigars and other things, and never made any importations, for they were unsafe, but always made a voyage himself direct to the place where any foreign thing was to be had that he wanted. He went to Havre for his woolen shirts, to Panama for his hats, to China for his silk handkerchiefs, and direct to Calcutta for his cheroots, and as a great joker in the watch used to say, no doubt he would at last have occasion to go to Russia for his halter, the wit of which saying was presumed to be in the fact that the Russian hemp is the best, though that is not wit which needs explaining. By dint of the spirits which, besides stimulating my fainting strength, united with the cool air of the sea to give me an appetite for our hard biscuit, and also by dint of walking briskly up and down the deck before the windlass, I had now recovered in good part from my sickness, and finding the sailors all very pleasant and sociable, at least among themselves, and seated smoking together like old cronies, and nothing on earth to do but sit the watch out, I began to think that they were a pretty good set of fellows after all, barring their swearing and another ugly way of talking they had, and I thought I had misconceived their true characters, for at the outset I had deemed them such a parcel of wicked, hard–hearted rascals that it would be a severe affliction to associate with them. Yes, I now began to look on them with a sort of incipient love, but more with an eye of pity and compassion, as men of naturally gentle and kind dispositions, whom only hardships, and neglect, and ill usage had made outcasts from good society; and not as villains who loved wickedness for the sake of it, and would persist in wickedness even in paradise if they ever got there. And I called to mind a sermon I had once heard in a church in behalf of sailors, when the preacher called them strayed lambs from the fold, and compared them to poor lost children, babes in the wood, orphans without fathers or mothers. And I remembered reading in a magazine called the Sailor's Magazine, with a sea blue cover and a ship painted on the back, about pious seamen who never swore, and paid over all their wages to the poor heathen in India; and how that when they were too old to go to sea, these pious old sailors found a delightful home for life in the hospital, where they had nothing to do but prepare themselves for their latter end. And I wondered whether there were any such good sailors among my shipmates, and observing that one of them laid on deck apart from the rest, I thought to be sure he must be one of them. So I did not disturb his devotions, but I was afterwards shocked at discovering that he was only fast asleep with one of the brown jugs by his side. I forgot to mention, by the way, that every once in a while the men went into one corner, where the chief mate could not see them, to take a swig at the halyards, as they called it; and this swigging at the halyards it was that enabled them to taper off handsomely, and no doubt it was this, too, that had something to do with making them so pleasant and sociable that night, for they were seldom so pleasant and sociable afterward, and never treated me so kindly as they did then. Yet this might have been owing to my being something of a stranger to them then, and our being just out of port; but that very night they turned about and taught me a bitter lesson, but all in good time. I have said, that seeing how agreeable they were getting, and how friendly their manner was, I began to feel a sort of compassion for them, grounded on their sad conditions as amiable outcasts; and feeling so warm an interest in them, and being full of pity, and being truly desirous of benefiting them to the best of my poor powers, for I knew they were but poor indeed, I made bold to ask one of them whether he was ever in the habit of going to church when he was ashore, or dropping in at the floating chapel I had seen lying off the dock in the East River at New York, and whether he would think it too much of a liberty if I asked him if he had any good books in his chest. He stared a little at first, but marking what good language I used, seeing my civil bearing toward him, he seemed for a moment to be filled with a certain involuntary respect for me, and answered that he had been to church once, some 10 or 12 years before, in London, and on a week day had helped to move the floating chapel round the Battery from the North River, and that was the only time he had seen it. For his books, he said he did not know what I meant by good books, but if I wanted the Newgate Calendar and Pirate's Own, he could lend them to me. When I heard this poor sailor talk in this manner, showing so plainly his ignorance and absence of proper views of religion, I pitied him more and more, and contrasting my own situation with his, I was grateful that I was different from him; and I thought how pleasant it was to feel wiser and better than he could feel, though I was willing to confess to myself that it was not altogether my own good endeavors, so much as my education, which I had received from others, that had made me the upright and sensible boy I at that time thought myself to be. And it was now that I began to feel a good degree of complacency and satisfaction in surveying my own character, for before this I had previously associated with persons of a very discreet life, so that there was little opportunity to magnify myself by comparing myself with my neighbors. Thinking that my superiority to him in a moral way might sit uneasily upon this sailor, I thought it would soften the matter down by giving him a chance to show his own superiority to me in a minor thing, for I was far from being vain and conceited. Having observed that at certain intervals a little bell was rung on the quarter deck by the man at the wheel, and that as soon as it was heard, some one of the sailors forward struck a large bell which hung on the forecastle; and having observed that how many times soever the man astern rang his bell, the man forward struck his tit for tat, I inquired of this floating chapel sailor what all this ringing meant, and whether, as the big bell hung right over the scuttle that went down to the place where the watch below were sleeping, such a ringing every little while would not tend to disturb them and beget unpleasant dreams. And in asking these questions I was particular to address him in a civil and condescending way, so as to show him very plainly that I did not deem myself one whit better than he was, that is, taking all things together, and not going into particulars. But to my great surprise and mortification, he, in the rudest land of manner, laughed aloud in my face, and called me a Jimmy Dukes, though that was not my real name, and he must have known it; and also the son of a farmer, though, as I have previously related, my father was a great merchant and French importer in Broad street in New York. And then he began to laugh and joke about me, with the other sailors, till they all got round me; and if I had not felt so terribly angry, I should certainly have felt very much a fool. But my being so angry prevented me from feeling foolish, which is very lucky for people in a passion. Chapter 10. He is very much frightened. The sailors abuse him, and he becomes miserable and forlorn. While the scene last described was going on, we were all startled by a horrid groaning noise down in the forecastle, and all at once some one came rushing up the scuttle in his shirt, clutching something in his hand, and trembling and shrieking in the most frightful manner, so that I thought one of the sailors must be murdered below. But it all passed in a moment, and while we stood aghast at the sight, and almost before we knew what it was, the shrieking man jumped over the bows into the sea, and we saw him no more. Then there was a great uproar. The sailors came running up on deck, and the chief mate ran forward, and learning what had happened, began to yell out his orders about the sails and yards; and we all went to pulling and hauling the ropes, till at last the ship lay almost still on the water. Then they loosed the boat, which kept pulling round the ship for more than an hour, but they never caught sight of the man. It seemed that he was one of the sailors who had been brought aboard dead drunk, and tumbled into his bunk by his landlord, and there he had lain till now. He must have suddenly waked up, I suppose, raging mad with the delirium tremens, as the chief mate called it, and finding himself in a strange silent place, and knowing not how he had got there, he rushed on deck, and so, in a fit of frenzy, put an end to himself. This event, happening at the dead of night, had a wonderfully solemn and almost awful effect upon me. I would have given the whole world, and the sun and moon, and all the stars in heaven, if they had been mine, had I been safe back at Mr. Jones's, or still better, in my home on the Hudson River. I thought it an ill-omened voyage, and railed at the folly which had sent me to sea, sore against the advice of my best friends, that is to say, my mother and sisters. Alas! poor Wellingborough, thought I, you will never see your home any more; and in this melancholy mood I went below, when the watch had expired, which happened soon after. But to my terror, I found that the suicide had been occupying the very bunk which I had appropriated to myself, and there was no other place for me to sleep in. The thought of lying down there now seemed too horrible to me, and what made it worse was the way in which the sailors spoke of my being frightened; and they took this opportunity to tell me what a hard and wicked me I had entered upon, and how that such things happened frequently at sea, and they were used to it. But I did not believe this, for when the suicide came rushing and shrieking up the scuttle, they looked as frightened as I did. And besides that, and what makes their being frightened still plainer, is the fact that if they had had any presence of mind, they could have prevented his plunging overboard, since he brushed right by them. However, they lay in their bunks smoking, and kept talking on some time in this strain, and advising me, as soon as ever I got home, to pin my ears back, so as not to hold the wind, and sail straight away into the interior of the country, and never stop until deep in the bush, far off from the least running brook, never mind how shallow, and out of sight of even the smallest puddle of rain water. This kind of talking brought the tears into my eyes, for it was so true and real, and the sailors who spoke it seemed so false-hearted and insincere. But for all that, in spite of the sickness at my heart, it made me mad, and stung me to the quick, that they should speak of me as a poor trembling coward, who could never be brought to endure the hardships of a sailor's life. For I felt myself trembling, and knew that I was but a coward then, well enough, without their telling me of it. And they did not say I was cowardly because they perceived it in me, but because they merely supposed I must be, judging, no doubt, from their own secret thoughts about themselves. For I felt sure that the suicide frightened them very badly; and at last, being provoked to desperation by their taunts, I told them so to their faces. But I might better have kept silent, for they now all united to abuse me. They asked me what business I, a boy like me, had to go to sea, and take the bread out of the mouth of honest sailors, and fill a good seaman's place; and asked me whether I ever dreamed of becoming a captain, since I was a gentleman with white hands; and if I ever should be, they would like nothing better than to ship aboard my vessel and stir up a mutiny. And one of them, whose name was Jackson, of whom I shall have a good deal more to say by and by, said, I had better steer clear of him ever after, for if ever I crossed his path or got into his way, he would be the death of me; and if ever I stumbled about in the rigging near him, he would make nothing of pitching me overboard, and that he swore to, with an oath. At first all this nearly stunned me, it was so unforeseen; and then I could not believe that they meant what they said, or that they could be so cruel and black–hearted. But how could I help seeing that the men who could thus talk to a poor friendless boy on the very first night of his voyage to sea must be capable of almost any enormity? I loathed, detested, and hated them with all that was left of my bursting heart and soul; and I thought myself the most forlorn and miserable wretch that ever breathed. May I never be a man, thought I, if to be a boy is to be such a wretch. And I wailed and wept, and my heart cracked within me; but all the time I defied them through my teeth, and dared them to do their worst. At last they ceased talking and fell fast asleep, leaving me awake, seated on a chest with my face bent over my knees between my hands; and there I sat, till at length the dull beating against the ship's bows, and the silence around, soothed me down, and I fell asleep as I sat. Section 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 3 of Redburn, his First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, his First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 11 through 15. Chapter 11. He helps wash the decks, and then goes to breakfast. The next thing I knew was the loud thumping of a handspike on deck, as the watch was called again. It was now 4 o'clock in the morning, and when we got on deck the first signs of day were shining in the east. The men were very sleepy, and sat down on the windlass without speaking, and some of them nodded and nodded, till at last they fell off like little boys in church during a drowsy sermon. At last it was broad day, and an order was given to wash down the decks. A great tub was dragged into the waist, and then one of the men went over into the chains, and slipped in behind a band fastened to the shrouds, and leaning over, began to swing a bucket into the sea by a long rope. And in that way, with much expertness and sleight of hand, he managed to fill the tub in a very short time. Then the water began to splash about all over the decks, and I began to think I should surely get my feet wet, and catch my death of cold. So I went to the chief mate, and told him I thought I would just step below, till this miserable wetting was over, for I did not have any waterproof boots, and an aunt of mine had died of consumption. But he only roared out for me to get a broom and go to scrubbing, or he would prove a worse consumption to me than ever got hold of my poor aunt. So I scrubbed away fore and aft, till my back was almost broke, for the brooms had uncommon short handles, and we were told to scrub hard. At length, the scrubbing being over, the mate began heaving buckets of water about to wash everything clean, by way of finishing off. He must have thought this fine sport, just as captains of fire engines love to point the tube of their hose, for he kept me running after him with full buckets of water, and sometimes chased a little chip all over the deck with a continued flood, till at last he sent it flying out of a scupper hole into the sea, when, if he had only given me permission, I could have picked it up in a trice, and dropped it overboard without saying one word, and without wasting so much water. But he said there was plenty of water in the ocean, and to spare, which was true enough, but then I, who had to trot after him with the buckets, had no more legs and arms than I wanted for my own use. I thought this washing down the decks was the most foolish thing in the world, and besides that, it was the most uncomfortable. It was worse than my mother's house cleanings at home, which I used to abominate so. At 8 o'clock the bell was struck, and we went to breakfast. And now some of the worst of my troubles began. For not having had any friend to tell me what I would want at sea, I had not provided myself, as I should have done, with a good many things that a sailor needs. And for my own part, it had never entered my mind that sailors had no table to sit down to, no cloth, or napkins, or tumblers, and had to provide everything themselves. But so it was. The first thing they did was this: every sailor went to the cook-house with his tin pot, and got it filled with coffee. But of course, having no pot, there was no coffee for me. And after that, a sort of little tub called a kid was passed down into the forecastle, filled with something they called burgoo. This was like mush, made of Indian corn, meal, and water. With the kid, a little tin cannikin was passed down with molasses. Then the Jackson that I spoke of before put the kid between his knees, and began to pour in the molasses, just like an old landlord mixing punch for a party. He scooped out a little hole in the middle of the mush to hold the molasses, so it looked for all the world like a little black pool in the dismal swamp of Virginia. Then they formed a circle round the kid, and one after the other, with great regularity, dipped their spoons into the mush, and after stirring them round a little in the molasses pool, they swallowed down their mouthfuls, and smacked their lips over it, as if it tasted very good, which I have no doubt it did, but not having any spoon, I wasn't sure. I sat some time watching these proceedings, and wondering how polite they were to each other, for though there were a great many spoons to only one dish, they never got entangled. At last, seeing that the mush was getting thinner and thinner, and that it was getting low water, or rather low molasses, in the little pool, I ran on deck, and after searching about, returned with a bit of stick. And thinking I had as good a right as any one else to the mush and molasses, I worked my way into the circle, intending to make one of the party. So I shoved in my stick, and after twirling it about, was just managing to carry a little burgoo toward my mouth, which had been for some time standing ready open to receive it, when one of the sailors, perceiving what I was about, knocked the stick out of my hands, and asked me where I learned my manners. Was that the way gentlemen eat in my country? Did they eat their victuals with splinters of wood, and couldn't that wealthy gentleman, my father, afford to buy his gentlemanly son a spoon? All the rest joined in, and pronounced me an ill-bred, coarse, and unmanly youngster, who, if permitted to go on with such behavior as that, would corrupt the whole crew, and make them no better than swine. As I felt conscious that a stick was indeed a thing very unsuitable to eat with, I did not say much to this, though it vexed me enough. But remembering that I had seen one of the steerage passengers with a pan and spoon in his hand, eating his breakfast on the fore hatch, I now ran on deck again, and to my great joy succeeded in borrowing his spoon, for he had got through his meal; and down I came again, though at the 11th hour, and offered myself once more as a candidate. But alas! there was little more of the Dismal Swamp left, and when I reached over to the opposite end of the kid, I received a rap on the knuckles from a spoon, and was told that I must help myself from my own side, for that was the rule. But my side was scraped clean, so I got no burgoo that morning. But I made it up by eating some salt beef and biscuit, which I found to be the invariable accompaniment of every meal, the sailors sitting cross-legged on their chests in a circle, and breaking the hard biscuit very sociably over each other's heads, which was very convenient indeed, but gave me the headache, at least for the first 4 or 5 days, till I got used to it; and then I did not care much about it, only it kept my hair full of crumbs, and I had forgot to bring a fine comb and brush, so I used to shake my hair out to windward over the bulwarks every evening. Chapter 12. He gives some account of one of his shipmates called Jackson. While we sat eating our beef and biscuit, 2 of the men got into a dispute about who had been seafaring the longest, when Jackson, who had mixed the burgoo, called upon them in a loud voice to cease their clamor, for he would decide the matter for them. Of this sailor I shall have something more to say as I get on with my narrative, so I will here try to describe him a little. Did you ever see a man with his hair shaved off, and just recovered from the yellow fever? Well, just such a looking man was this sailor. He was as yellow as gamboge, had no more whisker on his cheek than I have on my elbows. His hair had fallen out, and left him very bald, except in the nape of his neck, and just behind the ears, where it was stuck over with short little tufts, and looked like a worn-out shoe-brush. His nose had broken down in the middle, and he squinted with one eye, and did not look very straight out of the other. He dressed a good deal like a Bowery boy, for he despised the ordinary sailor rig, wearing a pair of great overall blue trousers, fastened with suspenders, and 3 red woolen shirts, one over the other, for he was subject to the rheumatism, and was not in good health, he said. And he had a large white wool hat, with a broad rolling brim. He was a native of New York City, and had a good deal to say about Highlanders and rowdies, whom he denounced as only good for the gallows. But I thought he looked a good deal like a Highlander himself. His name, as I have said, was Jackson, and he told us he was a near relation of General Jackson of New Orleans, and swore terribly if any one ventured to question what he asserted on that head. In fact, he was a great bully, and being the best seaman on board, and very overbearing every way, all the men were afraid of him, and durst not contradict him, or cross his path in anything. And what made this more wonderful was that he was the weakest man, bodily, of the whole crew, and I have no doubt that, young and small as I was then, compared to what I am now, I could have thrown him down. But he had such an overawing way with him, such a deal of brass and impudence, such an unflinching face, and withal was such a hideous-looking mortal, that Satan himself would have run from him. And besides all this, it was quite plain that he was by nature a marvelously clever, cunning man, though without education, and understood human nature to a kink, and well knew whom he had to deal with. And then, one glance of his squinting eye was as good as a knockdown, for it was the most deep, subtle, infernal-looking eye that I ever saw lodged in a human head. I believe that by good rights it must have belonged to a wolf or starved tiger. At any rate, I would defy any oculist to turn out a glass eye half so cold and snaky and deadly. It was a horrible thing, and I would give much to forget that I have ever seen it, for it haunts me to this day. It was impossible to tell how old this Jackson was, for he had no beard and no wrinkles except small crow's feet about the eyes. He might have seen 30 or perhaps 50 years, but according to his own account he had been to sea ever since he was 8 years old, when he first went as a cabin boy in an Indiaman and ran away at Calcutta. And according to his own account, too, he had passed through every kind of dissipation and abandonment in the worst parts of the world. He had served in Portuguese slavers on the coast of Africa, and with a diabolical relish used to tell of the middle passage where the slaves were stowed, heel and point, like logs, and the suffocated and dead were unmanacled and weeded out from the living every morning before washing down the decks. How he had been in a slaving schooner, which, being chased by an English cruiser off Cape Verde, received 3 shots in her hull, which raked through and through a whole file of slaves that were chained. He would tell of lying in Batavia during a fever, when his ship lost a man every few days, and how they went reeling ashore with the body, and got still more intoxicated by way of precaution against the plague. He would talk of finding a cobra de capello, or hooded snake, under his pillow in India, when he slept ashore there. He would talk of sailors being poisoned at Canton with drugged shampoo, for the sake of their money, and of the Malay ruffians who stopped ships in the Straits of Caspar and always saved the captain for the last, so as to make him point out where the most valuable goods were stored. His whole talk was of this land, full of piracies, plagues, and poisonings, and often he narrated many passages in his own individual career, which were almost incredible from the consideration that few men could have plunged into such infamous vices and clung to them so long without paying the death penalty. But in truth he carried about with him the traces of these things, and the mark of a fearful end nigh at hand, like that of King Antiochus of Syria, who died a worse death, history says, than if he had been stung out of the world by wasps and hornets. Nothing was left of this Jackson but the foul lees and dregs of a man. He was thin as a shadow, nothing but skin and bones, and sometimes used to complain that it hurt him to sit on the hard chests, and I sometimes fancied it was the consciousness of his miserable broken-down condition, and the prospect of soon dying like a dog in consequence of his sins, that made this poor wretch always eye me with such malevolence as he did. For I was young and handsome, at least my mother so thought me, and as soon as I became a little used to the sea, and shook off my low spirits somewhat, I began to have my old color in my cheeks, and, spite of misfortune, to appear well and hearty, whereas he was being consumed by an incurable malady that was eating up his vitals, and was more fit for a hospital than a ship. As I am sometimes by nature inclined to indulge in unauthorized surmisings about the thoughts going on with regard to me in the people I meet, especially if I have reason to think they dislike me, I will not put it down for a certainty that what I suspected concerning this Jackson relative to his thoughts of me was really the truth, but only state my honest opinion and how it struck me at the time, and even now I think I was not wrong. And indeed, unless it was so, how could I account to myself for the shudder that would run through me when I caught this man gazing at me, as I often did, for he was apt to be dumb at times, and would sit with his eyes fixed and his teeth set like a man in the moody madness. I well remember the first time I saw him, and how I was startled at his eye, which was even then fixed upon me. He was standing at the ship's helm, being the first man that got there, when a steersman was called for by the pilot. For this Jackson was always on the alert for easy duties, and used to plead his delicate health as the reason for assuming them, as he did, though I used to think that for a man in poor health he was very swift on the legs, at least when a good place was to be jumped to, though that might only have been a sort of spasmodic exertion under strong inducements, which every one knows the greatest invalids will sometimes show. And though the sailors were always very bitter against anything like soldiering, as they called it, that is, anything that savored a desire to get rid of downright hard work, Yet I observed that, though this Jackson was a notorious old soldier, the whole voyage, I mean in all things not perilous to do, from which he was far from hanging back, and in truth was a great veteran that way, and one who must have passed unhurt through many campaigns. Yet they never presumed to call him to account in any way, or to let him so much as think what they thought of his conduct. But I often heard them call him many hard names behind his back, and sometimes, too, when perhaps they had just been tenderly inquiring after his health before his face. They all stood in mortal fear of him, and cringed and fawned about him like so many spaniels, and used to rub his back after he was undressed and lying in his bunk, and used to run up on deck to the cook-house to warm some cold coffee for him, and used to fill his pipe, and give him chews of tobacco, and mend his jackets and trousers, and used to watch and tend and nurse him every way. And all the time he would sit scowling on them, and found fault with what they did. And I noticed that those who did the most for him, and cringed the most before him, were the very ones he most abused, while 2 or 3 who held more aloof he treated with little consideration. It is not for me to say what it was that made a whole ship's company submit so to the whims of one poor miserable man like Jackson. I only know that so it was. But I have no doubt that if he had had a blue eye in his head, or had had a different face from what he did have, they would not have stood in such awe of him. And it astonished me to see that one of the seamen, a remarkably robust and good-humored young man from Belfast in Ireland, was a person of no mark or influence among the crew, but on the contrary was hooted at, and trampled upon, and made a butt and laughing-stock, and more than all, was continually being abused and snubbed by Jackson, who seemed to hate him cordially because of his great strength and fine person, and particularly because of his red cheeks. But then this Belfast man, although he had shipped for an able seaman, was not much of a sailor, and that always lowers a man in the eyes of a ship's company. I mean, when he ships for an able seaman, but is not able to do the duty of one. For sailors are 3 classes: able seamen, ordinary seamen, and boys, and they receive different wages according to their rank. Generally, a ship's company of 12 men will only have 5 or 6 able seamen, who, if they prove to understand their duty every way, and that is no small matter either, as I shall hereafter show, perhaps, are looked up to and thought much of by the ordinary seamen and boys, who reverence their very pea-jackets, and lay up their sayings in their hearts. But you must not think from this that persons called boys aboard merchant ships are all youngsters, though, to be sure, I myself was called a boy, and a boy I was. No, in merchant ships a boy means a green hand, a landsman on his first voyage, and never mind if he is old enough to be a grandfather, he is still called a boy, and boy's work is put upon him. But I am straying off from what I was going to say about Jackson's putting an end to the dispute between the 2 sailors in the forecastle after breakfast. After they had been disputing some time about who had been to sea the longest, Jackson told them to stop talking, and then bade one of them open his mouth, for, said he, I can tell a sailor's age just like a horse's, by his teeth. So the man laughed and opened his mouth, and Jackson made him step out under the scuttle, where the light came down from deck, and then made him throw his head back while he looked into it, and probed a little with his jack-knife, like a baboon peering into a junk bottle. I trembled for the poor fellow, just as if I had seen him under the hands of a crazy barber making signs to cut his throat, and he all the while sitting stock still with the lather on to be shaved. For I watched Jackson's eye, and saw it snapping, and a sort of going in and out, very quick, as if it were something like a forked tongue. And somehow I felt as if he were longing to kill the man. But at last he grew more composed, and after concluding his examination, said that the first man was the oldest sailor, for the ends of his teeth were the evenest and most worn down, which, he said, arose from eating so much hard sea-biscuit, and this was the reason he could tell a sailor's age like a horse's. At this everybody made merry, and looked at each other, as much as to say, "Come, boys, let's laugh." And they did laugh, and declared it was a rare joke. This was always the way with them. They made a point of shouting out whenever Jackson said anything with a grin, that being the sign to them that he himself thought it funny, though I heard many good jokes from others pass off without a smile. And once Jackson himself, for to tell the truth he sometimes had a comical way with him, that is, when his back did not ache, told a truly funny story, but with a grave face, when, not knowing how he meant it, whether for a laugh or otherwise, they all sat still, waiting what to do, and looking perplexed enough, till at last Jackson roared out upon them for a parcel of fools and idiots, and told them to their beards how it was, that he had purposely put on his grave face to see whether they would not look grave too, even when he was telling something that ought to split their sides. And with that he flouted and jeered at them, and laughed them all to scorn, and broke out in such a rage that his lips began to glue together at the corners with a fine white foam. He seemed to be full of hatred and gall against everything and everybody in the world, as if all the world was one person, and had done him some dreadful harm that was rankling and festering in his heart. Sometimes I thought he was really crazy, and often felt so frightened at him that I thought of going to the captain about it, and telling him Jackson ought to be confined, lest he should do some terrible thing at last. But upon second thoughts I always gave it up, for the captain would only have called me a fool, and sent me forward again. But you must not think that all the sailors were alike in abasing themselves before this man. No, there were 3 or 4 who used to stand up sometimes against him, and when he was absent at the wheel, would plot against him among the other sailors, and tell them what a shame and ignominy it was that such a poor miserable wretch should be such a tyrant over much better men than himself. And they begged and conjured them as men to put up with it no longer, but the very next time that Jackson presumed to play the dictator, that they should all withstand him, and let him know his place. 2 or 3 times nearly all hands agreed to it, with the exception of those who used to slink off during such discussions, and swore that they would not any more submit to being ruled by Jackson. But when the time came to make good their oaths, they were mum again, and let everything go on the old way, so that those who had put them up to it had to bear all the brunt of Jackson's wrath by themselves. And though these last would stick up a little at first, and even mutter something about a fight to Jackson, yet in the end, finding themselves unbefriended by the rest, they would gradually become silent, and leave the field to the tyrant, who would then fly out worse than ever, and dare them to do their worst, and jeer at them for white-livered poltroons, who did not have a mouthful of heart in them. At such times there were no bounds to his contempt, and indeed all the time he seemed to have even more contempt than hatred, for everybody and everything. As for me, I was but a boy, and at any time aboard ship a boy is expected to keep quiet, do what he is bid, never presume to interfere, and seldom to talk unless spoken to. For merchant sailors have a great idea of their dignity and superiority to greenhorns and landsmen, who know nothing about a ship, and they seem to think that an able seaman is a great man, at least a much greater man than a little boy. And the able seamen in the Highlander had such grand notions about their seamanship, that I almost thought that able seamen received diplomas, like those given at colleges, and were made a sort A.M.S., or Masters of Arts. But though I kept thus quiet, and had very little to say, and well knew that my best plan was to get along peaceably with everybody, and indeed endure a good deal before showing fight, yet I could not avoid Jackson's evil eye, nor escape his bitter enmity, and his being my foe set many of the rest against me, or at least they were afraid to speak out for me before Jackson, so that at last I found myself a sort of Ishmael in the ship, without a single friend or companion, and I began to feel a hatred growing up in me against the whole crew, so much so that I prayed against it, that it might not master my heart completely, and so make a fiend of me, something like Jackson. Chapter 13. He has a fine day at sea, begins to like it, but changes his mind. The second day out of port, the decks being washed down and breakfast over, the watch was called, and the mate set us to work. It was a very bright day. The sky and water were both of the same deep hue, and the air felt warm and sunny, so that we threw off our jackets. I could hardly believe that I was sailing in the same ship I had been in during the night, when everything had been so lonely and dim. And I could hardly imagine that this was the same ocean, now so beautiful and blue, that during part of the night watch had rolled along so black and forbidding. There were little traces of sunny clouds all over the heavens, and little fleeces of foam all over the sea, and the ship made a strange musical noise under her bows as she glided along with her sails all still. It seemed a pity to go to work at such a time, and if we could only have sat in the windlass again, or if they would have let me go out on the bowsprit and lay down between the man ropes there, and look over at the fish in the water, and think of home, I should have been almost happy for a time. I had now completely got over my seasickness, and felt very well, at least in my body, though my heart was far from feeling right, so that I could now look around me and make observations. And truly, though we were at sea, there was much to behold and wonder at to me, who was on my first voyage. What most amazed me was the sight of the great ocean itself, for we were out of sight of land. All round us, on both sides of the ship, ahead and astern, nothing was to be seen but water, water, water. Not a single glimpse of green shore, not the smallest island or speck of moss anywhere. Never did I realize till now what the ocean was, how grand and majestic, how solitary and boundless, and beautiful and blue. For that day it gave no tokens of squalls or hurricanes, such as I had heard my father tell of. Nor could I imagine how anything that seemed so playful and placid could be lashed into rage, and troubled into rolling avalanches of foam, and great cascades of waves, such as I saw in the end. As I looked at it so mild and sunny, I could not help calling to mind my little brother's face, when he was sleeping an infant in the cradle. It had just such a happy, careless, innocent look, and every happy little wave seemed gambolling about like a thoughtless little kid in a pasture, and seemed to look up in your face as it passed, as if it wanted to be patted and caressed. They seemed all live things with hearts in them, that could feel, and I almost felt grieved as we sailed in among them, scattering them under our broad bows in sunflakes, and riding over them like a great elephant among lambs. But what seemed perhaps the most strange to me of all was a certain wonderful rising and falling of the sea. I do not mean the waves themselves, but a sort of wide heaving and swelling and sinking all over the ocean. It was something I cannot very well describe, but I know very well what it was, and how it affected me. It made me almost dizzy to look at it, and yet I could not keep my eyes off it. It seemed so passing strange and wonderful. I felt as if in a dream all the time, and when I could shut the ship out, almost thought I was in some new fairy world, and expected to hear myself called to, out of the clear blue air, or from the depths of the deep blue sea. But I did not have much leisure to indulge in such thoughts, for the men were now getting some stunsails ready to hoist aloft, as the wind was getting fairer and fairer for us, and these stunsails are light canvas which are spread at such times away out beyond the ends of the yards, where they overhang the wide water, like the wings of a great bird. For my own part, I could do but little to help the rest, not knowing the name of anything, or the proper way to go about aught. Besides, I felt very dreamy, as I said before, and did not exactly know where or what I was. Everything was so strange and new. While the stunsails were lying all tumbled upon the deck, and the sailors were fastening them to the booms, getting them ready to hoist, the mate ordered me to do a great many simple things, none of which could I comprehend, owing to the queer words he used. And then, seeing me stand quite perplexed and confounded, he would roar out at me, and call me all manner of names, and the sailors would laugh and wink to each other, but durst not go farther than that, for fear of the mate, who, in his own presence, would not let anybody laugh at me but himself. However, I tried to wake up as much as I could, and keep from dreaming with my eyes open, and being, at bottom, a smart, apt lad, at last I managed to learn a thing or two, so that I did not appear so much like a fool as at first. People who have never gone to sea for the first time as sailors cannot imagine how puzzling and confounding it is. It must be like going into a barbarous country, where they speak a strange dialect, arid dress in strange clothes, and live in strange houses. For sailors have their own names, even for things that are familiar ashore, and if you call a thing by its shore name, you are laughed at for an ignoramus and a landlubber. This first day I speak of, the mate having ordered me to draw some water, I asked him where I was to get the pail, when I thought I had committed some dreadful crime, for he flew into a great passion, and said they never had any pails at sea, and then I learned that they were always called buckets. And once I was talking about sticking a little wooden peg into a bucket to stop a leak, when he flew out again, and said there were no pegs at sea, only plugs. And just so it was with everything else. But besides all this, there is such an infinite number of totally new names of new things to learn, that at first it seemed impossible for me to master them all. If you have ever seen a ship, you must have remarked what a thicket of ropes there are, and how they all seemed mixed and entangled together like a great skein of yarn. Now, the very smallest of these ropes has its own proper name, and many of them are very lengthy, like the names of young royal princes, such as the starboard maintop gallant bow line, or the larboard foretopsail clew line. I think it would not be a bad plan to have a grand new naming of a ship's ropes, as I have read they once had a simplifying of the classes of plants in botany. It is really wonderful how many names there are in the world. There is no counting the names that surgeons and anatomists give to the various parts of the human body, which, indeed, is something like a ship, its bones being the stiff standing rigging, and the sinews the small running ropes that manage all the motions. I wonder whether mankind could not get along without all these names, which keep increasing every day and hour and moment, till at last the very air will be full of them. And even in a great plain, men will be breathing each other's breath, owing to the vast multitude of words they use, that consume all the air, just as lamp burners do gas. But people seem to have a great love for names, for to know a great many names seems to look like knowing a good many things, though I should not be surprised if there were a great many more names than things in the world. But I must quit this rambling and return to my story. At last we hoisted the stunsails up to the topsail yards, and as soon as the vessel felt them, she gave a sort of bound like a horse, and the breeze blowing more and more, she went plunging along, shaking off the foam from her bows, like foam from a bridle bit. Every mast and timber seemed to have a pulse in it that was beating with me and joy, and I felt a glad exulting in my own heart, and felt as if I would be glad to bound along so round the world. Then was I first conscious of a wonderful thing in me, that responded to all the wild commotion of the outer world, and went reeling on and on with the planets in their orbits, and was lost in one delirious throb at the center of the all. A wild bubbling and bursting was at my heart, as if a hidden spring had just gushed out there, and my blood ran tingling along my frame like mountain brooks in spring freshets. Yes, yes. Give me this glorious ocean life, this salt sea life, this briny, foamy life, when the sea neighs and snorts, and you breathe the very breath that the great whales respire. Let me roll around the globe, let me rock upon the sea. Let me race and pant out my life, with an eternal breeze astern, and an endless sea before. But how soon these raptures abated, when after a brief idle interval, we were again set to work, and I had a vile commission to clean out the chicken coops, and make up the beds of the pigs in the long boat. Miserable dog's life is this of the sea, commanded like a slave, and set to work like an ass; vulgar and brutal men lording it over me, as if I were an African in Alabama. Yes, yes, blow on, ye breezes, and make a speedy end to this abominable voyage. Chapter 14. He contemplates making a social call on the captain in his cabin. What reminded me most forcibly of my ignominious condition was the widely altered manner of the captain toward me. I had thought him a fine, funny gentleman, full of mirth and good humor, and good will to seamen, and one who could not fail to appreciate the difference between me and the rude sailors among whom I was thrown. Indeed, I had made no doubt that he would in some special manner take me under his protection, and prove a kind friend and benefactor to me, as I had heard that some sea captains are fathers to their crew. And so they are, but such fathers as Solomon's precepts tend to make, severe and chastising fathers, fathers whose sense of duty overcomes the sense of love, and who every day in some sort play the part of Brutus, who ordered his son away to execution, as I have read in our old family Plutarch. Yes, I thought that Captain Riga, for Riga was his name, would be attentive and considerate to me, and strive to cheer me up, and comfort me in my lonesomeness. I did not even deem it at all impossible that he would invite me down into the cabin of a pleasant night, to ask me questions concerning my parents and prospects in life, besides obtaining from me some anecdotes touching my great uncle, the illustrious senator, or give me a slate and pencil, and teach me problems in navigation, or perhaps engage me at a game of chess. I even thought he might invite me to dinner on a sunny Sunday, and help me plentifully to the nice cabin fare, as knowing how distasteful the salt beef and pork and hard biscuit of the forecastle must at first be to a boy like me, who had always lived ashore and at home. And I could not help regarding him with peculiar emotions, almost of tenderness and love, as the last visible link in the chain of associations which bound me to my home. For while yet in port, I had seen him and Mr. Jones, my brother's friend, standing together and conversing, so that from the captain to my brother there was but one intermediate step, and my brother and mother and sisters were one. And this reminds me how often I used to pass by the places on deck where I remembered Mr. Jones had stood when we first visited the ship lying at the wharf, and how I tried to convince myself that it was indeed true that he had stood there, though now the ship was so far away on the wide Atlantic Ocean, and he perhaps was walking down Wall Street, or sitting reading the newspaper in his counting room, while poor I was so differently employed. When 2 or 3 days had passed without the captain speaking to me in any way, or sending word into the forecastle that he wished me to drop into the cabin to pay my respects, I began to think whether I should not make the first advances, and whether indeed he did not expect it of me, since I was but a boy, and he a man. And perhaps that might have been the reason why he had not spoken to me yet, deeming it more proper and respectful for me to address him first. I thought he might be offended too, especially if he were a proud man with tender feelings. So, one evening, a little before sundown, in the second dog watch, when there was no more work to be done, I concluded to call and see him. After drawing a bucket of water, and having a good washing, to get off some of the chicken coop stains, I went down into the forecastle to dress myself as neatly as I could. I put on a white shirt in place of my red one, and got into a pair of cloth trousers instead of my duck ones, and put on my new pumps, and then carefully brushing my shooting jacket, I put that on over all, so that upon the whole I made quite a genteel figure, at least for a forecastle, though I would not have looked so well in a drawing room. When the sailors saw me thus employed, they did not know what to make of it, and wanted to know whether I was dressing to go ashore. I told them no, for we were then out of sight of land, but that I was going to pay my respects to the captain. Upon which they all laughed and shouted, as if I were a simpleton, though there seemed nothing so very simple in going to make an evening call upon a friend, when some of them tried to dissuade me, saying I was green and raw; but Jackson, who sat looking on, cried out with a hideous grin, "Let him go, let him go, men, he's a nice boy; let him go, the captain has some nuts and raisins for him." And so he was going on, when one of his violent fits of coughing seized him, and he almost choked. As I was about leaving the forecastle, I happened to look at my hands, and seeing them stained all over of a deep yellow, for that morning the mate had set me to tarring some strips of canvas for the rigging, I thought it would never do to present myself before a gentleman that way; so for want of lads, I slipped on a pair of woolen mittens, which my mother had knit for me to carry to sea. As I was putting them on, Jackson asked me whether he shouldn't call a carriage, and another bade me not forget to present his best respects to the skipper. I left them all tittering, and coming on deck was passing the cook house, when the old cook called after me, saying I had forgot my cane. But I did not heed their impudence, and was walking straight toward the cabin door on the quarter deck, when the chief mate met me. I touched my hat, and was passing him, when, after staring at me till I thought his eyes would burst out, he all at once caught me by the collar, and with a voice of thunder wanted to know what I meant by playing such tricks aboard a ship that he was mate of. I told him to let go of me, or I would complain to my friend the captain, whom I intended to visit that evening. Upon this he gave me such a whirl round, that I thought the Gulf Stream was in my head, and then shoved me forward, roaring out I know not what. Meanwhile the sailors were all standing round the windlass, looking aft, mightily tickled. Seeing I could not effect my object that night, I thought it best to defer it for the present; and returning among the sailors, Jackson asked me how I had found the captain, and whether the next time I went I would not take a friend along, and introduce him. The upshot of this business was that before I went to sleep that night, I felt well satisfied that it was not customary for sailors to call on the captain in the cabin; and I began to have an inkling of the fact that I had acted like a fool; but it all arose from my ignorance of sea usages. And here I may as well state that I never saw the inside of the cabin during the whole interval that elapsed from our sailing till our return to New York, though I often used to get a peep at it through a little pane of glass set in the house on deck, just before the helm, where a watch was kept hanging for the helmsman to strike the half hours by, with his little bell in the binnacle, where the compass was; and it used to be the great amusement of the sailors to look in through the pane of glass, when they stood at the wheel, and watched the proceedings in the cabin; especially when the steward was setting the table for dinner, or the captain was lounging over a decanter of wine on a little mahogany stand, or playing the game called solitaire at cards of an evening; for at times he was all alone with his dignity, though, as will ere long be shown, he generally had one pleasant companion, whose society he did not dislike. The day following my attempt to drop in at the cabin, I happened to be making fast a rope on the quarter deck, when the captain suddenly made his appearance, promenading up and down and smoking a cigar. He looked very good humored and amiable; and it being just after his dinner, I thought that this, to be sure, was just the chance I wanted. I waited a little while, thinking he would speak to me himself, but as he did not, I went up to him and began by saying it was a very pleasant day, and hoped he was very well. I never saw a man fly into such a rage. I thought he was going to knock me down; but after standing speechless a while, he all at once plucked his cap from his head and threw it at me. I don't know what impelled me, but I ran to the lee scuppers where it fell, picked it up, and gave it to him with a bow, when the mate came running up and thrust me forward again; and after he had got me as far as the windlass, he wanted to know whether I was crazy or not; for if I was, he would put me in irons right off, and have done with it. But I assured him I was in my right mind, and knew perfectly well that I had been treated in the most rude and ungentlemanly manner both by him and Captain Riga. Upon this he rapped out a great oath, and told me if I ever repeated what I had done that evening, or ever again presumed so much as to lift my hat to the captain, he would tie me into the rigging and keep me there until I learned better manners; "You are very green," said he, "but I'll ripen you." Indeed, this chief mate seemed to have the keeping of the dignity of the captain, who, in some sort, seemed too dignified personally to protect his own dignity. I thought this strange enough, to be reprimanded and charged with rudeness for an act of common civility. However, seeing how matters stood, I resolved to let the captain alone for the future, particularly as he had shown himself so deficient in the ordinary breeding of a gentleman; and I could hardly credit it, that this was the same man who had been so very civil and polite and witty when Mr. Jones and I called upon him in port. But this astonishment of mine was much increased, when, some days after, a storm came upon us, and the captain rushed out of the cabin in his nightcap, and nothing else but his shirt on; and, leaping up on the poop, began to jump up and down, and curse and swear, and call the men aloft all manner of hard names, just like a common loafer in the street. Besides all this, too, I noticed that while we were at sea, he wore nothing but old shabby clothes, very different from the glossy suit I had seen him in at our first interview, and after that on the steps of the City Hotel, where he always boarded when in New York. Now, he wore nothing but old fashioned snuff colored coats, with high collars and short waists, and faded short legged pantaloons, very tight about the knees, and vests that did not conceal his waistbands, owing to their being so short, just like a little boy's; and his hats were all caved in and battered, as if they had been knocked about in a cellar, and his boots were sadly patched. Indeed, I began to think that he was but a shabby fellow after all, particularly as his whiskers lost their gloss, and he went days together without shaving, and his hair, by a sort of miracle, began to grow of a pepper and salt color, which might have been owing, though, to his discontinuing the use of some kind of dye while at sea. I put him down as a sort of impostor, and while ashore, a gentleman on false pretenses, for no gentleman would have treated another gentleman as he did me. Yes, Captain Riga, thought I, you are no gentleman, and you know it. Chapter 15. The melancholy state of his wardrobe. And now that I have been speaking of the captain's old clothes, I may as well speak of mine. It was very early in the month of June that we sailed, and I had greatly rejoiced that it was that time of the year, for it would be warm and pleasant upon the ocean, I thought, and my voyage would be like a summer excursion to the sea shore, for the benefit of the salt water, and a change of scene and society. So I had not given myself much concern about what I should wear, and deemed it wholly unnecessary to provide myself with a great outfit of pilot cloth jackets, and browsers, and Guernsey frocks, and oilskin suits, and sea boots, and many other things which old seamen carry in their chests. But one reason was that I did not have the money to buy them with, even if I had wanted to. So, in addition to the clothes I had brought from home, I had only bought a red shirt, a tarpaulin hat, and a belt and knife, as I have previously related, which gave me a sea outfit, something like the Texan Rangers, whose uniform, they say, consists of a shirt collar and a pair of spurs. But I was not many days at sea when I found that my shore clothing, or long togs, as the sailors call them, were but ill adapted to the life I now led. When I went aloft, at my yard arm gymnastics, my pantaloons were all the time ripping and splitting in every direction, particularly about the seat, owing to their not being cut sailor fashion, with low waistbands, and to wear without suspenders, so that I was often placed in most unpleasant predicaments, straddling the rigging, sometimes in plain sight of the cabin, with my table linen exposed in the most inelegant and ungentlemanly manner possible. And worse than all, my best pair of pantaloons, and the pair I most prided myself upon, was a very conspicuous and remarkable looking pair. I had had them made to order by our village tailor, a little fat man, very thin in the legs, and who used to say he imported the latest fashions direct from Paris, though all the fashion plates in his shop were very dirty with fly marks. Well, This tailor made the pantaloons I speak of, and while he had them in hand I used to call and see him 2 or 3 times a day to try them on, and hurry him forward; for he was an old man with large round spectacles, and could not see very well, and had no one to help him but a sick wife, with 5 grandchildren to take care of; and besides that, he was such a great snuff taker that it interfered with his business, for he took several pinches for every stitch, and would sit snuffing and blowing his nose over my pantaloons, till I used to get disgusted with him. Now this old tailor had shown me the pattern after which he intended to make my pantaloons, but I improved upon it, and bade him have a slit on the outside of each leg, at the foot, to button up with a row of 6 brass bell buttons; for a grown up cousin of mine, who was a great sportsman, used to wear a beautiful pair of pantaloons made precisely in that way. And these were the very pair I now had at sea. The sailors made a great deal of fun of them, and were all the time calling on each other to "fatoig" them, and they would ask me to lend them a button or two, by way of a joke, and then they would ask me if I was not a soldier, showing very plainly that they had no idea that my pantaloons were a very genteel pair, made in the height of the sporting fashion, and copied from my cousin's, who was a young man of fortune and drove a tilbury. When my pantaloons ripped and tore, as I have said, I did my best to mend and patch them; but not being much of a seamstress, the more I patched, the more they parted; because I put my patches on without heating the joints of the legs, which only irritated my poor pants the more, and put them out of temper. Nor must I forget my boots, which were almost new when I left home. They had been my Sunday boots, and fitted me to a charm. I never had had a pair of boots that I liked better. I used to turn my toes out when I walked in them, unless it was night time, when no one could see me, and I had something else to think of; and I used to keep looking at them during church, so that I lost a good deal of the sermon. In a word, they were a beautiful pair of boots; but all this only unfitted them the more for sea service, as I soon discovered. They had very high heels, which were all the time tripping me in the rigging, and several times came near pitching me overboard; and the salt water made them shrink in such a manner that they pinched me terribly about the instep, and I was obliged to gash them cruelly, which went to my heart. The legs were quite long, coming a good way up toward my knees, and the edges were mounted with red morocco. The sailors used to call them my gaff topsail boots, and sometimes they used to call me Boots, and sometimes Buttons, on account of the ornaments on my pantaloons and shooting jacket. At last I took their advice, and "raisied" them, as they phrased it; that is, I amputated the legs, and shaved off the heels to the bare soles, which, however, did not much improve them, for it made my feet feel flat as flounders, and besides, brought me down in the world, and made me slip and slide about the decks as I used to at home, when I wore straps on the ice. As for my tarpaulin hat, it was a very cheap one, and therefore proved a real sham and shave. It leaked like an old shingle roof, and in a rain storm kept my hair wet and disagreeable. Besides, from lying down on deck in it during the night watches, it got bruised and battered, and lost all its beauty, so that it was unprofitable every way. But I had almost forgotten my shooting jacket, which was made of moleskin. Every day it grew smaller and smaller, particularly after a rain, until at last I thought it would completely exhale, and leave nothing but the bare seams, by way of a skeleton on my back. It became unspeakably unpleasant when we got into rather cold weather, crossing the banks of Newfoundland, when the only way I had to keep warm during the night was to pull on my waistcoat and my roundabout, and then clap the shooting jacket over all. This made it pinch me under the arms, and it vexed, irritated, and tormented me every way, and used to incommode my arms seriously when I was pulling the ropes; so much so, that the mate asked me once if I had the cramp. I may as well here glance at some trials and tribulations of a similar kind. I had no mattress, or bedclothes of any sort, for the thought of them had never entered my mind before going to sea, so that I was obliged to sleep on the bare boards of my bunk; and when the ship pitched violently and almost stood upon end, I must have looked like an Indian baby tied to a plank, and hung up against a tree like a crucifix. I have already mentioned my total want of table tools, never dreaming that in this respect going to sea as a sailor was something like going to a boarding school, where you must furnish your own spoon and knife, fork and napkin. But at length I was so happy as to barter with a steerage passenger a silk handkerchief of mine for a half-gallon iron pot, with hooks to it, to hang on a grate, and this pot I used to present at the cook-house for my allowance of coffee and tea. It gave me a good deal of trouble, though, to keep it clean, being much disposed to rust, and the hooks sometimes scratched my face when I was drinking, and it was unusually large and heavy, so that my breakfasts were deprived of all ease and satisfaction, and became a toil and a labor to me. And I was forced to use the same pot for my bean soup 3 times a week, which imparted to it a bad flavor for coffee. I cannot tell how I really suffered in many ways for my improvidence and heedlessness in going to sea so ill provided with everything calculated to make my situation at all comfortable, or even tolerable. In time my wretched long togs began to drop off my back, and I looked like a sam-patch, shambling round the deck in my rags and the wreck of my gaff topsail boots. I often thought what my friends at home would have said, if they could but get one peep at me. But I hugged myself in my miserable shooting jacket, when I considered that that degradation and shame never could overtake me. Yet I thought it a galling mockery when I remembered that my sisters had promised to tell all inquiring friends that Wellingborough had gone abroad just as if I was visiting Europe on a tour with my tutor, as poor simple Mr. Jones had hinted to the captain. Still, in spite of the melancholy which sometimes overtook me, there were several little incidents that made me forget myself in the contemplation of the strange and to me most wonderful sights of the sea. And perhaps nothing struck into me such feeling of wild romance as a view of the first vessel we spoke. It was of a clear sunny afternoon, and she came bearing down upon us, a most beautiful sight, with all her sails spread wide. She came very near, and passed under our stern, and as she leaned over to the breeze, showed her decks fore and aft, and I saw the strange sailors grouped upon the forecastle, and the cook look cook-house with a ladle in his hand, and the captain in a green jacket sitting on the taffrail with a speaking trumpet. And here had this vessel come out of the infinite blue ocean, with all these human beings on board, and the smoke tranquilly mounting up into the sea air from the cook's funnel, as if it were a chimney in a city, and everything looking so cool and calm, and, of course, in the midst of what to me at least seemed a superlative marvel. Hoisted at her mizzen-peak was a red flag, with a turreted white castle in the middle, which looked foreign enough, and made me stare all the harder. Our captain, who had put on another hat and coat, and was lounging in an elegant attitude on the poop, now put his high-polished brass trumpet to his mouth, and said in a very rude voice for conversation, "Where from?" To which the other captain rejoined with some outlandish Dutch gibberish, of which we could only make out that the ship belonged to Hamburg, as her flag denoted. Hamburg! Bless my soul, and here I am on the great Atlantic Ocean, actually beholding a ship from Holland. It was passing strange. In my intervals of leisure from other duties, I followed the strange ship till she was quite a little speck in the distance. I could not but be struck with the manner of the 2 sea captains during their brief interview. Seated at their ease on their respective poops toward the stern of their ships, while the sailors were obeying their behests, they touched hats to each other, exchanged compliments, and drove on with all the indifference of 2 Arab horsemen accosting each other on an airing in the desert. To them, I suppose, the great Atlantic Ocean was a puddle. End of Section 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 4 of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 16 through 20. Chapter 16. At dead of night he is sent up to loose the main skysail. I must now run back a little, and tell of my first going aloft at middle watch, when the sea was quite calm, and the breeze was mild. The order was given to loose the main skysail, which is the fifth and highest sail from deck. It was a very small sail, and from the forecastle looked no bigger than a cambric pocket handkerchief. But I have heard that some ships carry still smaller sails above the skysail, called moon sails, and skyscrapers, and cloud rakers. But I shall not believe in them till I see them. A skysail seems high enough in all conscience, and the idea of anything higher than that seems preposterous. Besides, it looks almost like tempting heaven to brush the very firmament so, and almost put the eyes of the stars out, when a flaw of wind, too, might very soon take the conceit out of these cloud-defying cloud rakers. Now, when the order was passed to loose the skysail, an old Dutch sailor came up to me, and said, "Buttons, my boy, it's high time you be doing something, and it's boys' business, Buttons, to loose the royals, and not old men's business like me. Now, d'ye see that little fellow way up there? There, just behind them stars there. Well, tumble up now, Buttons, I say, and loose 'em. Way you go, Buttons." All the rest joining in, and seeming unanimous in the opinion that it was high time for me to be stirring myself, and doing boys' business, as they called it, I made no more ado, but jumped into the rigging. Up I went, not daring to look down, but keeping my eyes glued, as it were, to the shrouds as I ascended. It was a long road up those stairs, and I began to pant and breathe hard, before I was half way. But I kept at it till I got to the Jacob's ladder, and they may well call it so, for it took me almost into the clouds, and at last, to my own amazement, I found myself hanging on the skysail yard, holding on might and main to the mast, and curling my feet round the rigging, as if they were another pair of hands. For a few moments I stood awe-stricken and mute. I could not see far out upon the ocean, owing to the darkness of the night, and from my lofty perch the sea looked like a great black gulf, hemmed in all round by beetling black cliffs. I seemed all alone, treading the midnight clouds, and every second expected to find myself falling, 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 as I have felt when the nightmare has been on me. I could but just perceive the ship below me, like a long narrow plank in the water, and it did not seem to belong at all to the yard over which I was hanging. A gull, or some sort of sea fowl, was flying round the truck over my head, within a few yards of my face, and it almost frightened me to hear it, it seemed so much like a spirit at such a lofty and solitary height. Though there was a pretty smooth sea, and little wind, yet at this extreme elevation the ship's motion was very great, so that when the ship rolled one way, I felt something as a fly must feel, walking the ceiling, and when it rolled the other way, I felt as if I was hanging along a slanting pine tree. But presently I heard a distant, hoarse noise from below, and though I could not make out anything intelligible, I knew it was the mate hurrying me. So, in a nervous, trembling desperation, I went to casting off the gaskets, or lines tying up the sail, and when all was ready, sung out as I had been told, to hoist away, and hoist they did, and me too, along with the yard and sail, for I had no time to get off, they were so unexpectedly quick about it. It seemed like magic. There I was, going up higher and higher, the yard rising under me as if I were alive, and no soul in sight. Without knowing it at the time, I was in a good deal of danger, but it was so dark that I could not see well enough to feel afraid, at least on that account, though I felt frightened enough in a promiscuous way. I only held on hard, and made good the saying of old sailors, that the last person to fall overboard from the rigging is a landsman, because he grips the ropes so fiercely, whereas old tars are less careful, and sometimes pay the penalty. After this feat, I got down rapidly on deck, and received something like a compliment from Max the Dutchman. This man was perhaps the best natured man among the crew. At any rate, he treated me better than the rest did, and for that reason he deserved some mention. Max was an old bachelor of a sailor, very precise about his wardrobe, and prided himself greatly upon his seamanship, and entertained some straight-laced, old-fashioned notions about the duties of boys at sea. His hair, whiskers, and cheeks were of a fiery red, and as he wore a red shirt, he was altogether the most combustible-looking man I ever saw. Nor did his appearance belie him, for his temper was very inflammable, and at a word he would explode in a shower of hard words and imprecations. It was Max that several times set on foot those conspiracies against Jackson which I have spoken of before, but he ended by paying him a grumbling homage, full of resentful reservations. Max sometimes manifested some little interest in my welfare, and often discoursed concerning the sorry figure I would cut in my tatters when we got to Liverpool, and the discredit it would bring on the American merchant service, for like all European seamen in American ships, Max prided himself not a little upon his naturalization as a Yankee, and if he could, would have been very glad to have passed himself off for a born native. But, notwithstanding his grief at the prospect of my reflecting discredit upon his adopted country, he never offered to better my wardrobe by loaning me anything from his own well-stored chest. Like many other well-wishers, he contented him with sympathy. Max also betrayed some anxiety to know whether I knew how to dance, lest, when the ship's company went ashore, I should disgrace them by exposing my awkwardness in some of the sailor saloons. But I relieved his anxiety on that head. He was a great scold and fault finder, and often took me to task about my shortcomings. But herein he was not alone, for every one had a finger, or a thumb, and sometimes both hands in my unfortunate pie. Chapter 17. The Cook and Steward. It was on a Sunday we made the banks of Newfoundland, a drizzling, foggy, clammy Sunday. You could hardly see the water, owing to the mist and vapor upon it, and everything was so flat and calm, I almost thought we must have somehow got back to New York, and were lying at the foot of Wall Street again in a rainy twilight. The decks were dripping with wet, so that in the dense fog it seemed as if we were standing on the roof of a house in a shower. It was a most miserable Sunday, and several of the sailors had twinges of the rheumatism, and pulled on their monkey jackets. As for Jackson, he was all the time rubbing his back and snarling like a dog. I tried to recall all my pleasant sunny Sundays ashore, and tried to imagine what they were doing at home, and whether our old family friend Mr. Bridenstoke would drop in, with his silver-mounted tasseled cane, between churches, as he used to, and whether he would inquire about himself. But it would not do. I could hardly realize that it was Sunday at all. Everything went on pretty much the same as before. There was no church to go to, no place to take a walk in, no friend to call upon. I began to think it must be a sort of second Saturday, a foggy Saturday, when schoolboys stay at home reading Robinson Crusoe. The only man who seemed to be taking his ease that day was our black cook, who, according to the invariable custom at sea, always went by the name of the Doctor. And doctors cooks certainly are, the very best medicos in the world. For what pestilent pills and potions of the faculty are half so serviceable to man, and health and strength giving, as roasted lamb and green peas, say, in spring, and roast beef and cranberry sauce in winter? Will a dose of calomel and jack do you as much good? Will a bolus build up a fainting man? Is there any satisfaction in dining off a powder? But these doctors of the frying pan sometimes lull men off by a surfeit, or give them the headache at least. Well, what then? No matter. For if, with their most goodly and 10 times jolly eye medicines, they now and then fill our nights with tribulations, and abridge our days, what of the social homicides perpetrated by the faculty? And when you die by a pill doctor's hands, it is never with a sweet relish in your mouth, as though you died by a frying-pan doctor, but your last breath villainously savors of ipecac and rhubarb. Then, what charges they make for the abominable lunches they serve out so stingily! One of their bills for boluses would keep you in good dinners a twelvemonth. Now, our doctor was a serious old fellow, much given to metaphysics, and used to talk about original sin. All that Sunday morning he sat over his boiling pots, reading out of a book which was very much soiled and covered with grease spots, for he kept it stuck into a little leather strap, nailed to the keg where he kept the fat skimmed off the water in which the salt beef was cooked. I could hardly believe my eyes when I found this book was the Bible. I loved to peep in upon him when he was thus absorbed, for his smoky studio or study was a strange-looking place enough, not more than 5 feet square, and about as many high, a mere box to hold the stove, the pipe of which stuck out of the roof. Within, it was hung round with pots and pans, and on one side was a little looking-glass where he used to shave, and on a small shelf were his shaving tools and a comb and brush. Fronting the stove, and very close to it, was a sort of narrow shelf where he used to sit with his legs spread out very wide, to keep them from scorching, and there, with his book in one hand and a pewter spoon in the other, he sat all that Sunday morning, stirring up his pots and studying away at the same time, seldom taking his eye off the page. Reading must have been very hard work for him, for he muttered to himself quite loud as he read, and big drops of sweat would stand upon his brow and roll off till they hissed on the hot stove before him. But on the day I speak of, it was no wonder that he got perplexed, for he was reading a mysterious passage in the book of Chronicles. Being aware that I knew how to read, he called me as I was passing his premises, and read the passage over, demanding an explanation. I told him it was a mystery that no one could explain, not even a parson. But this did not satisfy him, and I left him poring over it still. He must have been a member of one of those negro churches which are to be found in New York, for when we lay at the wharf, I remembered that a committee of 3 reverend-looking old darkies, who, besides their natural canonicals, wore Quaker-cut black coats, and broad-brimmed black hats, and white neckcloths. These colored gentlemen called upon him, and remained conversing with him at his cook-house door for more than an hour, and before they went away they stepped inside, and the sliding doors were closed, and then we heard some one reading aloud and preaching, and after that a psalm was sung and a benediction given, when the door opened again, and the congregation came out in a great perspiration, owing, I suppose, to the chapel being so small, and there being only one seat besides the stove. But notwithstanding his religious studies and meditations, this old fellow used to use some bad language occasionally, particularly of cold, wet, stormy mornings, when he had to get up before daylight and make his fire, with the sea breaking over the bows, and now and then dashing into his stove. So, under the circumstances, you could not blame him much if he did rip a little, for it would have tried old Job's temper to be set to work making a fire in the water. Without being at all neat about his premises, this old cook was very particular about them. He had a warm love and affection for his cook-house. In fair weather he spread the skirt of an old jacket before the door, by way of a mat, and screwed a small ring-bolt into the door for a knocker, and wrote his name, Mr. Thompson, over it, with a bit of red chalk. The men said he lived round the corner of Forecastle Square, opposite the Liberty Pole, because his cook-house was right behind the foremast and very near the quarters occupied by themselves. Sailors have a great fancy for naming things that way on shipboard. When a man is hung at sea, which is always done from one of the lower yard-arms, they say he takes a walk up Ladder Lane and down Hemp Street. Mr. Thompson was a great crony of the steward's, who, being a handsome dandy mulatto that had once been a barber in West Broadway, went by the name of Lavender. I have mentioned the gorgeous turban he wore when Mr. Jones and I visited the captain in the cabin. He never wore that turban at sea, though, but sported an uncommon head of frizzled hair, just like the large round brush used for washing windows, called a Pope's head. He kept it well perfumed with cologne water, of which he had a large supply, the relics of his West Broadway stock in trade. His clothes, being mostly cast-off suits of the captain of a London liner, whom he had sailed with upon many previous voyages, were all in the height of the exploded fashions, and of every kind of color and cut. He had claret-colored suits, and snuff-colored suits, and red velvet vests, and buff and brimstone pantaloons, and several full suits of black, which, with his dark-colored face, made him look quite clerical, like a serious young colored gentleman of Barbados, about to take orders. He wore an uncommon large pursy ring on his forefinger, with something he called a real diamond in it, though it was very dim, and looked more like a glass eye than anything else. He was very proud of his ring, and was always calling your attention to something, and pointing at it with his ornamented finger. He was a sentimental sort of a darky, and read the Three Spaniards and Charlotte Temple, and carried a lock of frizzled hair in his vest pocket, which he frequently volunteered to show to people with his handkerchief to his eyes. Every fine evening, about sunset, these two, the cook and steward, used to sit on the little shelf in the cook-house, leaning up against each other like the Siamese twins, to keep from falling off, for the shelf was very short, and there they would stay till after dark, smoking their pipes, and gossiping about the events that had happened during the day in the cabin. And sometimes Mr. Thompson would take down his Bible, and read a chapter for the edification of Lavender, whom he knew to be a sad profligate and gay deceiver ashore, addicted to every youthful indiscretion. He would read over to him the story of Joseph and Potiphar's wife, and hold Joseph up to him as a young man of excellent principles, whom he ought to imitate, and not be guilty of his indiscretion any more. And Lavender would look serious, and say that he knew it was all true. He was a wicked youth. He knew it. He had broken a good many hearts, and many eyes were weeping for him even then, both in New York, and Liverpool, and London, and Havre. But how could he help it? He hadn't made his handsome face, and fine head of hair, and graceful figure. It was not he, but the others that were to blame, for his bewitching person turned all heads and subdued all hearts, wherever he went. And then he would look very serious and penitent, and go up to the little glass, and pass his hands through his hair, and see how his whiskers were coming on. Chapter 18. He endeavors to improve his mind, and tells of one Blunt and his dream book. On the Sunday afternoon I spoke of, it was my watch below, and I thought I would spend it profitably in improving my mind. My bunk was an upper one, and right over the head of it was a bull's-eye, or circular piece of thick ground glass, inserted into the deck to give light. It was a dull, dubious light, though, and I often found myself looking up anxiously to see whether the bull's-eye had not suddenly been put out, for whenever any one trod on it in walking the deck, it was momentarily quenched, and what was still worse, sometimes a coil of rope would be thrown down on it, and stay there till I dressed myself and went up to remove it, a kind of interruption to my studies, which annoyed me very much, when diligently occupied in reading. However, I was glad of any light at all, down in that gloomy hole, where we burrowed like rabbits in a warren. And it was the happiest time I had, when all my messmates were asleep, and I could lie on my back, during a forenoon watch below, and read in comparative quiet and seclusion. I had already read 2 books loaned to me by Max, to whose share they had fallen, in dividing the effects of the sailor who had jumped overboard. One was an account of shipwrecks and disasters at sea, and the other was a large black volume, with delirium tremens in great gilt letters on the back. This proved to be a popular treatise on the subject of that disease, and I remembered seeing several copies in the sailor bookstalls about Fulton Market, and along South Street in New York. But this Sunday I got out a book from which I expected to reap great profit and sound instruction. It had been presented to me by Mr. Jones, who had quite a library, and took down this book from a top shelf where it lay very dusty. When he gave it to me, he said that although I was going to sea, I must not forget the importance of a good education, and that there was hardly any situation in life, however humble and depressed, or dark and gloomy, but one might find leisure in it to store his mind, and build himself up in the exact sciences. And he added, that though it did look rather unfavorable for my future prospects to be going to sea as a common sailor so early in life, yet it would no doubt turn out for my benefit in the end, and at any rate, if I would only take good care of myself, would give me a sound constitution, if nothing more, and that was not to be undervalued. For how many very rich men would give all their bonds and mortgages for my boyish robustness? He added, that I need not expect any light trivial work, that was merely entertaining, and nothing more. But here I would find entertainment and edification beautifully and harmoniously combined. And though at first I might possibly find it dull, yet if I perused the book thoroughly, I would soon discover hidden charms and unforeseen attractions, besides teaching me, perhaps, the true way to retrieve the poverty of my family, and again make them all well to do in the world. Saying this, he handed it to me, and I blew the dust off, and looked at the back. Smith's Wealth of Nations. This not satisfying me, I glanced at the title page, and found it was An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Alleged Wealth of Nations. But happening to look further down, I caught sight of Aberdeen, where the book was printed, and thinking that anything from Scotland, a foreign country, must prove some way or other pleasing to me, I thanked Mr. Jones very kindly, and promised to peruse the volume carefully. So now, lying in my bunk, I began the book methodically at page number 1, resolved not to permit a few flying glimpses into it, taken previously, to prevent me from making regular approaches to the gist and body of the book, where I fancied lay something like the philosopher's stone, a secret talisman, which would transmute even pitch and tar to silver and gold. Pleasant, though vague visions of future opulence floated before me, as I commenced the first chapter, entitled, Of the Causes of Improvement in the Productive Power of Labor. Dry as crackers and cheese, to be sure, and the chapter itself was not much better. But this was only getting initiated, and if I read on, the grand secret would be open to me. So I read on and on, about wages and profits of labor, without getting any profits myself for my pains in perusing it. Drier and drier, the very leaves smelt of sawdust, till at last I drank some water, and went at it again. But soon I had to give it up for lost work, and thought that the old backgammon board we had at home, lettered on the back, The History of Rome, was quite as full of matter, and a great deal more entertaining. I wondered whether Mr. Jones had ever read the volume himself, and could not help remembering that he had to get on a chair when he reached it down from its dusty shelf. That certainly looked suspicious. The best reading was on the fly leaves, and, on turning them over, I lighted upon some half effaced pencil marks to the following effect: Jonathan Jones, from his particular friend Daniel Dodds, 1798. So it must have originally belonged to Mr. Jones's father, and I wondered whether he had ever read it, or indeed whether anybody had ever read it, even the author himself. But then, authors, they say, never read their own books, writing them being enough in all conscience. At length I fell asleep with the volume in my hand, and never slept so sound before. After that I used to wrap my jacket round it, and use it for a pillow, for which purpose it answered very well, only I sometimes waked up feeling dull and stupid, but of course the book could not have been the cause of that. And now I am talking of books, I must tell of Jack Blunt, the sailor, and his dream book. Jackson, who seemed to know everything about all parts of the world, used to tell Jack in reproach that he was an Irish Cockney, by which I understood that he was an Irishman born, but had graduated in London, somewhere about Radcliffe Highway, but he had no sort of brogue that I could hear. He was a curious looking fellow, about 25 years old, as I should judge, but to look at his back you would have taken him for a little old man. His arms and legs were very large, round, short, and stumpy, so that when he had on his great monkey jacket, and southwest cap flapping in his face, and his sea boots drawn up to his knees, he looked like a fat porpoise standing on end. He had a round face, too, like a walrus, and with about the same expression, half human and half indescribable. He was, upon the whole, a good-natured fellow, and a little given to looking at sea life romantically, singing songs about susceptible mermaids who fell in love with handsome young oyster boys and gallant fishermen. And he had a sad story about a man-of-war's man who broke his heart at Portsmouth during the late war, and threw away his life recklessly at one of the quarter-deck cannonades, in the battle between the Guerrière and Constitution. And another incomprehensible story about a sort of fairy sea queen, who used to be dunning a sea captain all the time for his autograph, to boil in some eel soup, for a spell against the scurvy. He believed in all kinds of witch work and magic, and had some wild Irish words he used to mutter over during a calm for a fair wind. And he frequently related his interviews in Liverpool with a fortune-teller, an old negro woman by the name of Desquak, whose house was much frequented by sailors, and how she had 2 black cats with remarkably green eyes, and nightcaps on their heads, solemnly seated on a claw-footed table near the old goblin, when she felt his pulse, to tell what was going to befall him. This Blunt had a large head of hair, very thick and bushy, but for some cause or other it was rapidly turning gray, and in its transition state made him look as if he wore a shako of badger skin. The phenomenon of gray hairs on a young head had perplexed and confounded this Blunt to such a degree, that he at last came to the conclusion it must be the result of the black art wrought upon him by an enemy, and that enemy, he opined, was an old sailor landlord in Marseilles, whom he had once seriously offended by knocking him down in a fray. So while in New York, finding his hair growing grayer and grayer, and all his friends, the ladies and others, laughing at him, and calling him an old man with one foot in the grave, he slipped out one night to an apothecary's, stated his case, and wanted to know what could be done for him. The apothecary immediately gave him a pint bottle of something he called Trafalgar oil, for restoring the hair, price $1, and told him that after he had used that bottle, and it did not have the desired effect, he must try bottle No. 2, called Balm of Paradise, or the Elixir of the Battle of Copenhagen. These high-sounding naval names delighted Blunt, and he had no doubt there must be virtue in them. I saw both bottles, and on one of them was an engraving representing a young man, presumed to be gray-headed, standing in his night-dress in the middle of his chamber, and with closed eyes applying the elixir to his head with both hands, while on the bed adjacent stood a large bottle conspicuously labeled Balm of Paradise. It seemed from the text that this gray-headed young man was so smitten with his hair oil, and was so thoroughly persuaded of its virtues, that he had got out of bed, even in his sleep, groped into his closet, seized the precious bottle, applied its contents, and then to bed again, getting up in the morning without knowing anything about it, which, indeed, was a most mysterious occurrence. And it was still more mysterious, how the engraver came to know an event of which the actor himself was ignorant, and where there were no bystanders. 3 times in the 24 hours, Blunt, while at sea, regularly rubbed his liniments. But though the first bottle was soon exhausted by his copious applications, and the second half gone, he still stuck to it, that by the time we got to Liverpool, his exertions would be crowned with success. And he was not a little delighted, that this gradual change would be operating while we were at sea, so as not to expose him to the invidious observations of people ashore. on the same principle that dandies go into the country when they purpose raising whiskers. He would often ask his shipmates whether they noticed any change yet, and if so, how much of a change. And to tell the truth, there was a very great change indeed, for the constant soaking of his hair with oil, operating in conjunction with the neglect of his toilet, and want of a brush and comb, had matted his locks together like a wild horse's mane, and imparted to it a blackish and extremely glossy hue. Besides his collection of hair oils, Blunt had also provided himself with several boxes of pills, which he had purchased from a sailor doctor in New York, who, by placards stuck on the posts along the wharves, advertised to remain standing at the northeast corner of Catherine Market every Monday and Friday between the hours of 10 and 12 in the morning, to receive calls from patients, distribute medicines, and give advice gratis. Whether Blunt thought he had the dyspepsia or not, I cannot say, but at breakfast he always took 3 pills with his coffee, something as they do in Iowa, when the bilious fever prevails, where at the boarding houses they put a vial of blue pills into the castor, along with the pepper and mustard, and next door to another vial of toothpicks. But they are very ill-bred and unpolished in the western country. Several times, too, Blunt treated himself to a flowing bumper of horse salts, Glauber salts, for like many other seamen he never went to sea without a good supply of that luxury. He would frequently, also, take this medicine in a wet jacket, and then go on deck into a rain storm. But this is nothing to other sailors who at sea will doctor themselves with calomel off Cape Horn, and still remain on duty. And in this connection some really frightful stories might be told, but I forbear. For a landsman to take salts as this Blunt did, it would perhaps be the death of him. But at sea the salt air and the salt water prevent you from catching cold so readily as on land; and for my own part, on board this very ship, being so illy provided with clothes, I frequently turned into my bunk soaking wet, and turned out again piping hot, and smoking like a roasted sirloin; and yet was never the worse for it, for then I bore a charmed life of youth and health, and was dagger-proof to bodily ill. But it is time to tell of the Dream Book. Snugly hidden in one corner of his chest, Blunt had an extraordinary-looking pamphlet with a red cover, marked all over with astrological signs and ciphers, and purporting to be a full and complete treatise on the art of divination, so that the most simple sailor could teach it to himself. It also purported to be the selfsame system, by aid of which Napoleon Bonaparte had risen in the world from being a corporal to an emperor. Hence it was entitled, The Bonaparte Dream Book, for the magic of it lay in the interpretation of dreams, and their application to the foreseeing of future events, so that all preparatory measures might be taken beforehand, which would be exceedingly convenient and satisfactory every way if true. The problems were to be cast by means of figures, in some perplexed and difficult way, which, however, was facilitated by a set of tables in the end of the pamphlet, something like the logarithm tables at the end of Bowditch's Navigator. Now Blunt revered, adored, and worshiped this Bonaparte Dream Book of his, and was fully persuaded that between those red covers, and in his own dreams, lay all the secrets of futurity. Every morning before taking his pills and applying his hair oils, he would steal out of his bunk before the rest of the watch were awake, take out his pamphlet and a bit of chalk, and then straddling his chest, begin scratching his oily head to remember his fugitive dreams, marking down strokes on his chest lid, as if he were casting up his daily accounts. Though often perplexed and lost in mazes concerning the cabalistic figures in the book, and the chapter of directions to beginners, for he could with difficulty read it all, yet in the end, if not interrupted, he somehow managed to arrive at a conclusion satisfactory to him, so that, as he generally wore a good-humored expression, no doubt he must have thought that all his future affairs were working together for the best. But one night he started us all up in a fright, by springing from his bunk, his eyes ready to start out of his head, and crying, in a husky voice, "Boys, boys! Get the benches ready! Quick! quick!" "What benches?" growled Max. "What's the matter?" "Benches! benches!" screamed Blunt, without heeding him. "Cut down the forests! Bear a hand, boys! The day of judgment's coming." But the next moment he got quietly into his bunk, and laid still, muttering to himself. He had only been rambling in his sleep. I did not know exactly what he had meant by his benches, till shortly after I overheard two of the sailors debating whether mankind would stand or sit at the last day. Chapter 19. A Narrow Escape. This dream book of Blunt's reminds me of a narrow escape we had early one morning. It was the larboard watch's turn to remain below from midnight till 4 o'clock; and having turned in and slept, Blunt suddenly turned out again about 3 o'clock, with a wonderful dream in his head, which he was desirous of at once having interpreted. So he goes to his chest, gets out his tools, and falls to ciphering on the lid; when, all at once, a terrible cry was heard, that routed him and all the rest of us up, and sent the whole ship's company flying on deck in the dark. We did not know what it was, but somehow, among sailors at sea, they seem to know when real danger of any land is at hand, even in their sleep. When we got on deck, we saw the mate standing on the bowsprit, and crying out, "Luff! luff!" to some one in the dark water before the ship. In that direction we could just see a light, and then the great black hull of a strange vessel, that was coming down on us obliquely, and so near that we heard the flap of her topsails as they shook in the wind, trampling of feet on the deck, and the same cry of "Luff! luff!" that our own mate was raising. In a minute more I caught my breath as I heard a snap and a crash, like the fall of a tree, and suddenly one of our flying jib guys jerked out the bolt near the cat head, and presently we heard our jib boom thumping against our bows. Meantime the strange ship, scraping by us thus, shot off into the darkness, and we saw her no more. But she also must have been injured, for when it grew light we found pieces of strange rigging mixed with ours. We repaired the damage, and replaced the broken spar with another jib boom we had; for all ships carry spare spars against emergencies. The cause of this accident, which came near being the death of all on board, was nothing but the drowsiness of the lookout men on the forecastles of both ships. The sailor who had the lookout on our vessel was terribly reprimanded by the mate. No doubt, many ships that are never heard of after leaving port, meet their fate in this way; and it may be that sometimes two vessels coming together, jib boom and jib boom, with a sudden shock in the middle watch of the night, mutually destroy each other, and like fighting elks, sink down into the ocean with their antlers locked in death. While I was at Liverpool, a fine ship that lay near us in the docks, having got her cargo on board, went to sea, bound for India, with a good breeze; and all her crew felt sure of a prosperous voyage. But in about 7 days after, she came back, a most distressing object to behold. All her starboard side was torn and splintered; her starboard anchor was gone, and a great part of the starboard bulwarks; while every one of the lower yard arms had been broken, in the same direction, so that she now carried small and unsightly jury yards. When I looked at this vessel, with the whole of one side thus shattered, but the other still in fine trim, and when I remembered her gay and gallant appearance, when she left the same harbor into which she now entered so forlorn, I could not help thinking of a young man I had known at home, who had left his cottage one morning in high spirits, and was brought back at noon with his right side paralyzed from head to foot. It seems that this vessel had been run against by a strange ship, crowding all sail before a fresh breeze, and the stranger had rushed past her starboard side, reducing her to the sad state in which she now was. Sailors can not be too wakeful and cautious when keeping their night lookouts; though, as I well know, they too often suffer themselves to become negligent and nod; and this is not so wonderful, after all. For though every seaman has heard of those accidents at sea, and many of them, perhaps, have been in ships that have suffered from them, yet when you find yourself sailing along on the ocean at night, without having seen a sail for weeks and weeks, it is hard for you to realize that any are near. Then, if they are near, it seems almost incredible that on the broad, boundless sea, which washes Greenland at one end of the world and the Falkland Islands at the other, that any one vessel upon such a vast highway should come into close contact with another. But the likelihood of great calamities occurring seldom obtrudes upon the minds of ignorant men, such as sailors generally are. For the things which wise people know, anticipate, and guard against, the ignorant can only become acquainted with by meeting them face to face. And even when experience has taught them, the lesson only serves for that day, inasmuch as the foolish in prosperity are infidels to the possibility of adversity. They see the sun in heaven, and believe it to be far too bright ever to set. And even as suddenly as the bravest and fleetest ships, while careering in pride of canvas over the sea, have been struck, as by lightning, and quenched out of sight, even so do some lordly men with all their plans and prospects gallantly trimmed to the fair, rushing breeze of life, and with no thought of death and disaster, suddenly encounter a shock unforeseen, and go down foundering into death. Chapter 20. In a fog he is set to work as a bell toller, and beholds a herd of ocean elephants. What is this that we sail through? What palpable obscure? What smoke and reek, as if the whole steaming world were revolving on its axis, as a spit? It is a Newfoundland fog, and we are yet crossing the Grand Banks, wrapped in a mist that no London in the Novemberest November ever equaled. The chronometer pronounced it noon; but do you call this midnight or midday? So dense is the fog that, though we have a fair wind, we shorten sail for fear of accidents. And not only that, but here am I, poor Wellingborough, mounted aloft on a soft of belfry, the top of the Samson post, a lofty tower of timber, so called, and tolling the ship's bell, as if for a funeral. This is intended to proclaim our approach, and warn all strangers from our track. Dreary sound, toll, 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 through the dismal mist and fog. The bell is green with verdigris, and damp with dew, and the little cord attached to the clapper, by which I toll it, now and then, slides through my fingers, slippery with wet. Here I am, in my slouched black hat, like the bull that could pull, announcing the decease of the lamented cock robin. A better device than the bell, however, was once pitched upon by an ingenious sea captain of whom I have heard. He had a litter of young porkers on board, and while sailing through the fog, he stationed men at both ends of the pen with long poles, wherewith they incessantly stirred up and irritated the porkers, who split the air with their squeals, and no doubt saved the ship as the geese saved the Capitol. The most strange and unheard of noises came out of the fog at times. A vast sound of sighing and sobbing. What could it be? This would be followed by a spout, and a gush, and a cascading commotion, as if some fountain had suddenly jetted out of the ocean. Seated on my Samson post, I stared more and more, and suspended my duty as a sexton. But presently some one cried out, "There she blows! Whales! Whales! Close alongside!" A whale! Think of it! Whales close to me, Wellingborough! Would my own brother believe it? I dropped the clapper as if it were red hot, and rushed to the side, and there, dimly floating, lay 4 or 5 long, black, snaky looking shapes, only a few inches out of the water. Can these be whales? Monstrous whales, such as I had heard of? I thought they would look like mountains on the sea, hills and valleys of flesh, regular krakens, that made it high tide, and inundated continents when they descended to feed. It was a bitter disappointment from which I was long in recovering. I lost all respect for whales, and began to be a little dubious about the story of Jonah. For how could Jonah reside in such an insignificant tenement? How could he have had elbow room in there? But perhaps, thought I, the whale, which according to rabbinical traditions was a female one, might have expanded to receive him like an anaconda when it swallows an elk and leaves the antlers sticking out of its mouth. Nevertheless, from that day Wales greatly fell in my estimation. But it is always thus. If you read of St. Peter's, they say, and then go and visit it, 10 to 1 you account it a dwarf compared to your high-raised ideal. And doubtless Jonah himself must have been disappointed when he looked up to the domed midriff surmounting the whale's belly and surveyed the ribbed pillars around him. A pretty large belly, to be sure, thought he, but not so big as it might have been. On the next day the fog lifted, and by noon we found ourselves sailing through fleets of fishermen at anchor. They were very small craft, and when I beheld them, I perceived the force of that sailor saying, intended to illustrate restricted quarters, or being on the limits: "It is like a fisherman's walk," say they, "3 steps and overboard." Lying right in the track of the multitudinous ships crossing the ocean between England and America, these little vessels are sometimes run down and obliterated from the face of the waters, the cry of the sailors ceasing with the last whirl of the whirlpool that closes over their craft. Their sad fate is frequently the result of their own remissness in keeping a good lookout by day, and not having their lamps trimmed, like the wise virgins, by night. As I shall not make mention of the Grand Banks on our homeward bound passage, I may as well here relate, that on our return we approached them in the night, and by way of making sure of our whereabouts, the deep sea lead was heaved. The line attached is generally upward of 300 fathoms in length, and the lead itself, weighing some 40 or 50 pounds, has a hole in the lower end, in which, previous to sounding, some tallow is thrust, that it may bring up the soil at the bottom, for the captain to inspect. This is called arming the lead. We hove our deep sea line by night, and the operation was very interesting, at least to me. In the first place, the vessel's heading was stopped; then, coiled away in a tub, like a whale rope, the line was placed toward the after part of the quarter deck, and one of the sailors carried the lead outside of the ship, away along to the end of the jib boom, and at the word of command, far ahead and overboard it went, with a plunge, scraping by the side till it came to the stern, when the line ran out of the tub like light. When we came to haul it up, I was astonished at the force necessary to perform the work. The whole watch pulled at the line, which was rove through a block in the mizzen rigging, as if we were hauling up a fat porpoise. When the lead came in sight, I was all eagerness to examine the tallow, and get a peep at a specimen of the bottom of the sea. But the sailors did not seem to be much interested by it, calling me a fool for wanting to preserve a few grains of the sand. I had almost forgotten to make mention of the Gulf Stream, in which we found ourselves previous to crossing the Banks. The fact of our being in it was proved by the captain in person, who superintended the drawing of a bucket of salt water, in which he dipped his thermometer. In the absence of the Gulf weed, this is the general test, for the temperature of this current is 8 degrees higher than that of the ocean, and the temperature of the ocean is 20 degrees higher than that of the Grand Banks. And it is to this remarkable difference of temperature, for which there can be no equilibrium, that many seamen impute the fogs on the coast of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. But why there should always be such ugly weather in the Gulf, is something that I do not know has ever been accounted for. It is curious to dip one's finger in a bucket full of the Gulf Stream, and find it so warm, as if the Gulf of Mexico, from whence this current comes, were a great cauldron or boiler, on purpose to keep warm the North Atlantic, which is transversed by it for a distance of 2,000 miles, as some large halls in winter are by hot air tubes. Its mean breadth being about 200 leagues, it comprises an area larger than that of the whole Mediterranean, and may be deemed a sort of Mississippi of hot water flowing through the ocean, off the coast of Florida, running at the rate of 1.5 miles an hour. End of Section 4. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 5 of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 21 through 25. Chapter 21. A Whaleman and a Man-of-War's Man. The sight of the whales mentioned in the preceding chapter was the bringing out of Larry, one of our crew, who hitherto had been quite silent and reserved, as if from some conscious inferiority, though he had shipped as an ordinary seaman, and, for aught I could see, performed his duty very well. When the men fell into a dispute concerning what kind of whales they were which we saw, Larry stood by attentively, and after garnering in their ignorance, all at once broke out and astonished everybody by his intimate acquaintance with the monsters. "They aren't sperm whales," said Larry. "Their spouts aren't bushy enough. They aren't sulphur bottoms, or they wouldn't stay up so long. They aren't humpbacks, for they aren't got any humps. They aren't finbacks, for you won't catch a finback so near a ship. They aren't Greenland whales, for we aren't off the coast of Greenland, and they aren't right whales, for it wouldn't be right to say so. I tell you, men, them's crinkum whales." "And what are them?" said a sailor. "Why, them is whales that can't be cotched." Now, as it turned out, that this Larry had been bred to the sea in a whaler, and had sailed out of Nantucket many times. No one but Jackson ventured to dispute his opinion, and even Jackson did not press him very hard. And ever after, Larry's judgment was relied upon concerning all strange fish that happened to float by us during the voyage; for whalemen are far more familiar with the wonders of the deep than any other class of seamen. This was Larry's first voyage in the merchant service, and that was the reason why, hitherto, he had been so reserved, since he well knew that merchant seamen generally affect a certain superiority to blubber boilers, as they contemptuously style those who hunt the leviathan. But Larry turned out to be such an inoffensive fellow, and so well understood his business aboard ship, and was so ready to jump to an order, that he was exempted from the taunts which he might otherwise have encountered. He was a somewhat singular man, who wore his hat slanting forward over the bridge of his nose, with his eyes cast down, and seemed always examining your boots when speaking to you. I loved to hear him talk about the wild places in the Indian Ocean, and on the coast of Madagascar, where he had frequently touched during his whaling voyages. And this familiarity with the life of nature led by the people in that remote part of the world had furnished Larry with a sentimental distaste for civilized society. When opportunity offered, he never omitted extolling the delights of the free and easy Indian Ocean. "Why," said Larry, talking through his nose as usual, "in Madagasky there, they don't wear any togs at all. Nothing but a bowline around the midships. They don't have no dinners, but keeps a dining all day off fat pigs and dogs. They don't go to bed anywhere, but keeps a nodding all the time. And they gets drunk, too, from some first-rate arrack they make from cocoanuts, and smokes plenty of baccy, too, I tell you. Fine country, that. Blast Ameriky, I say." To tell the truth, this Larry dealt in some illiberal insinuations against civilization. "And what's the use of being snivelized?" said he to me one night during our watch on deck. "Snivelized chaps only learns the way to take on 'bout life, and snivel. You don't see any Methodist chaps feeling dreadful about their souls. You don't see any darned beggars and pesky constables in Madagasky, I tell you, and none of them kings there gets their big toes pinched by the gout. Blast Ameriky, I say." Indeed, this Larry was rather cutting in his innuendos. "Are you now, Buttons, any better off for being snivelized?" coming close up to me and eyeing the wreck of my gaff topsail boots very steadfastly. "No, you aren't a bit, but you're a good deal worse for it, Buttons. I tell you, you wouldn't have been to sea here, leading this dog's life, if you hadn't been snivelized. That's the cause why, now. Snivelization has been the ruin on you, and it's spiled me complete. I might have been a great man in Madagascar. It's too darn bad. Blast America, I say." And in bitter grief at the social blight upon his whole past, present, and future, Larry turned away, pulling his hat still lower down over the bridge of his nose. In strong contrast to Larry was a young man-of-war's man we had, who went by the name of Gundeck, from his always talking of sailor life in the Navy. He was a little fellow with a small face and a prodigious mop of brown hair, who always dressed in man-of-war style, with a wide braided collar to his frock, and Turkish trousers. But he particularly prided himself upon his feet, which were quite small; and when we washed down decks of a morning, never mind how chilly it might be, he always took off his boots and went paddling about like a duck, turning out his pretty toes to show his charming feet. He had served in the armed steamers during the Seminole War in Florida, and had a good deal to say about sailing up the rivers there, through the Everglades, and popping off Indians on the banks. I remember his telling a story about a party being discovered at quite a distance from them; but one of the savages was made very conspicuous by a pewter plate which he wore round his neck, and which glittered in the sun. This plate proved his death; for according to Gundeck, he himself shot it through the middle, and the ball entered the wearer's heart. It was a rat-killing war, he said. Gundeck had touched at Cadiz, had been to Gibraltar, and ashore at Marseilles. He had sunned himself in the Bay of Naples, eaten figs and oranges in Messina, and cheerfully lost one of his hearts at Malta among the ladies there. And about all these things he talked like a romantic man-of-war's man, who had seen the civilized world and loved it, found it good, and a comfortable place to live in. So he and Larry never could agree in their respective views of civilization and of savagery, of the Mediterranean and Madagascar. Chapter 22. The Highlander passes a wreck. We were still on the Banks, when a terrific storm came down upon us, the like of which I had never before beheld or imagined. The rain poured down in sheets and cascades; the scupper holes could hardly carry it off the decks; and in bracing the yards, we waded about almost up to our knees, everything floating about like chips in a dock. The violent rain was the precursor of a hard squall, for which we duly prepared, taking in our canvas to double-reefed topsails. The tornado came rushing along at last, like a troop of wild horses before the flaming rush of a burning prairie. But after bowing and cringing to it awhile, the good Highlander was put off before it, and with her nose in the water, went wallowing on, plowing milk-white waves, and leaving a streak of illuminated foam in her wake. It was an awful scene. It made me catch my breath as I gazed. I could hardly stand on my feet, so violent was the motion of the ship. But while I reeled to and fro, the sailors only laughed at me, and bade me look out that the ship did not fall overboard, and advised me to get a handspike, and hold it down hard in the weather scuppers to steady their wild motions. But I was now getting a little too wise for this foolish kind of talk, though all through the voyage they never gave it over. This storm passed, we had fair weather until we got into the Irish Sea. The morning following the storm, when the sea and sky had become blue again, the man aloft sung out that there was a wreck on the lee beam. We bore away for it, all hands looking eagerly toward it, and the captain in the mizzen-top with his spy-glass. Presently we slowly passed alongside of it. It was a dismantled, water-logged schooner, a most dismal sight, that must have been drifting about for several long weeks. The bulwarks were pretty much gone, and here and there the bare stanchions or posts were left standing, splitting in two the waves which broke clear over the deck, lying almost even with the sea. The foremast was snapped off less than 4 feet from its base, and the shattered and splintered remnant looked like the stump of a pine tree thrown over in the woods. Every time she rolled in the trough of the sea, her open main hatchway yawned into view, but was as quickly filled and submerged again, with a rushing, gurgling sound, as the water ran into it with the lee roll. At the head of the stump of the mainmast, about 10 feet above the deck, something like a sleeve seemed nailed. It was supposed to be the relic of a jacket which must have been fastened there by the crew for a signal, and been frayed out and blown away by the wind. Lashed and leaning over sideways against the taffrail were 3 dark green grassy objects that slowly swayed with every roll, but otherwise were motionless. I saw the captain's glass directed toward them, and heard him say at last, "They must have been dead a long time." These were sailors who long ago had lashed themselves to the taffrail for safety, but must have famished. Full of the awful interest of the scene, I surely thought the captain would lower a boat to bury the bodies, and find out something about the schooner, but we did not stop at all, passing on our course without so much as learning the schooner's name, though every one supposed her to be a New Brunswick lumberman. On the part of the sailors, no surprise was shown that our captain did not send off a boat to the wreck, but the steerage passengers were indignant at what they called his barbarity. For me, I could not but feel amazed and shocked at his indifference, but my subsequent sea experiences have shown me that such conduct as this is very common, though not, of course, when human life can be saved. So away we sailed, and left her, drifting, drifting on, a garden spot for barnacles, and a playhouse for the sharks. "Look there," said Jackson, hanging over the rail, and coughing, "look there, that's a sailor's coffin. Ha, ha, Buttons," turning round to see me, "how do you like that, Buttons? Wouldn't you like to take a sail with them 'ere dead men? Wouldn't it be nice?" And then he tried to laugh, but only coughed again. "Don't laugh at 'em, poor fellows," said Max, looking grave. "Do you see their bodies? Their souls are farther off than the Cape of Dood Hope." "Dood Hope! Dood Hope!" shrieked Jackson, with a horrid grin, mimicking the Dutchman. "There is no Dood Hope for them, old boy. They are drowned and blank, as you and I will be, Red Max, one of these dark nights." "No, no," said Blunt, "all sailors are saved. They have plenty of squalls here below, but fair weather aloft." "And did you get that out of your silly dream book, you Greek?" howled Jackson through a cough. "Don't talk of heaven to me. It's a lie, I know it, and they are all fools that believe in it. Do you think, you Greek, that there's any heaven for you? Will they let you in there with that tarry hand and that oily head of hair? Avast! When some shark gulps you down his hatchway one of these days, you'll find that by dying you'll only go from one gale of wind to another. Mind that, you Irish cockney. Yes, you'll be bolted down like one of your own pills, and I should like to see the whole ship swallowed down in the Norway maelstrom, like a box on 'em. That would be a dose of salts for you." And so saying, he went off, holding his hands to his chest and coughing, as if his last hour was come. Every day this Jackson seemed to grow worse and worse, both in body and mind. He seldom spoke, but to contradict, deride, or curse, and all the time, though his face grew thinner and thinner, his eyes seemed to kindle more and more, as if he were going to die out at last, and leave them burning like tapers before a corpse. Though he had never attended churches and knew nothing about Christianity, no more than a Malay pirate, and though he could not read a word, yet he was spontaneously an atheist and an infidel, and during the long night watches would enter into arguments, to prove that there was nothing to be believed, nothing to be loved, and nothing worth living for, but everything to be hated in the wide world. He was a horrid desperado, and like a wild Indian, whom he resembled in his tawny skin and high cheek bones, he seemed to run amuck at heaven and earth. He was a Cain afloat, branded on his yellow brow with some inscrutable curse, and going about corrupting and searing every heart that beat near him. but there seemed even more woe than wickedness about the man, and his wickedness seemed to spring from his woe. And for all his hideousness, there was that in his eye at times that was ineffably pitiable and touching. And though there were moments when I almost hated this Jackson, yet I have pitied no man as I have pitied him. Chapter 23. An unaccountable cabin passenger, and a mysterious young lady. As yet I have said nothing special about the passengers we carried out. But before making what little mention I shall of them, you must know that the Highlander was not a Liverpool liner or packet ship, plying in connection with a sisterhood of packets at stated intervals between the two ports. No, she was only what is called a regular trader to Liverpool, sailing upon no fixed days and acting very much as she pleased, being bound by no obligations of any kind, though in all her voyages ever having New York or Liverpool for her destination. Merchant vessels, which are neither liners nor regular traders, among sailors come under the general head of transient ships, which implies that they are here today and somewhere else tomorrow, like Mullins's dog. But I had no reason to regret that the Highlander was not a liner, for aboard those liners, from all I could gather from those who had sailed in them, the crew have terrible hard work, owing to their carrying such a press of sail, in order to make as rapid passages as possible, and sustain the ship's reputation for speed. Hence it is, that although they are the very best of sea-going craft, and built in the best possible manner, and with the very best materials, yet a few years of scudding before the wind as they do, seriously impairs their constitutions, like robust young men who live too fast in their teens, and they are soon sold out for a song, generally to the people of Nantucket, New Bedford, and Sag Harbor, who repair and fit them out for the whaling business. Thus, the ship that once carried over gay parties of ladies and gentlemen as tourists to Liverpool or London, now carries a crew of harpooners round Cape Horn into the Pacific; and the mahogany and bird's-eye maple cabin, which once held rosewood card tables and brilliant coffee urns, and in which many a bottle of champagne and many a bright eye sparkled, now accommodates a bluff Quaker captain from Martha's Vineyard, who, perhaps while lying with his ship in the Bay of Islands in New Zealand, entertains a party of naked chiefs and savages at dinner, in place of the packet captain doing the honors to the literati, theatrical stars, foreign princes, and gentlemen of leisure and fortune, who generally talked gossip, politics, and nonsense across the table in transatlantic trips. The broad quarter-deck, too, where these gentry promenaded, is now often choked up by the enormous head of the sperm whale, and vast masses of unctuous blubber, and everywhere reeks with oil during the prosecution of the fishery. Sic transit gloria mundi. Thus departs the pride and glory of the packet ships. It is like a broken-down importer of French silks embarking in the soap-boning business. So, not being a liner, the Highlander, of course, did not have very ample accommodations for cabin passengers. I believe there were not more than 5 or 6 state-rooms, with 2 or 3 berths in each. At any rate, on this particular voyage she only carried out one regular cabin passenger; that is, a person previously unacquainted with the captain, who paid his fare down, and came on board soberly, and in a business-like manner, with his baggage. He was an extremely little man, that solitary cabin passenger, the passenger who came on board in a business-like manner with his baggage; never spoke to any one, and the captain seldom spoke to him. Perhaps he was a deputy from the Deaf and Dumb Institution in New York, going over to London to address the public in pantomime at Exeter Hall concerning the signs of the times. He was always in a brown study, sometimes sitting on the quarter-deck with arms folded, and head hanging upon his chest. Then he would rise and gaze out to windward, as if he had suddenly discovered a friend; but looking disappointed, would retire slowly into his state-room, where you could see him through the little window, in an irregular sitting position, with the back part of him inserted into his berth, and his head, arms, and legs hanging out, buried in profound meditation, with his forefinger aside of his nose. He never was seen reading, never took a hand at cards, never smoked, never drank wine, never conversed, and never stayed to the dessert at dinner time. He seemed the true microcosm, or little world, to himself, standing in no need of levying contributions upon the surrounding universe. Conjecture was lost in speculating as to who he was, and what was his business. The sailors, who are always curious with regard to such matters, and criticize cabin passengers more than cabin passengers are perhaps aware at the time, completely exhausted themselves in suppositions, some of which are characteristically curious. One of the crew said he was a mysterious bearer of secret dispatches to the English court. Others opined that he was a traveling surgeon and bone setter, but for what reason they thought so, I never could learn. And others declared that he must either be an unprincipled bigamist flying from his last wife and several small children, or a scoundrelly forger, bank robber, or general burglar, who was returning to his beloved country with his ill-gotten booty. One observing sailor was of opinion that he was an English murderer, overwhelmed with speechless remorse, and returning home to make a full confession and be hanged. But it was a little singular that among all their sage and sometimes confident opinings, not one charitable one was made. No, they were all sadly to the prejudice of his moral and religious character. But this is the way all the world over. Miserable man, could you have had an inkling of what they thought of you, I know not what you would have done. However, not knowing anything about these surmisings and suspicions, this mysterious cabin passenger went on his way, calm, cool, and collected. Never troubled anybody, and nobody troubled him. Sometimes of a moonlight night he glided about the deck like the ghost of a hospital attendant, flitting from mast to mast, now hovering round the skylight, now vibrating in the vicinity of the binnacle. Blunt, the dream book tar, swore he was a magician, and took an extra dose of salts, by way of precaution against his spells. When we were but a few days from port, a comical adventure befell this cabin passenger. There is an old custom still in vogue among some merchant sailors, of tying fast in the rigging any lubberly landsman of a passenger who may be detected taking excursions aloft, however moderate the flight of the awkward fowl. This is called making a spread eagle of the man, and before he is liberated, a promise is exacted, that before arriving in port he shall furnish the ship's company with money enough for a treat all round. Now, this being one of the perquisites of sailors, they are always on the keen lookout for an opportunity of levying such contributions upon incautious strangers. Though they never attempt it in presence of the captain, as for the mates, they purposely avert their eyes, and are earnestly engaged about something else, whenever they get an inkling of this proceeding going on. But, with only one poor fellow of a cabin passenger on board of the Highlander, and he such a quiet, unobtrusive, unadventurous wight, there seemed little chance for levying contributions. One remarkably pleasant morning, however, what should be seen halfway up the mizzen rigging, but the figure of our cabin passenger, holding on with might and main by all four limbs, and with his head fearfully turned round, gazing off to the horizon. He looked as if he had the nightmare, and in some sudden and unaccountable fit of insanity, he must have been impelled to the taking up of that perilous position. "Good heavens!" said the mate, who was a bit of a wag, "you will surely fall, sir. Steward, spread a mattress on deck under the gentleman." But no sooner was our Greenland sailor's attention called to the sight, than, snatching up some rope yarn, he ran softly up behind the passenger, and without speaking a word, began binding him hand and foot. The stranger was more dumb than ever with amazement. At last violently remonstrated, but in vain; for as his tearfulness of falling made him keep his hands glued to the ropes, and so prevented him from any effectual resistance, he was soon made a handsome spread eagle of, to the great satisfaction of the crew. It was now discovered, for the first, that this singular passenger stammered and stuttered very badly, which perhaps was the cause of his reservedness. "What is this for?" "Spread eagle, sir," said the Greenlander, thinking that those few words would at once make the matter plain. "What that mean?" "Treats all round, sir," said the Greenlander, wondering at the other's obtusity, who, however, had never so much as heard of the thing before. At last, upon his reluctant acquiescence in the demands of the sailor, and handing him 2 half–crown pieces, the unfortunate passenger was suffered to descend. The last I ever saw of this man was his getting into a cab at Prince's Dock gates in Liverpool, and driving off alone to parts unknown. He had nothing but a valise with him, and an umbrella, but his pockets looked stuffed out. Perhaps he used them for carpet–bags. I must now give some account of another and still more mysterious, though very different sort of an occupant of the cabin, of whom I have previously hinted. What say you to a charming young girl? Just the girl to sing the Dashing White Sergeant, a martial, military–looking girl. Her father must have been a general. Her hair was auburn, her eyes were blue, her cheeks were white and red, and Captain Riga was her most devoted. To the curious questions of the sailors concerning who she was, the steward used to answer that she was the daughter of one of the Liverpool dock–masters, who, for the benefit of her health and the improvement of her mind, had sent her out to America in the Highlander, under the captain's charge, who was his particular friend; and that now the young lady was returning home from her tour. And truly the captain proved an attentive father to her, and often promenaded with her hanging on his arm, past the forlorn bearer of secret dispatches, who would look up now and then out of his reveries, and cast a furtive glance of wonder, as if he thought the captain was audacious. Considering his beautiful ward, I thought the captain behaved ungallantly, to say the least, in availing himself of the opportunity of her charming society to wear out his remaining old clothes. For no gentleman ever pretends to save his best coat when a lady is in the case. Indeed, he generally thirsts for a chance to abase it, by converting it into a pontoon over a puddle, like Sir Walter Raleigh, that the ladies may not soil the soles of their dainty slippers. But this Captain Riga was no Raleigh, and hardly any sort of a true gentleman whatever, as I have formerly declared. Yet perhaps he might have worn his old clothes in this instance for the express purpose of proving by his disdain for the toilet that he was nothing but the young lady's guardian; for many guardians do not care one fig how shabby they look. But for all this, the passage out was one long paternal sort of a shabby flirtation between this hoydenish nymph and the ill–dressed captain. And surely, if her good mother, were she living, could have seen this young lady, she would have given her an endless lecture for her conduct, and a copy of Mrs. Ellis's Daughters of England to read and digest. I shall say no more of this anonymous nymph, only that when we arrived at Liverpool, she issued from her cabin in a richly embroidered silk dress, and lace hat and veil, and a sort of Chinese umbrella, or parasol, which one of the sailors declared spangdangelous; and the captain followed after in his best broadcloth and beaver, with a gold–headed cane; and away they went in a carriage, and that was the last of her. I hope she is well and happy now, but I have some misgivings. It now remains to speak of the steerage passengers. There were not more than 20 or 30 of them, mostly mechanics, returning home after a prosperous stay in America, to escort their wives and families back. These were the only occupants of the steerage that I ever knew of, till early one morning, in the gray dawn, when we made Cape Clear, the south point of Ireland, the apparition of a tall Irishman, in a shabby shirt of bed–ticking, emerged from the fore–hatchway, and stood leaning on the rail, looking landward with a fixed reminiscent expression, and diligently scratching its back with both hands. We all started at the sight, for no one had ever seen the apparition before; and when we remembered that it must have been burrowing all the passage down in its bunk, the only probable reason of its so manipulating its back became shockingly obvious. I had almost forgotten another passenger of ours, a little boy not 4 feet high, an English lad, who, when we were about 48 hours from New York, suddenly appeared on deck, asking for something to eat. It seems he was the son of a carpenter, a widower with his only child, who had gone out to America in the Highlander some 6 months previous, where he fell to drinking, and soon died, leaving the boy a friendless orphan in a foreign land. For several weeks the boy wandered about the wharves, picking up a precarious livelihood by sucking molasses out of the casks discharged from West India ships, and occasionally regaling himself upon stray oranges and lemons found floating in the docks. He passed his nights sometimes in a stall in the markets, sometimes in an empty hogshead on the piers, sometimes in a doorway, and once in the watch-house, from which he escaped the next morning, running, as he told me, right between the doorkeeper's legs, when he was taking another vagrant to task for repeatedly throwing himself upon the public charities. At last, while straying along the docks, he chanced to catch sight of the Highlander, and immediately recognized her as the very ship which brought him and his father out from England. He at once resolved to return in her, and, accosting the captain, stated his case, and begged a passage. The captain refused to give it, but, nothing daunted, the heroic little fellow resolved to conceal himself on board previous to the ship's sailing, which he did, stowing himself away in the between decks, and moreover, as he told us, in a narrow space between two large casks of water, from which he now and then thrust out his head for air. And once a steerage passenger rose in the night and poked in and rattled about a stick where he was, thinking him an uncommon large rat, who was after stealing a passage across the Atlantic. There are plenty of passengers of that kind continually plying between Liverpool and New York. As soon as he divulged the fact of his being on board, which he took care should not happen till he thought the ship must be out of sight of land, the captain had him called aft, and after giving him a thorough shaking, and threatening to toss her overboard as a tit-bit for John Shark, he told the mate to send him forward among the sailors, and let him live there. The sailors received him with open arms, but before caressing him much, they gave him a thorough washing in the lee scuppers, when he turned out to be quite a handsome lad, though thin and pale with the hardships he had suffered. However, by good nursing and plenty to eat, he soon improved and grew fat, and before many days was as fine a looking little fellow as you might pick out of Queen Victoria's nursery. The sailors took the warmest interest in him. One made him a little hat with a long ribbon, another a little jacket, a third a comical little pair of man-of-war's man's trousers, so that in the end he looked like a juvenile boatswain's mate. Then the cook furnished him with a little tin pot and pan, and the steward made him a present of a pewter teaspoon, and a steerage passenger gave him a jackknife. And thus provided, he used to sit at meals half-way up on the forecastle ladder, making a great racket with his pot and pan, and merry as a cricket. He was an uncommonly fine, cheerful, clever, arch little fellow, only 6 years old, and it was 1,000 pities that he should be abandoned as he was. Who can say whether he is fated to be a convict in New South Wales, or a member of Parliament for Liverpool? When we got to that port, by the way, a purse was made up for him, the captain, officers, and the mysterious cabin passenger contributing their best wishes, and the sailors and poor steerage passengers something like $15 in cash and tobacco. But I had almost forgot to add that the daughter of the dockmaster gave him a fine lace-pocket handkerchief, and a card case to remember her by. Very valuable, but somewhat inappropriate presents. Thus supplied, the little hero went ashore by himself, and I lost sight of him in the vast crowds thronging the docks of Liverpool. I must here mention, as some relief to the impression which Jackson's character must have made upon the reader, that in several ways he at first befriended this boy, but the boy always shrunk from him, till at last, stung by his conduct, Jackson spoke to him no more, and seemed to hate him, harmless as he was, along with all the rest of the world. As for the Lancashire lad, he was a stupid sort of fellow, as I have before hinted. So little interest was taken in him that he was permitted to go ashore at last, without a good-bye from any person but one. Chapter 24. He begins to hop about in the rigging like a St. Jago's monkey. But we have not got to Liverpool yet, though as there is little more to be said concerning the passage out, the Highlander may as well make sail and get there as soon as possible. The brief interval will perhaps be profitably employed in relating what progress I made in learning the duties of a sailor. After my heroic feat in loosing the main skysail, the mate entertained good hopes of my becoming a rare mariner, In the fullness of his heart he ordered me to turn over the superintendence of the chicken coop to the Lancashire boy, which I did very willingly. After that I took care to show the utmost alacrity in running aloft, which by this time became mere fun for me, and nothing delighted me more than to sit on one of the topsail yards for hours together, helping Max or the Greenlander as they worked at the rigging. At sea, the sailors are continually engaged in parceling, serving, and, in 1,000 ways, ornamenting and repairing the numberless shrouds and stays, mending sails, or turning one side of the deck into a rope walk, where they manufacture a clumsy sort of twine called spun yarn. This is spun with a winch, and many an hour the Lancashire boy had to play the part of an engine, and contribute the motive power. For material, they use odds and ends of old rigging called junk, the yarns of which are picked to pieces and then twisted into new combinations, something as most books are manufactured. This junk is bought at the junk shops along the wharves, outlandish-looking dens generally subterranean, full of old iron, old shrouds, spars, rusty blocks, and superannuated tackles, and kept by villainous-looking old men in tarred trousers, and with yellow beards like oakum. They look like wreckers, and the scattered goods they expose for sale involuntarily remind one of the sea-beach, covered with keels and cordage swept ashore in a gale. Yes, I was now as nimble as a monkey in the rigging, and at the cry of "Tumble up there, my hearties, and take in sail," I was among the first ground and lofty tumblers that sprang aloft at the word. But the first time we reefed topsails of a dark night, and I found myself hanging over the yard with 11 others, the ship plunging and rearing like a mad horse, till I felt like being jerked off the spar, then, indeed, I thought of a feather bed at home, and hung on with tooth and nail, with no chance for snoring. But a few repetitions soon made me used to it, and before long I tied my reef point as quickly and expertly as the best of them, never making what they call a granny knot, and slipped down on deck by the bear stays instead of the shrouds. It is surprising how soon a boy overcomes his timidity about going aloft. For my own part, my nerves became as steady as the earth's diameter, and I felt as fearless on the royal yard as Sam Patch on the cliff of Niagara. To my amazement, also, I found that running up the rigging at sea, especially during a squall, was much easier than while lying in port; for as you always go up on the windward side, and the ship leans over, it makes more of a stairs of the rigging, whereas in harbor it is almost straight up and down. Besides, the pitching and rolling only imparts a pleasant sort of vitality to the vessel, so that the difference in being aloft in a ship at sea and a ship in harbor is pretty much the same as riding a real live horse and a wooden one. And even if the live charger should pitch you over his head, that would be much more satisfactory than an inglorious fall from the other. I took great delight in furling the top gallant sails and royals in a hard blow, which duty required 2 hands on the yard. There was a wild delirium about it, a fine rushing of the blood about the heart, and a glad thrilling and throbbing of the whole system, to find yourself tossed up at every pitch into the clouds of a stormy sky, and hovering like a judgment angel between heaven and earth, both hands free, with one foot in the rigging, and one somewhere behind you in the air. The sail would fill out a balloon, with a report like a small cannon, and then collapse and sink away into a handful; and the feeling of mastering the rebellious canvas, and tying it down like a slave to the spar, and binding it over and over with the gasket, had a touch of pride and power in it, such as young King Richard must have felt when he trampled down the insurgents of Wat Tyler. As for steering, they never would let me go to the helm, except during a calm, when I and the figurehead on the bow were about equally employed. By the way, that figurehead was a passenger I forgot to make mention of before. He was a gallant 6-footer of a Highlander, in full fig, with bright tartans, bare knees, barred leggings, and blue bonnet, and the most vermilion of cheeks. He was game to his wooden marrow, and stood up to it through thick and thin, one foot a little advanced, and his right arm stretched forward, daring on the waves. In a gale of wind it was glorious to watch him standing at his post like a hero, and plunging up and down the watery highlands and lowlands, as the ship went roaming on her way. He was a veteran, with many wounds of many sea fights, and when he got to Liverpool, a figurehead builder there amputated his left leg and gave him another wooden one, which I am sorry to say did not fit him very well, for ever after he looked as if he limped. Then this figurehead surgeon gave him another nose, and touched up one eye, and repaired a rent in his tartans. After that the painter came and made his toilet all over again, giving him a new suit throughout, with a plaid of a beautiful pattern. I do not know what has become of Donald now, but I hope he is safe and snug with a handsome pension in the Sailors' Snug Harbor on Staten Island. The reason why they gave me such a slender chance of learning to steer was this. I was quite young and raw, and steering a ship is a great art upon which much depends, especially the making a short passage, for if the helmsman be a clumsy, careless fellow, or ignorant of his duty, he keeps the ship going about in a melancholy state of indecision as to its precise destination, so that on a voyage to Liverpool it may be pointing one while for Gibraltar, then for Rotterdam, and now for John O'Groats, all of which is worse than wasted time, whereas a true steersman keeps her to her work night and day, and tries to make a bee-line from port to port. Then, in a sudden squall, inattention, or want of quickness at the helm, might make the ship lurch to, or bring her by the lee. And what those things are, the cabin passengers would never find out when they found themselves going down, 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 and bidding good-bye forever to the moon and stars. And they little think, many of them, fine gentlemen and ladies that they are, what an important personage, and how much to be had in reverence, is the rough fellow in the pea-jacket, whom they see standing at the wheel, now cocking his eye aloft, and then peeping at the compass, or looking out to windward. Why, that fellow has all your lives and eternities in hand, and with one small and almost imperceptible motion of a spoke, in a gale of wind, might give a vast deal of work to surrogates and lawyers in proving last wills and testaments. Aye, you may well stare at him now. He does not look much like a man who might play into the hands of an heir at law, does he? Yet such is the case. Watch him close, therefore. Take him down into your stateroom occasionally after a stormy watch, and make a friend of him. A glass of cordial will do it. And if you or your heirs are interested with the underwriters, then also have an eye on him. And if you remark that of the crew all the men who come to the helm are careless or inefficient, and if you observe the captain scolding them often, and crying out, "Luff, you rascal, she's falling off," or "Keep her steady, you scoundrel, you're boxing the compass," then hurry down to your stateroom, and if you have not yet made a will, get out your stationery and go at it. And when it is done, seal it up in a bottle, like Columbus's log, and it may possibly drift ashore when you are drowned in the next gale of wind. Chapter 25. Quarter-deck Furniture. Though, for reasons hinted at above, they would not let me steer, I contented myself with learning the compass, a graphic facsimile of which I drew on a blank leaf of the Wealth of Nations, and studied it every morning, like the multiplication table. I liked to peep in at the binnacle and watch the needle. Arid, I wondered how it was that it pointed north rather than south or west, for I do not know that any reason can be given why it points in the precise direction it does. One would think, too, that as since the beginning of the world almost, the tide of emigration has been setting west, the needle would point that way, whereas it is forever pointing its fixed forefinger toward the pole, where there are few inducements to attract a sailor, unless it be plenty of ice for mint juleps. Our binnacle, by the way, the place that holds a ship's compasses, deserves a word of mention. It was a little house, about the bigness of a common bird-cage, with sliding panel doors, and 2 drawing-rooms within, and constantly perched upon a stand, right in front of the helm. It had 2 chimney-stacks to carry off the smoke of the lamp that burned in it by night. It was painted green, and on 2 sides had Venetian blinds, and on one side 2 glazed sashes, so that it looked like a cool little summer retreat, a snug bit of an arbor at the end of a shady garden lane. Had I been the captain, I would have planted vines in boxes and placed them so as to overrun this binnacle, or I would have put canary birds within, and so made an aviary of it. It is surprising what a different air may be imparted to the meanest thing by the dainty hand of taste. Nor must I omit the helm itself, which was one of a new construction, and a particular favorite of the captain. It was a complex system of cogs and wheels and spindles, all of polished brass, and looked something like a printing press or power loom. The sailors, however, did not like it much, owing to the casualties that happened to their imprudent fingers by catching in among the cogs and other intricate contrivances. Then, sometimes in a calm, when the sudden swells would lift the ship, the helm would fetch a lurch, and send the helmsman revolving round like Zion, often seriously hurting him, a sort of breaking on the wheel. The harness cask, also a sort of sea sideboard, or rather meat safe, in which a week's allowance of salt pork and beef is kept, deserves being chronicled. It formed part of the standing furniture of the quarter deck. Of an oval shape, it was banded round with hoops all silver gilt, with gilded bands secured with gilded screws, and a gilded padlock richly chased. This formed the captain's smoking seat, where he would perch himself of an afternoon, a tasseled Chinese cap upon his head, and a fragrant Havana between his white and canine-looking teeth. He took much solid comfort, Captain Riga. Then the magnificent capstan, the pride and glory of the whole ship's company, the constant care and dandled darling of the cook, whose duty it was to keep it polished like a teapot, and it was an object of distant admiration to the steerage passengers. Like a parlor center-table, it stood full in the middle of the quarter-deck, radiant with brazen stars, and variegated with diamond-shaped veneerings of mahogany and satin wood. This was the captain's lounge, and the chief mate's secretary in the bar-holes keeping paper and pencil for memorandums. I might proceed and speak of the booby hatch, used as a sort of settee by the officers, and the fife rail round the mainmast, enclosing a little arc of canvas, painted green, where a small white dog, with a blue ribbon round his neck, belonging to the dockmaster's daughter, used to take his morning walks, and air himself in this small edition of the New York Bowling Green. End of Section 5. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 6 of Redburn His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn His First Voyage by Herman Melville. Chapters 26 through 29. Chapter 26. A Sailor, a Jack of all Trades. As I began to learn my sailor duties, and show activity in running aloft, the men, I observed, treated me with a little more consideration, though not at all relaxing in a certain air of professional superiority. For the mere knowing of the names of the ropes, and familiarizing yourself with their places, so that you can lay hold of them in the darkest night, and the loosing and furling of the canvas, and reefing topsails, and hauling braces, all this, though of course forming an indispensable part of a seaman's vocation, and the business in which he is principally engaged, yet these are things which a beginner of ordinary capacity soon masters, and which are far inferior to many other matters familiar to an able seaman. What did I know, for instance, about striking a top-gallant mast, and sending it down on deck in a gale of wind? Could I have turned in a dead-eye, or in the approved nautical style have clapped a seizing on the mainstay? What did I know of passing a gammoning, reeving a burton, strapping a shoe-block, clearing a foul hawse, and innumerable other intricacies? The business of a thoroughbred sailor is a special calling, as much of a regular trade as a carpenter's or locksmith's. Indeed, it requires considerably more adroitness and far more versatility of talent. In the English merchant service, boys serve a long apprenticeship to the sea, of 7 years. Most of them first enter the Newcastle colliers, where they see a great deal of severe coasting service. In an old copy of the Letters of Junius, belonging to my father, I remember reading that coal to supply the city of London could be dug at Blackheath, and sold for one half the price that the people of London then paid for it. But the government would not suffer the mines to be opened, as it would destroy the great nursery for British seamen. A thorough sailor must understand much of other avocations. He must be a bit of an embroiderer to work fanciful collars of hempen lace about the shrouds. He must be something of a weaver to weave mats of rope yarns for lashings to the boats. He must have a touch of millinery, so as to tie graceful bows and knots, such as Matthew Walker's roses and Turk's heads. He must be a bit of a musician in order to sing out at the halyards. He must be a sort of jeweler to set dead eyes in the standing rigging. He must be a carpenter to enable him to make a jury-mast out of a yard in case of emergency. He must be a seamstress to darn and mend the sails, a rope-maker to twist marline and Spanish foxes, a blacksmith to make hooks and thimbles for the blocks. In short, he must be a sort of jack of all trades, in order to master his own. And this, perhaps, in a greater or less degree, is pretty much the case with all things else. For you know nothing till you know all, which is the reason we never know anything. A sailor also, in working at the rigging, uses special tools peculiar to his calling: fids, serving mallets, toggles, prickers, marling spikes, palms, heavers, and many more. The smaller sort he generally carries with him from ship to ship in a sort of canvas reticule. The estimation in which a ship's crew hold the knowledge of such accomplishments as these is expressed in the phrase they apply to one who is a clever practitioner. To distinguish such a mariner from those who merely hand, reef, and steer, that is, run aloft, furl sails, haul ropes, and stand at the wheel, they say he is a sailor-man, which means that he not only knows how to reef a topsail, but is an artist in the rigging. Now, alas, I had no chance given me to become initiated in this art and mystery; no further, at least, than by looking on and watching how that these things might be done as well as others. The reason was, that I had only shipped for this one voyage in the Highlander, a short voyage too, and it was not worth while to teach me anything, the fruit of which instructions could be only reaped by the next ship I might belong to. All they wanted of me was the good will of my muscles and the use of my backbone, comparatively small though it was at that time, by way of a lever for the above-mentioned artists to employ when wanted. Accordingly, when any embroidery was going on in the rigging, I was set to the most inglorious avocations, as in the merchant service it is a religious maxim to keep the hands always employed at something or other, never mind what, during their watch on deck. Often furnished with a club-hammer, they swung me over the bows in a bowline, to pound the rust off the anchor; a most monotonous, and to me a most uncongenial and irksome business. There was a remarkable fatality attending the various hammers I carried over with me. Somehow they would drop out of my hands into the sea; but the supply of reserved hammers seemed unlimited; also the blessings and benedictions I received from the chief mate for my clumsiness. At other times they set me to picking oakum, like a convict, which hempen business disagreeably obtruded thoughts of halters and the gallows; or whittling belaying pins, like a down-easter. However, I endeavored to bear it like a young philosopher, and whiled away the tedious hours by gazing through a port-hole while my hands were plying, and repeating Lord Byron's address to the ocean, which I had often spouted on the stage at the high school at home. Yes, I got used to all these matters, and took most things coolly, in the spirit of Seneca and the Stoics. All but the turning out or rising from your berth when the watch was called at night. That I never fancied. It was a sort of acquaintance which the more I cultivated, the more I shrunk from. A thankless, miserable business, truly. Consider that after walking the deck for 4 full hours, you go below to sleep; and while thus innocently employed and reposing your wearied limbs, you are started up (it seems but the next instant after closing your lids) and hurried on deck again into the same disagreeably dark and perhaps stormy night from which you descended into the forecastle. The previous interval of slumber was almost wholly lost to me. At least the golden opportunity could not be appreciated; for though it is usually deemed a comfortable thing to be asleep, yet at the time no one is conscious that he is so enjoying himself. Therefore I made a little private arrangement with the Lancashire lad, who was in the other watch, just to step below occasionally and shake me, and whisper in my ear, "Watch below, Buttons, watch below," which pleasantly reminded me of the delightful fact. Then I would turn over on my side and take another nap; and in this manner I enjoyed several complete watches in my bunk to the other sailors' one. I recommend the plan to all landsmen contemplating a voyage to sea. But notwithstanding all these contrivances, the dreadful sequel could not be avoided. 8 bells would at last be struck, and the men on deck, exhilarated by the prospect of changing places with us, would call the watch in a most provoking but mirthful and facetious style; as thus: "Starboard watch, ahoy! 8 bells there below! Tumble up, my lively hearties! Steamboat alongside waiting for your trunks! Bear a hand with your knee buckles, my sweet and pleasant fellows! Fine shower bath here on deck! Hurrah! hurrah! your ice cream is getting cold." Whereupon some of the old croakers who were getting into their trousers would reply with, "Oh, stop your gabble, will you? Don't be in such a hurry now. You feel sweet, don't you?" with other exclamations, some of which were full of fury. And it was not a little curious to remark that at the expiration of the ensuing watch the tables would be turned, and we on deck became the wits and jokers, and those below the grizzly bears and growlers. Chapter 27. He gets a peep at Ireland, and at last arrives at Liverpool. The Highlander was not a greyhound, not a very fast sailor, and so the passage which some of the packet ships make in 15 or 16 days employed us about 30. At last, one morning, I came on deck, and they told me that Ireland was in sight. Ireland in sight! A foreign country actually visible! I peered hard, but could see nothing but a bluish, cloud like spot in the northeast. Was that Ireland? Why, there was nothing remarkable about that; nothing startling. If that's the way a foreign country looks, I might as well have stayed at home. Now what, exactly, I had fancied the shore would look like, I cannot say; but I had a vague idea that it would be something strange and wonderful. However, there it was, and as the light increased, and the ship sailed nearer and nearer, the land began to magnify, and I gazed at it with increasing interest. Ireland! I thought of Robert Emmet, and that last speech of his before Lord Norbury. I thought of Tommy Moore, and his amatory verses. I thought of Curran, Grattan, Plunkett, and O'Connell. I thought of my uncle's ostler, Patrick Flanagan; and I thought of the shipwreck of the gallant Albion, tossed to pieces on the very shore now in sight; and I thought I should very much like to leave the ship and visit Dublin and the Giant's Causeway. Presently a fishing boat drew near, and I rushed to get a view of it; but it was a very ordinary looking boat, bobbing up and down as any other boat would have done. Yet when I considered that the solitary man in it was actually a born native of the land in sight, that in all probability he had never been in America, and knew nothing about my friends at home, I began to think that he looked somewhat strange. He was a very fluent fellow, and as soon as we were within hailing distance, cried out, "Ah, my fine sailors from Ameriky, ain't ye, my beautiful sailors?" and concluded by calling upon us to stop and heave a rope. Thinking he might have something important to communicate, The mate accordingly backed I the main yard, and a rope being thrown, the stranger kept hauling in upon it, and coiling it down, crying, "Pay out, pay out, my honeys! Ah, but you're noble fellows!" till at last the mate asked him why he did not come alongside, adding, "Haven't you enough rope yet?" "Sure and I have," replied the fisherman, "and it's time for Pat to cut and run." And so saying, his knife severed the rope, and with a Kilkenny grin, he sprang to his tiller, put his little craft before the wind, and bowled away from us, with some 15 fathoms of our tow line. "And may the old boy hurry after you, and hang you in your stolen hemp, you Irish blackguard!" cried the mate, shaking his fist at the receding boat, after recovering from his first fit of amazement. Here, then, was a beautiful introduction to the Eastern Hemisphere, fairly robbed before striking soundings. This trick upon experienced travelers certainly beat all I had ever heard about the wooden nutmegs and basswood pumpkin seeds of Connecticut; and I thought if there were any more Hibernians like our friend Pat, the Yankee peddlers might as well give it up. The next land we saw was Wales. It was high noon, and a long line of purple mountains lay like banks of clouds against the east. Could this be really Wales? Wales? And I thought of the Prince of Wales. And did a real queen with a diadem reign over that very land I was looking at, with the identical eyes in my own head? And then I thought of a grandfather of mine, who had fought against the ancestor of this queen, at Bunker's Hill. But after all, the general effect of these mountains was mortifyingly like the general effect of the Catskill Mountains on the Hudson River. With a light breeze, we sailed on till next day, when we made Holyhead and Anglesea. Then it fell almost calm, and what little wind we had was ahead. So we kept tacking to and fro, just gliding through the water, and always hovering in sight of a snow-white tower in the distance, which might have been a fort or a lighthouse. I lost myself in conjectures as to what sort of people might be tenanting that lonely edifice, and whether they knew anything about us. The third day, with a good wind over the taffrail, we arrived so near our destination that we took a pilot at dusk. He, and everything connected with him, were very different from our New York pilot. In the first place, the pilot boat that brought him was a plethoric-looking sloop-rigged boat, with flat bows that went wheezing through the water, quite in contrast to the little gull of a schooner that bade us adieu off Sandy Hook. Aboard of her were 10 or 12 other pilots, fellows with shaggy brows and muffled in shaggy coats, who sat grouped together on deck like a fireside of bears, wintering in Aroostook. They must have had fine sociable times, though, together, cruising about the Irish Sea, in quest of Liverpool-bound vessels, smoking cigars, drinking brandy and water, and spinning yarns, till at last, one by one, they are all scattered on board of different ships, and meet again by the side of a blazing sea-coal fire, in some Liverpool tap-room, and prepare for another yachting. Now, when this English pilot boarded us, I stared at him as if he had been some wild animal just escaped from the Zoological Gardens. For here was a real live Englishman, just from England. Nevertheless, as he soon fell to ordering us here and there, and swearing vociferously in a language quite familiar to me, I began to think him very commonplace, and considerable of a bore after all. After running till about midnight, we hove to near the mouth of the Mersey, and next morning, before daybreak, took the first of the flood, and with a fair wind stood into the river, which at its mouth is quite an arm of the sea. Presently, in the misty twilight, we passed immense buoys, and caught sight of distant objects on shore, vague and shadowy shapes, like Ossian's ghosts. As I stood leaning over the side, and trying to summon up some image of Liverpool, to see how the reality would answer to my conceit, and while the fog and mist and gray dawn were investing everything with a mysterious interest, I was startled by the doleful, dismal sound of a great bell, whose slow, intermitting tolling seemed in unison with the solemn roll of the billows. I thought I had never heard so boding a sound that seemed to speak of judgment and the resurrection, like belfry-mouthed Paul of Tarsus. It was not in the direction of the shore, but seemed to come out of the vaults of the sea, and out of the mist and fog. Who was dead, and what could it be? I soon learned from my shipmates that this was the famous Bet Buoy, which is precisely what its name implies, and tolls fast or slow according to the agitation of the waves. In a calm it is dumb; in a moderate breeze it tolls gently; but in a gale it is an alarum like the tocsin, warning all mariners to flee. But it seemed fuller of dirges for the past than of monitions for the future; and no one can give ear to it, without thinking of the sailors who sleep far beneath it at the bottom of the deep. As we sailed ahead, the river contracted. The day came, and soon passing two lofty landmarks on the Lancashire shore, we rapidly drew near the town, and at last came to anchor in the stream. Looking shoreward, I beheld lofty ranges of dingy warehouses, which seemed very deficient in the elements of the marvelous, and bore a most unexpected resemblance to the warehouses along South street in New York. There was nothing strange, nothing extraordinary about them. There they stood, a row of calm and collected warehouses; very good and substantial edifices, doubtless, and admirably adapted to the ends had in view by the builders; but plain, matter-of-fact warehouses, nevertheless, and that was all that could be said of them. To be sure, I did not expect that every house in Liverpool must be a Leaning Tower of Pisa, or a Strasburg Cathedral; but yet these edifices, I must confess, were a sad and bitter disappointment to me. But it was different with Larry the whaleman, who, to my surprise, looking about him delighted, exclaimed, "Why, this ere is a considerable place; I'm dummed if it ain't quite a place. Why, them ere houses is considerable houses. It beats the coast of Africy all hollow. Nothing like this in Madagascar, I tell you. I'm dummed, boys, if Liverpool ain't a city." Upon this occasion, indeed, Larry altogether forgot his hostility to civilization. Having been so long accustomed to associate foreign lands with the savage places of the Indian Ocean, he had been under the impression that Liverpool must be a town of bamboos, situated in some swamp, and whose inhabitants turned their attention principally to the cultivation of logwood and curing of flying fish. For that any great commercial city existed 3,000 miles from home was a thing of which Larry had never before had a realizing sense. He was accordingly astonished and delighted, and began to feel a sort of consideration for the country which could boast so extensive a town. Instead of holding Queen Victoria on a par with the Queen of Madagascar, as he had been accustomed to do, he ever after alluded to that lady with feeling and respect. As for the other seamen, the sight of a foreign country seemed to kindle no enthusiasm in them at all, no emotion in the least. They looked around them with great presence of mind, and acted precisely as you or I would, if, after a morning's absence round the corner, we found ourselves returning home. Nearly all of them had made frequent voyages to Liverpool. Not long after anchoring, several boats came off, and from one of them stepped a neatly dressed and very respectable looking woman, some 30 years of age, I should think, carrying a bundle. Coming forward among the sailors, she inquired for Max the Dutchman, who immediately was forthcoming, and saluted her by the mellifluous appellation of Sally. Now, during the passage, Max, in discoursing to me of Liverpool, had often assured me that that city had the honor of containing a spouse of his, and that in all probability I would have the pleasure of seeing her. But having heard a good many stories about the bigamies of seamen, and their having wives and sweethearts in every port the round world over, and having been an eye witness to a nuptial parting between this very Max and a lady in New York, I put down this relation of his for what I thought it might reasonably be worth. What was my astonishment, therefore, to see this really decent civil woman coming with a neat parcel of Max's shore clothes, all washed, plaited, and ironed, and ready to put on at a moment's warning. They stood apart a few moments, giving loose to those transports of pleasure which always take place, I suppose, between man and wife after long separations. At last, after many earnest inquiries as to how he had behaved himself in New York, and concerning the state of his wardrobe, and going down into the forecastle and inspecting it in person, Sally departed, having exchanged her bundle of clean clothes for a bundle of soiled ones, and this was precisely what the New York wife had done for Max not 30 days previous. So long as we laid in port, Sally visited the Highlander daily, and approved herself a neat and expeditious getter-up of duck frocks and trousers, a capital tailoress, and, as far as I could see, a very well-behaved, discreet, and reputable woman. But from all I had seen of her, I should suppose Meg, the New York wife, to have been equally well-behaved, discreet, and reputable, and equally devoted to the keeping in good order Max's wardrobe. And when we left England at last, Sally bade Max good by, just as Meg had done, and when we arrived at New York, Meg greeted Max precisely as Sally had greeted him in Liverpool. Indeed, a pair of more amiable wives never belonged to one man. They never quarreled, or had so much as a difference of any kind, the whole broad Atlantic being between them, and Max was equally polite and civil to both. For many years he had been going Liverpool and New York voyages, plying between wife and wife with great regularity, and sure of receiving a hearty domestic welcome on either side of the ocean. Thinking this conduct of his, however, altogether wrong and every way immoral, I once ventured to express to him my opinion on the subject, but I never did so again. He turned round on me very savagely, and after rating me soundly for meddling in concerns not my own, concluded by asking me triumphantly whether old King Saul, as he called the son of David, did not have a whole frigate full of wives, and that being the case, whether he, a poor sailor, did not have just as good a right to have two. What was not wrong then is right now, said Max, so mind your eye, Buttons, or I'll crack your pepper box for you. Chapter 28. He goes to supper at the sign of the Baltimore Clipper. In the afternoon our pilot was all alive with his orders. We hove up the anchor, and after a deal of pulling and hauling and jamming against other ships, we wedged our way through a lock at high tide, and about dark succeeded in working up to a berth in Prince's Dock. The hawsers and tow lines being then coiled away, the crew were told to go ashore, select their boarding-house, and sit down to supper. Here it must be mentioned that, owing to the strict but necessary regulations of the Liverpool docks, no fires of any kind are allowed on board the vessels within them, and hence, though the sailors are supposed to sleep in the forecastle, yet they must get their meals ashore, or live upon cold potatoes. To a ship, the American merchantmen adopt the former plan, the owners of course paying the landlord's bill, which, in a large crew remaining at Liverpool more than 6 weeks, as we of the Highlander did, forms no inconsiderable item in the expenses of the voyage. Other ships, however, the economical Dutch and Danish, for instance, and sometimes the prudent Scotch, feed their luckless tars in dock, with precisely the same fare which they give them at sea, taking their salt junk ashore to be cooked, which indeed is but scurvy sort of treatment, since it is very apt to induce the scurvy. A parsimonious proceeding like this is regarded with immeasurable disdain by the crews of the New York vessels, who, if their captains treated them after that fashion, would soon bolt and run. It was quite dark when we all sprang ashore, and for the first time I felt dusty particles of the renowned British soil penetrating into my eyes and lungs. As for stepping on it, that was out of the question in the well-paved and flagged condition of the streets, and I did not have an opportunity to do so till some time afterward, when I got out into the country, and then indeed I saw England and snuffed its immortal loam, but not till then. Jackson led the van, and after stopping at a tavern, took us up this street and down that, till at last he brought us to a narrow lane filled with boarding-houses, spirit vaults, and sailors. Here we stopped before the sign of a Baltimore clipper, flanked on one side by a gilded bunch of grapes and a bottle, and on the other by the British unicorn and American eagle, lying down by each other, like the lion and lamb in the millennium. A very judicious and tasty device, showing a delicate apprehension of the propriety of conciliating American sailors in an English boarding house, and yet in no way derogating from the honor and dignity of England, but placing the two nations indeed upon a footing of perfect equality. Near the unicorn was a very small animal which at first I took for a young unicorn, but it looked more like a yearling lion. It was holding up one paw, as if it had a splinter in it, and on its head was a sort of basket-hilted, low-crowned hat without a rim. I asked a sailor standing by what this animal meant, when, looking at me with a grin, he answered, "Why, youngster, don't you know what that means? It's a young jackass limping off with a Kedgeree pot of rice out of the cuddy." Though it was an English boarding house, it was kept by a broken-down American mariner, one Danby, a dissolute, idle fellow, who had married a buxom English wife, and now lived upon her industry; for the lady, and not the sailor, proved to be the head of the establishment. She was a hale, good-looking woman, about 40 years old, and among the seamen went by the name of Handsome Mary. But, though from the dissipated character of her spouse, Mary had become the business personage of the house, bought the marketing, overlooked the tables, and conducted all the more important arrangements, yet she was by no means an Amazon to her husband, if she did play a masculine part in other matters. No, and the more is the pity. Poor Mary seemed too much attached to Danby to seek to rule him as a termagant. Often she went about her household concerns with the tears in her eyes, when, after a fit of intoxication, this brutal husband of hers had been beating her. The sailors took her part, and many a time volunteered to give him a thorough thrashing before her eyes; but Mary would beg them not to do so, as Danby would, no doubt, be a better boy next time. But there seemed no likelihood of this, so long as that abominable bar of his stood upon the premises. As you entered the passage, it stared upon you on one side, ready to entrap all guests. It was a grotesque, old-fashioned, castellated sort of a sentry-box, made of a smoky-colored wood, and with a grating in front that lifted up like a portcullis; and here would this Danby sit all the day long, and when customers grew thin, would patronize his own ale himself, pouring down mug after mug, as if he took himself for one of his own quarter-casks. Sometimes an old crony of his, one Bob Still, would come in, and then they would occupy the sentry-box together, and swill their beer in concert. This pot friend of Danby was portly as a dray horse, and had a round, sleek, oily head, twinkling eyes, and moist red cheeks. He was a lusty troller of ale songs, and with his mug in his hand, would lean his waddling bulk partly out of the sentry-box, singing, "No frost, no snow, no wind, I trow, can hurt me if I wold. I am so wrapped and thoroughly lapped in jolly good ale and old. I stuff my skin so full within of jolly good ale and old." Or this, "4 wines and brandies I detest, Here's richer juice from barley pressed, It is the quintessence of malt, And they that drink it want no salt. Come then, quick, come, and take this beer, And water henceforth you'll forswear." Alas, handsome Mary! what avail all thy private tears and remonstrances with the incorrigible Danby, so long as that brewery of a toper, Bob Still, daily eclipses thy threshold with the vast diameter of his paunch, and enthrones himself in the sentry-box, holding divided rule with thy spouse? The more he drinks, the fatter and rounder waxes Bob, and the songs pour out as the ale pours in, on the well-known principle that the air in a vessel is displaced and expelled as the liquid rises higher and higher in it. But as for Danby, the miserable Yankee grows sour on good cheer, and dries up the thinner for every drop of fat ale he imbibes. It is plain and demonstrable that much ale is not good for Yankees, and operates differently upon them from what it does upon a Briton. Ale must be drank in a fog and a drizzle. Entering the sign of the Clipper, Jackson ushered us into a small room on one side, and shortly after, handsome Mary waited upon us with a courtesy, and received the compliments of several old guests among our crew. She then disappeared to provide our supper. While my shipmates were now engaged in tippling and talking with numerous old acquaintances of theirs in the neighborhood, who thronged about the door, I remained alone in the little room, meditating profoundly upon the fact that I was now seated upon an English bench, under an English roof, in an English tavern, forming an integral part of the English empire. It was a staggering fact, but none the less true. I examined the place attentively. It was a long, narrow little room, with one small arched window with red curtains, looking out upon a smoky, untidy yard, bounded by a dingy brick wall, the top of which was horrible, with pieces of broken old bottles stuck into mortar. A dull lamp swung overhead, placed in a wooden ship suspended from the ceiling. The walls were covered with a paper representing an endless succession of vessels, of all nations, continually circumnavigating the apartment. By way of a pictorial mainsail to one of these ships, a map was hung against it, representing in faded colors the flags of all nations. From the street came a confused uproar of ballad singers, bawling women, babies, and drunken sailors. And this is England? But where are the old abbeys, and the York minsters, and the Lord Mayors, and coronations, and the Maypoles, and fox hunters, and Derby races, and the dukes and duchesses, and the Count d'Orsays, which, from all my reading, I had been in the habit of associating with England? Not the most distant glimpse of them was to be seen. Alas, Wellingborough, thought I fear you stand but a poor chance to see the sights. You are nothing but a poor sailor boy, and the Queen is not going to send a deputation of noblemen to invite you to St. James's. It was then I began to see that my prospects of seeing the world as a sailor were, after all, but very doubtful. For sailors only go round the world, without going into it, and their reminiscences of travel are only a dim recollection of a chain of tap rooms surrounding the globe parallel with the equator. They but touch the perimeter of the circle, hover about the edges of terra firma, and only land upon wharves and pierheads. They would dream as little of traveling inland to see Kenilworth or Blenheim Castle, as they would of sending a car overland to the Pope, when they touched at Naples. From these reveries I was soon roused by a servant girl hurrying from room to room in shrill tones, exclaiming, "Supper, supper ready!" Mounting a rickety staircase, we entered a room on the second floor. 3 tall brass candlesticks shed a smoky light upon smoky walls, of what had once been sea blue, covered with sailor scrawls of foul anchors, lovers' sonnets, and ocean ditties. On one side, nailed against the wainscot in a row, were the 4 knaves of cards, each Jack putting his best foot foremost as usual. What these signified I never heard. But such ample cheer, such a groaning table, such a superabundance of solids and substantial. Was it possible that sailors fared thus? The sailors who, at sea, live upon salt beef and biscuit? First and foremost was a mighty pewter dish, big as Achilles' shield, sustaining a pyramid of smoking sausages. This stood at one end. Midway was a similar dish, heavily laden with farmers' slices of head cheese; and at the opposite end, a congregation of beefsteaks, piled tier over tier. Scattered at intervals between, were side dishes of boiled potatoes, eggs by the score, bread and pickles, and on a stand adjoining was an ample reserve of every thing on the supper table. We fell to with all our hearts, wrapped ourselves in hot jackets of beefsteaks, curtailed the sausages with great celerity, and sitting down before the head cheese, soon raised it to its foundations. Toward the close of the entertainment, I suggested to Peggy, one of the girls who had waited upon us, that a cup of tea would be a nice thing to take, and I would thank her for one. She replied that it was too late for tea, but she would get me a cup of swipes, if I wanted it. Not knowing what swipes might be, I thought I would run the risk and try it; but it proved a miserable beverage, with a musty sour flavor, as if it had been a decoction of spoiled pickles. I never patronized swipes again, but gave it a wide berth; though at dinner afterward it was furnished to an unlimited extent, and drunk by most of my shipmates, who pronounced it good. But Bob Still would not have pronounced it so; for this swipes, as I learned, was a sort of cheap substitute for beer, or a bastard kind of beer, or the washings and rinsings of old beer barrels. But I do not remember now what they said it was precisely. I only know that swipes was my abomination. As for the taste of it, I can only describe it as answering to the name itself, which is certainly significant of something vile; but it is drunk in large quantities by the poor people about Liverpool, which perhaps in some degree accounts for their poverty. Chapter 29. Redburn deferentially discourses concerning the prospects of sailors. The ship remained in Prince's Dock over 6 weeks; but as I do not mean to present a diary of my stay there, I shall here simply record the general tenor of the life led by our crew during that interval; and will then proceed to note down, at random, my own wanderings about town, and impressions of things as they are recalled to me now, after the lapse of so many years. But first I must mention that we saw little of the captain during our stay in the dock. Sometimes cane in hand, he sauntered down of a pleasant morning from the Arms Hotel, I believe it was, where he boarded; and after lounging about the ship, giving orders to his prime minister and grand vizier, the chief mate, he would saunter back to his drawing rooms. From the glimpse of a playbill which I detected peeping out of his pocket, I inferred that he patronized the theatres; and from the flush of his cheeks, that he patronized the fine old port wine for which Liverpool is famous. Occasionally, however, he spent his nights on board, and mad roystering nights they were, such as rare Ben Jonson would have delighted in. For company over the cabin table, he would have 4 or 5 whiskered sea captains, who kept the steward drawing corks and filling glasses all the time; and once the whole company were found under the table at 4 o'clock in the morning, and were put to bed and tucked in by the 2 mates. Upon this occasion I agreed with our woolly doctor of divinity, the black cook, that they should have been ashamed of themselves; but there is no shame in some sea captains who only blush after the 3rd bottle. During the many visits of Captain Riga to the ship, he always said something courteous to a gentlemanly, friendless custom house officer, who stayed on board of us nearly all the time we lay in the dock. And weary days they must have been to this friendless custom house officer, trying to kill time in the cabin with a newspaper, and rapping on the transom with his knuckles. He was kept on board to prevent smuggling, but he used to smuggle himself ashore very often, when according to law he should have been at his post on board ship. But no wonder; he seemed to be a man of fine feelings, altogether above his situation; a most inglorious one, indeed; worse than driving geese to water. And now to proceed with the crew. At daylight all hands were called, and the decks were washed down. Then we had an hour to go ashore to breakfast; after which we worked at the rigging, or picked oakum, or were set to some employment or other, never mind how trivial, till 12 o'clock, when we went to dinner. At half past 9 we resumed work, and finally knocked off at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, unless something particular was in hand; and after 4 o'clock we could go where we pleased, and were not required to be on board again till next morning at daylight. As we had nothing to do with the cargo, of course, our duties were light enough, and the chief mate was often put to it to devise some employment for us. We had no watches to stand, a ship keeper, hired from shore, relieving us from that; and all the while the men's wages ran on, as at sea. Sundays we had to ourselves. Thus it will be seen that the life led by sailors of American ships in Liverpool is an exceedingly easy one, and abounding in leisure. They live ashore on the fat of the land, and after a little wholesome exercise in the morning, have the rest of the day to themselves. Nevertheless, these Liverpool voyages, likewise those to London and Havre, are the least profitable that an improvident seaman can take; because in New York he receives his month's advance, in Liverpool another, both of which, in most cases, quickly disappear; so that by the time his voyage terminates, he generally has but little coming to him, sometimes not a cent; whereas upon a long voyage, say to India or China, his wages accumulate; he has more inducements to economize, and far fewer motives to extravagance; and when he is paid off at last, he goes away jingling a quart measure of dollars. Besides, of all seaports in the world, Liverpool, perhaps, most abounds in all the variety of land sharks, land rats, and other vermin, which make the hapless mariner their prey. In the shape of landlords, bar keepers, clothiers, crimps, and boarding house loungers, the land sharks devour him limb by limb, while the land rats and mice constantly nibble at his purse. Other perils he runs also, far worse; from the denizens of notorious Corinthian haunts in the vicinity of the docks, which in depravity are not to be matched by anything this side of the pit that is bottomless. And yet sailors love this Liverpool, and upon long voyages to distant parts of the globe, will be continually dilating upon its charms and attractions, and extolling it above all other seaports in the world. For in Liverpool they find their paradise, not the well known street of that name; and one of them told me he would be content to lie in Prince's Dock till he hove up anchor for the world to come. Much is said of ameliorating the condition of sailors, but it must ever prove a most difficult endeavor, so long as the antidote is given before the bane is removed. Consider that with the majority of them the very fact of their being sailors argues a certain recklessness and sensualism of character, ignorance and depravity. Consider that they are generally friendless and alone in the world, or if they have friends and relatives, they are almost constantly beyond the reach of their good influences. Consider that after the rigorous discipline, hardships, dangers, and privations of a voyage, they are set adrift in a foreign port, and exposed to 1,000 enticements, which, under the circumstances, would be hard even for virtue itself to withstand, unless virtue went about on crutches. Consider that by their very vocation they are shunned by the better classes of people, and cut off from all access to respectable and improving society. Consider all this, and the reflecting mind must very soon perceive that the case of sailors, as a class, is not a very promising one. Indeed, the bad things of their condition come under the head of those chronic evils which can only be ameliorated, it would seem, by ameliorating the moral organization of all civilization. Though old 74s and old frigates are converted into chapels, and launched into the docks; though the boatswain's mate and other clever religious tracts in the nautical dialect are distributed among them; though clergymen harangue them from the pier heads, and chaplains in the navy read sermons to them on the gun deck; though evangelical boarding houses are provided for them; though the parsimony of ship owners has seconded the really sincere and pious efforts of temperance societies, to take away from seamen their old rations of grog while at sea; notwithstanding all these things, and many more, the relative condition of the great bulk of sailors to the rest of mankind seems to remain pretty much where it was a century ago. It is too much the custom, perhaps, to regard as a special advance that unavoidable and merely participative progress which any one class makes in sharing the general movement of the race. Thus, because the sailor, who to day steers the Hibernia or Unicorn steamship across the Atlantic, is a somewhat different man from the exaggerated sailors of Smollett and the men who fought with Nelson at Copenhagen, and survived to riot themselves away at North Corner and Plymouth; because the modern tar is not quite so gross as heretofore, and has shaken off some of his shaggy jackets, and docked his Lord Rodney Quay; therefore, in the estimation of some observers, he has begun to see the evils of his condition, and has voluntarily improved. But upon a closer scrutiny it will be seen that he has but drifted along with that great tide, which, perhaps, has two flows for one ebb. He has made no individual advance of his own. There are classes of men in the world who bear the same relation to society at large that the wheels do to a coach, and are just as indispensable. But, however easy and delectable the springs upon which the insiders pleasantly vibrate, however sumptuous the hammer-cloth and glossy the door-panels, yet for all this the wheels must still revolve in dusty or muddy revolutions. No contrivance, no sagacity can lift them out of the mire, for upon something the coach must be bottomed, on something the insiders must roll. Now, sailors form one of these wheels. They go and come round the globe. They are the true importers and exporters of spices and silks, of fruits and wines and marbles. They carry missionaries, ambassadors, opera singers, armies, merchants, tourists, and scholars to their destination. They are a bridge of boats across the Atlantic. They are the primum mobile of all commerce. And, in short, were they to emigrate in a body to man the navies of the moon, almost everything would stop here on earth except its revolution on its axis, and the orators in the American Congress. And yet, what are sailors? What in your heart do you think of that fellow staggering along the dock? Do you not give him a wide berth, shun him, and account him but little above the brutes that perish? Will you throw open your parlors to him, invite him to dinner, or give him a season ticket to your pew in church? No, you will do no such thing, but at a distance you will perhaps subscribe $1 or $2 for the building of a hospital, to accommodate sailors already broken down, or for the distribution of excellent books among tars who cannot read. And the very mode and manner in which such charities are made, bespeak, more than words, the low estimation in which sailors are held. It is useless to gainsay it. They are deemed almost the refuse and offscourings of the earth, and the romantic view of them is principally had through romances. But can sailors, one of the wheels of this world, be wholly lifted up from the mire? There seems not much chance for it in the old systems and programs of the future, however well intentioned and sincere. For with such systems the thought of lifting them up seems almost as hopeless as that of growing the grape in Nova Zembla. But we must not altogether despair for the sailor, nor need those who toil for his good be at bottom disheartened. Or time must prove his friend in the end, and though sometimes he would almost seem as a neglected stepson of heaven, permitted to run on and riot out his days with no hand to restrain him, while others are watched over and tenderly cared for, yet we feel and we know that God is the true Father of all, and that none of his children are without the pale of his care. End of Section 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 7 of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 30 through 32. Chapter 30. Redburn grows intolerably flat and stupid over some outlandish old guide-books. Among the odd volumes in my father's library was a collection of old European and English guide-books, which he had bought on his travels a great many years ago. In my childhood I went through many courses of studying them, and never tired of gazing at the numerous quaint embellishments and plates, and staring at the strange title pages, some of which I thought resembled the mustached faces of foreigners. Among others was a Parisian-looking faded, pink-covered pamphlet, the rouge here and there effaced upon its now thin and attenuated cheeks, entitled Voyage descriptif et philosophique de l'Ancien et du Nouveau, Paris, Miroir fidèle. Also a time-darkened, mossy old book, in marbleized binding, much resembling Verde antique, entitled Itinéraire instructif de Rome, ou Description générale des monuments antiques et modernes, et des ouvrages les plus remarquables de peinture, de sculpture, et d'architecture de cette célèbre ville. On the russet title page is a vignette representing a barren rock, partly shaded by a scrub oak, a forlorn bit of landscape, and under the lee of the rock and the shade of the tree maternally reclines the houseless foster mother of Romulus and Remus, giving suck to the illustrious twins. A pair of naked little cherubs sprawling on the ground with locked arms, eagerly engaged at their absorbing occupation. A large cactus leaf or diaper hangs from a bough, and the wolf looks a good deal like one of the no-horn breed of barnyard cows. The work is published avec privilège du souverain pontife. There was also a velvet-bound old volume in brass clasps entitled The Conductor Through Holland, with a plate of the Stadthouse. Also a venerable picture of London, abounding in representations of St. Paul's, the Monument, Temple Bar, Hyde Park Corner, the Horse Guards, the Admiralty, Charing Cross, and Vauxhall Bridge. Also a bulky book in a dusty-looking yellow cover, reminding one of the paneled doors of a mail coach, and bearing an elaborate title page, full of printers' flourishes, in emulation of the cracks of a four-in-hand whip, entitled, in part, The Great Roads, both direct and cross, throughout England and Wales, from an actual admeasurement by order of His Majesty's Postmaster General. This work describes the cities, market, and borough and corporate towns, and those at which the assizes are held, and gives the time of the mails, arrival and departure from each; describes the inns in the metropolis from which the stages go, and the inns in the country which supply post-horses and carriages; describes the noblemen' and gentlemen's seats situated near the road, with maps of the environs of London, Bath, Brighton, and Margate. It is dedicated to the Right Honorable the Earls of Chesterfield and Leicester, by their lordships' most obliged, obedient, and obsequious servant, John Gary, 1798. Also a green pamphlet, with a motto from Virgil, and an intricate coat of arms on the cover, looking like a diagram of the labyrinth of Crete, entitled A Description of York, its Antiquities and Public Buildings, particularly the Cathedral, compiled with great pains from the most authentic records. Also a small scholastic-looking volume in a classic vellum binding, and with a frontispiece bringing together at one view the towers and turrets of King's College and the magnificent Cathedral of Ely, though geographically 16 miles apart, entitled The Cambridge Guide, its Colleges, Halls, Libraries, and Museums, with the ceremonies of the town and university, and some account of Ely Cathedral. Also a pamphlet with a japanned sort of cover, stamped with a disorderly higgledy-piggledy group of pagoda-looking structures, claiming to be an accurate representation of the north or grand front of Blenheim, and entitled A Description of Blenheim, the Seat of His Grace the Duke of Marlborough, containing a full account of the paintings, tapestry, and furniture, a picturesque tour of the gardens and parks, and a general description of the famous China Gallery 6C, with an essay on landscape gardening, and embellished with a view of the palace and a new and elegant plan of the great park. And lastly, and to the purpose, there was a volume called The Picture of Liverpool. It was a curious and remarkable book, and from the many fond associations connected with it, I should like to immortalize it if I could. But let me get it down from its shrine, and paint it, if I may, from the life. As I now linger over the volume to and fro, turning the pages so dear to my boyhood, the very pages which years and years ago my father turned over amid the very scenes that are here described, what a soft, pleasing sadness steals over me, and how I melt into the past and forgotten. Dear book, I will sell my Shakespeare, and even sacrifice my old quarto Hogarth, before I will part with you. Yes, I will go to the hammer myself, ere I send you to be knocked down in the auctioneer's shambles. I will, my beloved, old family relic that you are. Till you drop leaf from leaf and letter from letter, you shall have a snug shelf somewhere, though I have no bench for myself. In size, it is what the booksellers call an 18mo. It is bound in green morocco, which, from my earliest recollection, has been spotted and tarnished with time. The corners are marked with triangular patches of red, like little cocked hats, and some unknown Goth has inflicted an incurable wound upon the back. There is no lettering outside, so that he who lounges past my humble shelves seldom dreams of opening the anonymous little book in green. There it stands, day after day, week after week, year after year, and no one but myself regards it. But I make up for all neglects with my own abounding love for it. But let us open the volume. What are these scrawls in the fly-leaves? What incorrigible pupil of a writing-master has been here? What crayon sketcher of wild animals and falling air-castles? Ah, no, these are all part and parcel of the precious book which go to make up the sum of its treasure to me. Some of the scrawls are my own, and as poets do with their juvenile sonnets, I might write under this horse, drawn at the age of 3 years, and under this autograph, executed at the age of 8. Others are the handiwork of my brothers and sisters and cousins, and the hands that sketched some of them are now mouldered away. But what does this anchor here, this ship, and this sea ditty of Dibdin's? The book must have fallen into the hands of some tarry captain of a forecastle. No, that anchor ship and Dibdin's ditty are mine. This hand drew them, and on this very voyage to Liverpool. But not so fast. I did not mean to tell that yet. Full in the midst of these pencil scrawlings, completely surrounded indeed, stands in indelible though faded ink, and in my father's handwriting, the following: Walter Redburn, Riddough's Royal Hotel, Liverpool, March 20th, 1808. Turning over that leaf, I come upon some half-effaced miscellaneous memoranda in pencil, characteristic of a methodical mind, and therefore indubitably my father's, which he must have made at various times during his stay in Liverpool. These are full of a strange, subdued, old midsummer interest to me, and though from the numerous effacements it is much like cross-reading to make them out, yet I must here copy a few random. Guide book, 3s. 6d. Dinner at the Star and Garter, 10d. Trip to Preston, distance 31 miles, £2 6s. 3d. Gratuities, 4d. Hack, 4s. 6d. Thomson's Seasons, 5d. Library, 1d. Boat on the river, 6d. Port wine and cigar, 4d. And on the opposite page I can just decipher the following: Dine with Mr. Roscoe on Monday. Call upon Mr. Morrill same day. Leave card at Colonel Digby's on Tuesday. Theatre Friday night, Richard III, and new farce. Present letter at Miss L.'s on Tuesday. Call on Sampson and Wilt Friday. Get my draft on London cashed. Write home by the Princess. Letter bag at Sampson and Wilt's. Turning over the next leaf, I unfold a map, which, in the midst of the British arms, in one corner, displays, in sturdy text, that this is a plan of the town of Liverpool. But there seems little plan in the confined and crooked-looking marks for the streets, and the docks irregularly scattered along the bank of the Mersey, which flows along a peaceful stream of shaded line engraving. On the northeast corner of the map lies a level Sahara of yellowish white, a desert which still bears marks of my zeal in endeavoring to populate it with all manner of uncouth monsters and crayons. The space designated by that spot is now, doubtless, completely built up in Liverpool. Traced with a pen, I discover a number of dotted lines, radiating in all directions from the foot of Lord street, where stands marked Riddough's Hotel, the house my father stopped at. These marks delineate his various excursions in the town, and I follow the lines on through street and lane, and across broad squares, and penetrate with them into the narrowest courts. By these marks I perceive that my father forgot not his religion in a foreign land, but attended St. John's Church near the Haymarket, and other places of public worship. I see that he visited the News Room in Duke Street, the Lyceum in Bold Street, and the Theatre Royal, and that he called to pay his respects to the eminent Mr. Roscoe, the historian, poet, and banker. Reverentially folding this map, I pass a plate of the Town Hall, and come upon the title page, which, in the middle, is ornamented with a piece of landscape representing a loosely clad lady in sandals, pensively seated upon a bleak rock on the sea-shore, supporting her head with one hand, and with the other exhibiting to the stranger an oval sort of salver, bearing the figure of a strange bird, with this motto elastically stretched for a border: Deus nobis aec otia fecit. The bird forms part of the city arms, and is an imaginary representation of a now extinct fowl called the liver, said to have inhabited a pool, which antiquarians assert once covered a good part of the ground where Liverpool now stands, and from that bird and this pool Liverpool derives its name. At a distance from the pensive lady in sandals is a ship under full sail, and on the beach is the figure of a small man, vainly essaying to roll over a huge bale of goods. Equally divided at the top and bottom of this design is the following title complete, but I fear the printer will not be able to give a facsimile: The Picture of Liverpool, or Stranger's Guide and Gentleman's Pocket Companion for the Town, embellished with engravings by the most accomplished and eminent artists. Liverpool, printed in Swift's Court, and sold by Woodward and Alderson, 56 Castle Street, 1803. A brief and reverential preface, as if the writer were all the time bowing, informs the reader of the flattering reception accorded to previous editions of the work, and quotes testimonies of respect which had lately appeared in various quarters, the British Critic Review, and the 7th volume of the Beauties of England and Wales, and concludes by expressing the hope that this new, revised, and illustrated edition might render it less unworthy of the public notice, and less unworthy also of the subject it is intended to illustrate. A very nice, dapper, and respectful little preface, the time and place of writing which is solemnly recorded at the end: Hope Place, 1st September, 1803. But how much fuller my satisfaction, as I fondly linger over this circumstantial paragraph, if the writer had recorded the precise hour of the day, and by what timepiece, and if he had but mentioned his age, occupation, and name. But all is now lost. I know not who he was, and this estimable author must needs share the oblivious fate of all literary incognitos. He must have possessed the grandest and most elevated ideas of true fame, since he scorned to be perpetuated by a solitary initial. Could I find him out now, sleeping neglected in some churchyard, I would buy him a headstone, and record upon it naught but his title page, deeming that his noblest epitaph. After the preface, the book opens with an extract from a prologue, written by the excellent Dr. Aiken, the brother of Mrs. Barbauld, upon the opening of the Theatre Royal, Liverpool, in 1772. Where Mersey's stream, long winding o'er the plain, pours his full tribute to the circling main, a band of fishers chose their humble seat. Contented labor blessed the fair retreat, inured to hardship, patient, bold, and rude, they braved the billows for precarious food. Their straggling huts were ranged along the shore, their nets and little boats their only store. Indeed, throughout, the work abounds with quaint poetical quotations, and old-fashioned classical allusions to the Aeneid and Falconer's shipwreck. And the anonymous author must have been not only a scholar and a gentleman, but a man of gentle disinterestedness, combined with true city patriotism, for in his survey of the town are 9 thickly printed pages of a neglected poem by a neglected Liverpool poet. By way of apologizing for what might seem an obtrusion upon the public of so long an episode, he courteously and feelingly introduces it by saying that the poem has now for several years been scarce, and is at present but little known, and hence a very small portion of it will no doubt be highly acceptable to the cultivated reader, especially as this noble epic is written with great felicity of expression and the sweetest delicacy of feeling. Once, but once only, an uncharitable thought crossed my mind, that the author of the guide book might have been the author of the epic. But that was years ago, and I have never since permitted so uncharitable a reflection to insinuate itself into my mind. This epic, from the specimen before me, is composed in the old stately style, and rolls along commanding as a coach and four. It sings of Liverpool and the Mersey, its docks, and ships, and warehouses, and bales, and anchors, and after descanting upon the abject times, when his noble waves in glorious Mersey rolled, the poet breaks forth like all Parnassus, with "Now o'er the wondering world her name resounds, From northern climes to India's distant bounds. Where'er his shores the broad Atlantic waves, Where'er the Baltic rolls his wintry waves, Where'er the honored flood extends his tide, That clasps Sicilia like a favored bride. Greenland for her its bulky whale resigns, And temperate Gallia rears her generous vines. Midst warm Iberia citron orchards blow, And the ripe fruitage bends the laboring bough. In every clime her prosperous fleets are known, She makes the wealth of every clime her own." It also contains a delicately curtained allusion to Mr. Roscoe. And here R.S.O., with genius all his own, new tracks explores, and all before unknown? Indeed, both the anonymous author of the guide book and the gifted bard of the Mersey seem to have nourished the wanest appreciation of the fact, that to their beloved town Roscoe imparted a reputation which gracefully embellished its notoriety as a mere place of commerce. He is called the modern Guicciardini of the modern Florence, and his histories, translations, and Italian lives are spoken of with classical admiration. The first chapter begins in a methodical, businesslike way by informing the impatient reader of the precise latitude and longitude of Liverpool, so that at the outset there may be no misunderstanding on that head. It then goes on to give an account of the history and antiquities of the town, beginning with a record in the Doomsday Book of William the Conqueror. Here it must be sincerely confessed, however, that notwithstanding his numerous other merits, my favorite author betrays a want of the uttermost antiquarian and penetrating spirit, which would have scorned to stop in its researches at the reign of the Norman monarch, but would have pushed on resolutely through the Dark Ages, up to Moses, the man of Uz, and Adam, and finally established the fact beyond a doubt, that the soil of Liverpool was created with the creation. But perhaps one of the most curious passages in the chapter of antiquarian research is the pious author's moralizing reflections upon an interesting fact he records, to wit, that in A.D. 1571 the inhabitants sent a memorial to Queen Elizabeth, praying relief under a subsidy wherein they styled themselves Her Majesty's poor decayed town of Liverpool. As I now fix my gaze upon this faded and dilapidated old guide book, bearing every token of the ravages of near half a century, and read how this piece of antiquity enlarges like a modern upon previous antiquities, I am forcibly reminded that the world is indeed growing old; and when I turn to the second chapter, on the increase of the town and number of inhabitants, and then skim over page after page throughout the volume, all filled with allusions to the immense grandeur of a place which since then has more than quadrupled in population, opulence, and splendor, and whose present inhabitants must look back upon the period here spoken of with a swelling feeling of immeasurable superiority and pride, I am filled with a comical sadness at the vanity of all human exultation. For the copestone of today is the cornerstone of tomorrow; and as St. Peter's Church was built in great part of the ruins of old Rome, So in all our erections, however imposing, we but form quarries and supply ignoble materials for the grander domes of posterity. And even as this old guide book boasts of the, to us, insignificant Liverpool of 50 years ago, the New York guide books are now vaunting of the magnitude of a town whose future inhabitants, multitudinous as the pebbles on the beach, and girdled in with high walls and towers, flanking endless avenues of opulence and taste, will regard all our Broadways and Boweries as but the paltry nucleus to their Nineveh. From far up the Hudson, beyond Harlem River, where the young saplings are now growing, that will overarch their lordly mansions with broad boughs, centuries old, they may send forth explorers to penetrate into the then obscure and smoky alleys of the Fifth Avenue and 14th Street, and going still farther south, may exhume the present Doric Custom House, and quote it as a proof that their high and mighty metropolis enjoyed a Hellenic antiquity. As I am extremely loath to omit giving a specimen of the dignified style of this picture of Liverpool, so different from the brief, pert, and unclerkly handbooks to Niagara and Buffalo of the present day, I shall now insert the chapter of antiquarian researches, especially as it is entertaining in itself, and affords much valuable and perhaps rare information which the reader may need concerning the famous town to which I made my first voyage. And I think that with regard to a matter concerning which I myself am wholly ignorant, it is far better to quote my old friend verbatim, than to mince his substantial baron of beef of information into a flimsy rag-out of my own, and so pass it off as original. Yes, I will render unto my honored guide book its due. But how can the printer's art so dim and mellow down the pages into a soft sunset yellow, and to the reader's eyes shed over the type all the pleasant associations which the original carries to me? No. By my father's sacred memory, and all sacred privacies of fond family reminiscences, I will not quote thee, old Morocco, before the cold face of the marble-hearted world; for your antiquities would only be skipped and dishonored by shallow-minded readers, and for me, I should be charged with swelling out my volume by plagiarizing from a guide book the most vulgar and ignominious of thefts. Chapter 31. With his prosy old guide book, he takes a prosy stroll through the town. When I left home, I took the green morocco guide book along, supposing that from the great number of ships going to Liverpool, I would most probably ship on board one of them, as the event itself proved. Great was my boyish delight at the prospect of visiting a place, the infallible clue to all whose intricacies I held in my hand. On the passage out, I studied its pages a good deal. In the first place, I grounded myself thoroughly in the history and antiquities of the town, as set forth in the chapter I intended to quote. Then I mastered the columns of statistics touching the advance of population, and pored over them as I used to do over my multiplication table; for I was determined to make the whole subject my own, and not be content with a mere smattering of the thing, as is too much the custom with most students of guide books. Then I perused one by one the elaborate descriptions of public edifices, and scrupulously compared the text with the corresponding engraving, to see whether they corroborated each other; for be it known that, including the map, there were no less than 17 plates in the work, and by often examining them, I had so impressed every column and cornice in my mind, that I had no doubt of recognizing the originals in a moment. In short, when I considered that my own father had used this very guide book, and that thereby it had been thoroughly tested, and its fidelity proved beyond a peradventure, I could not but think that I was building myself up in an unerring knowledge of Liverpool, especially as I had familiarized myself with the map, and could turn sharp corners on it with marvelous confidence and celerity. In imagination, as I lay in my berth on shipboard, I used to take pleasant afternoon rambles through the town, down St. James Street and up Great George's, stopping at various places of interest and attraction. I began to think I had been born in Liverpool, so familiar seemed all the features of the map. And though some of the streets there depicted were thickly involved, endlessly angular and crooked, like the map of Boston in Massachusetts, yet I made no doubt that I could march through them in the darkest night, and even run for the most distant dock upon a pressing emergency. Dear delusion! It never occurred to my boyish thoughts, that though a guide book 50 years old might have done good service in its day, yet it would prove but a miserable cicerone to a modern. I little imagined that the Liverpool my father saw was another Liverpool from that to which I, his son Wellingborough, was sailing. No, these things never obtruded. So accustomed had I been to associate my old Morocco guide book with the town it described, that the bare thought of there being any discrepancy never entered my mind. While we lay in the Mersey, before entering the dock, I got out my guide book to see how the map would compare with the identical place itself, but they bore not the slightest resemblance. However, thinks I, this is owing to my taking a horizontal view instead of a bird's eye survey. So, never mind, old guide book, you, at least, are all right. But my faith received a severe shock that same evening, when the crew went ashore to supper, as I have previously related. The men stopped at a curious old tavern near the Prince's Docks walls, and having my guide book in my pocket, I drew it forth to compare notes, when I found that precisely upon the spot where I and my shipmates were standing, and a cherry-cheeked barmaid was filling their glasses, my infallible old Morocco, in that very place, located a fort, adding that it was well worth the intelligent stranger's while to visit it for the purpose of beholding the guard relieved in the evening. This was a staggerer, for how could a tavern be mistaken for a castle? And this was about the hour mentioned for the guard to turn out, yet not a red coat was to be seen. But for all this, I could not, for one small discrepancy, condemn the old family servant who had so faithfully served my own father before me. And when I learned that this tavern went by the name of the Old Fort Tavern, and when I was told that many of the old stones were yet in the walls, I almost completely exonerated my guide book from the half-insinuated charge of misleading me. The next day was Sunday, and I had it all to myself. And now, thought I, my guide book and I shall have a famous ramble up street and down lane, even unto the furthest limits of this Liverpool. I rose bright and early. From head to foot performed my ablutions with Eastern scrupulosity, and I arrayed myself in my red shirt and shooting jacket, and the sportsman's pantaloons, and crowned my entire man with the tarpaulin, so that from this curious combination of clothing, and particularly from my red shirt, I must have looked like a very strange compound indeed, 3 parts sportsman and 2 soldier to 1 of the sailor. My shipmates, of course, made merry at my appearance, but I heeded them not, and after breakfast jumped ashore full of brilliant anticipations. My gait was erect, and I was rather tall for my age, and that may have been the reason why, as I was rapidly walking along the dock, a drunken sailor passing exclaimed, "Eyes right! Quick step there!" Another fellow stopped me to know whether I was going fox hunting, and one of the dock police stationed at the gates, after peeping out upon me from his sentry box, a snug little den furnished with benches and newspapers, and hung round with storm jackets and oiled capes, issued forth in a great hurry, crossed my path as I was emerging into the street, and commanded me to halt. I obeyed, when, scanning my appearance pertinaciously, he desired to know where I got that tarpaulin hat, not being able to account for the phenomenon of its roofing the head of a broken-down fox hunter. But I pointed to my ship, which lay at no great distance, when, remarking from my voice that I was a Yankee, this faithful functionary permitted me to pass. It must be known that the police stationed at the gates of the docks are extremely observant of strangers going out, as many thefts are perpetrated on board the ships, and if they chance to see anything suspicious, they probe into it without mercy. Thus, the old men who buy shakings and rubbish from vessels must turn their bags wrong side out before the police ere they are allowed to go outside the walls. and often they will search a suspicious-looking fellow's clothes, even if he be a very thin man, with attenuated and almost imperceptible pockets. But where was I going? I will tell. My intention was, in the first place, to visit Riddough's Hotel, where my father had stopped, more than 30 years before, and then, with the map in my hand, follow him through all the town, according to the dotted lines in the diagram. For thus would I be performing a filial pilgrimage to spots which would be hallowed in my eyes. At last, when I found myself going down Old Hall Street toward Lord Street, where the hotel was situated, according to my authority, and when, taking out my map, I found that Old Hall Street was marked there, through its whole extent, with my father's pen, 1,000 fond, affectionate emotions rushed around my heart. Yes, in this very street, thought I, nay, on this very flagging, my father walked. Then I almost wept, when I looked down on my sorry apparel, and marked how the people regarded me. The men staring at so grotesque a young stranger, and the old ladies in beaver hats and ruffles, crossing the walk a little to shun me. How differently my father must have appeared, perhaps in a blue coat, buff vest, and Hessian boots, and little did he think that a son of his would ever visit Liverpool as a poor friendless sailor boy. But I was not born then. No, when he walked this flagging, I was not so much as thought of. I was not included in the census of the universe. My own father did not know me then, and had never seen or heard, or so much as dreamed of me. And that thought had a touch of sadness to me. For if it had certainly been that my own parent at one time never cast a thought upon me, how might it be with me hereafter? Poor, poor Wellingborough, thought I, miserable boy, you are indeed friendless and forlorn. Here you wander a stranger in a strange town, and the very thought of your father's having been here before you but carries with it the reflection that he then knew you not, nor cared for you one whit. But dispelling these dismal reflections as well as I could, I pushed on my way till I got to Chapel Street, which I crossed; and then going under a cloister-like arch of stone, whose gloom and narrowness delighted me, and filled my Yankee soul with romantic thoughts of old abbeys and minsters, I emerged into the fine quadrangle of the Merchants' Exchange. There, leaning against the colonnade, I took out my map, and traced my father right across Chapel Street, and actually through the very arch at my back into the paved square where I stood. So vivid was now the impression of his having been here, and so narrow the passage from which he had emerged, that I felt like running on and overtaking him around the town hall adjoining, at the head of Castle Street. But I soon checked myself, when remembering that he had gone whither no sun's search could find him in this world. And then I thought of all that must have happened to him since he paced through that arch; what trials and troubles he had encountered; how he had been shaken by many storms of adversity, and at last died a bankrupt. I looked at my own sorry garb, and had much ado to keep from tears. But I rallied, and gazed round at the sculptured stonework, and turned to my guide book, and looked at the print of the spot. It was correct to a pillar, but wanted the central ornament of the quadrangle. This, however, was but a slight subsequent erection, which ought not to militate against the general character of my friend for comprehensiveness. The ornament in question is a group of statuary in bronze, elevated upon a marble pedestal and basement, representing Lord Nelson expiring in the arms of victory. One foot rests on a rolling foe, and the other on a cannon. Victory is dropping a wreath on the dying admiral's brow, while Death, under the similitude of a hideous skeleton, is insinuating his bony hand under the hero's robe, and groping after his heart. A very striking design, and true to the imagination. I never could look at Death without a shudder. At uniform intervals round the base of the pedestal, 4 naked figures in chains, somewhat larger than life, are seated in various attitudes of humiliation and despair. One has his leg recklessly thrown over his knee, and his head bowed over, as if he had given up all hope of ever feeling better. Another has his head buried in despondency, and no doubt looks mournfully out of his eyes, but as his face was averted at the time, I could not catch the expression. These woebegone figures of captives are emblematic of Nelson's principal victories. But I never could look at their swarthy limbs and manacles, without being involuntarily reminded of 4 African slaves in the marketplace. And my thoughts would revert to Virginia and Carolina, and also to the historical fact that the African slave trade once constituted the principal commerce of Liverpool, and that the prosperity of the town was once supposed to have been indissolubly linked to its prosecution. And I remembered that my father had often spoken to gentlemen visiting our house in New York, of the unhappiness that the discussion of the abolition of this trade had occasioned in Liverpool; that the struggle between sordid interest and humanity had made sad havoc at the firesides of the merchants, estranged sons from sires, and even separated husband from wife. And my thoughts reverted to my father's friend, the good and great Roscoe, the intrepid enemy of the trade, who in every way exerted his fine talents toward its suppression, writing a poem, The Wrongs of Africa, several pamphlets, and in his place in Parliament he delivered a speech against it, which, as coming from a member for Liverpool, was supposed to have turned many votes, and had no small share in the triumph of sound policy and humanity that ensued. How this group of statuary affected me may be inferred from the fact that I never went through Chapel street without going through the little arch to look at it again; and there, night or day, I was sure to find Lord Nelson still falling back, Victory's wreath still hovering over his sword point, and death grim and grasping as ever, while the 4 bronze captives still lamented their captivity. Now, as I lingered about the railing of the statuary on the Sunday I have mentioned, I noticed several persons going in and out of an apartment opening from the basement under the colonnade, and advancing, I perceived that this was a news-room full of files of papers. My love of literature prompted me to open the door and step in, but a glance at my soiled shooting jacket prompted a dignified-looking personage to step up and shut the door in my face. I deliberated a minute what I should do to him, and at last resolutely determined to let him alone and pass on, which I did, going down Castle street, so called from a castle which once stood there, said my guide-book, and turning down into Lord. Arrived at the foot of the latter street, I in vain looked round for the hotel. How serious a disappointment was this may well be imagined, when it is considered that I was all eagerness to behold the very house at which my father stopped, where he slept and dined, smoked his cigar, opened his letters, and read the papers. I inquired of some gentlemen and ladies where the missing hotel was, but they only stared and passed on, until I met a mechanic, apparently, who very civilly stopped to hear my questions and give me an answer. "Riddough's Hotel," said he. "Upon my word, I think I have heard of such a place. Let me see. Yes, yes, that was the hotel where my father broke his arm, helping to pull down the walls. My lad, you surely can't be inquiring for Riddough's Hotel. What do you want to find there?" "Oh, nothing," I replied. "I am much obliged for your information," and away I walked. Then, indeed, a new light broke in upon me concerning my guide-book, and all my previous dim suspicions were almost confirmed. It was nearly half a century behind the age, and no more fit to guide me about the town than the map of Pompeii. It was a sad, a solemn, and a most melancholy thought. The book on which I had so much relied, the book in the old morocco cover, the book with the cocked hat corners, the book full of fine old family associations, the book with 17 plates, executed in the highest style of art. This precious book was next to useless. Yes, the thing that had guided the father could not guide the son, and I sat down on a shop step and gave loose to meditation. "Here now, old Wellingborough," thought I, "learn a lesson, and never forget it. This world, my boy, is a moving world. Its Riddough's hotels are forever being pulled down. It never stands still, and its sands are forever shifting. This very harbor of Liverpool is gradually filling up, they say, and who knows what your son, if you ever have one, may behold, when he comes to visit Liverpool, as long after you as you come after his grandfather. And, Wellingborough, as your father's guide-book is no guide for you, neither would yours, could you afford to buy a modern one today, be a true guide to those who come after you. Guide-books, Wellingborough, are the least reliable books in all literature, and nearly all literature, in one sense, is made up of guide-books. Old ones tell us the ways our fathers went, through the thoroughfares and courts of old. But how few of those former places can their posterity trace, amid avenues of modern erections? To how few is the old guide-book now a clue? Every age makes its own guide-books, and the old ones are used for waste paper. But there is one holy guide-book, Wellingborough, that will never lead you astray, if you but follow it aright, and some noble monuments that remain, though the pyramids crumble. But though I rose from the doorstep a sadder and a wiser boy, and though my guide-book had been stripped of its reputation for infallibility, I did not treat with contumely or disdain those sacred pages which had once been a beacon to my sire. No, poor old guide-book, thought I, tenderly stroking its back and smoothing the dog-ears with reverence. I will not use you with despite, old Morocco, and you will yet prove a trusty conductor through my old streets and the old parts of this town, even if you are at fault, now and then, concerning a Riddough's Hotel, or some other forgotten thing of the past. As I fondly glanced over the leaves, like one who loves more than he chides, my eye lighted upon a passage concerning the old dock, which much aroused my curiosity. I determined to see the place without delay, and walking on in what I presumed to be the right direction, at last found myself before a spacious and splendid pile of sculptured brown stone, and entering the porch, perceived from incontrovertible tokens that it must be the custom-house. After admiring it awhile, I took out my guide-book again, and what was my amazement at discovering that according to its authority I was entirely mistaken with regard to this custom-house. For precisely where I stood, the old dock must be standing, and reading on concerning it, I met with this very apposite passage. The first idea that strikes the stranger in coming to this dock is the singularity of so great a number of ships afloat in the very heart of the town, without discovering any connection with the sea. Here now was a poser. Old Morocco confessed that there was a good deal of singularity about the thing. Nor did he pretend to deny that it was, without question, amazing that this fabulous dock should seem to have no connection with the sea. However, the same author went on to say that the astonished stranger must suspend his wonder for a while, and turn to the left; but right or left, no place answering to the description was to be seen. This was too confounding altogether, and not to be easily accounted for, even by making ordinary allowances for the growth and general improvement of the town in the course of years. So, guide-book in hand, I accosted a policeman standing by, and begged him to tell me whether he was acquainted with any place in that neighborhood called the Old Dock. The man looked at me wonderingly at first, and then, seeing I was apparently sane, and quite civil into the bargain, he whipped his well-polished boot with his rattan, pulled up his silver-laced coat-collar, and initiated me into a knowledge of the following facts. It seems that in this place originally stood the Pool, from which the town borrows a part of its name, and which originally wound round the greater part of the old settlements, that this pool was made into the old dock, for the benefit of the shipping; but that years ago it had been filled up and furnished the site for the custom-house before me. I now eyed the spot with a feeling somewhat akin to the Eastern traveler standing on the brink of the Dead Sea; for here the doom of Gomorrah seemed reversed, and a lake had been converted into substantial stone and mortar. Well, well, Wellingborough, thought I, you had better put the book into your pocket, and carry it home to the Society of Antiquaries. It is several thousand leagues and odd furlongs behind the march of improvement. Smell its old morocco binding, Wellingborough. Does it not smell somewhat mummyish? Does it not remind you of Cheops and the catacombs? I tell you, it was written before the lost books of Livy, and is cousin german to that irrecoverably departed volume entitled The Wars of the Lord, quoted by Moses in the Pentateuch. Put it up, Wellingborough, put it up, my dear friend, and hereafter follow your nose throughout Liverpool. It will stick to you through thick and thin, and be your ship's mainmast and St. George's spire your landmarks. No. And again I rubbed its back softly, and gently adjusted a loose leaf. No, no, I'll not give you up yet. Forth, old Morocco, and lead me in sight of venerable Abbey of Birkenhead, and let these eager eyes behold the mansion once occupied by the old Earls of Derby. For the book discoursed of both places, and told how the Abbey was on the Cheshire shore, full in view from a point on the Lancashire side, covered over with ivy and brilliant with moss; and how the house of the noble Derbys was now a common jail of the town, and how that circumstance was full of suggestions and pregnant with wisdom. But alas, I never saw the Abbey; at least none was in sight from the water; and as for the house of the Earls, I never saw that. Ah me, and 10 times alas! Am I to visit old England in vain, in the land of Thomas a Becket, and stout John of Gaunt, not to catch the least glimpse of priory or castle? Is there nothing in all the British Empire but these smoky ranges of old shops and warehouses? Is Liverpool but a brick kiln? Why, no buildings here look so ancient as the old gable-pointed mansion of my maternal grandfather at home, whose bricks were brought from Holland long before the Revolutionary War. 'Tis a deceit, a gull, a sham, a hoax. This boasted England is no older than the state of New York. If it is, show me the proofs. Point out the vouchers. Where's the tower of Julius Caesar? Where's the Roman wall? Show me Stonehenge. But Wellingborough, I remonstrated with myself, you are only in Liverpool. The old monuments lie to the north, south, east, and west of you. You are but a sailor boy, and you cannot expect to be a great tourist, and visit the antiquities in that preposterous shooting jacket of yours. Indeed, you can not, my boy. True, true, that's it. I'm not the traveler my father was. I'm only a common carrier across the Atlantic. After a weary day's walk, I at last arrived at the sign of the Baltimore Clipper to supper, and handsome Mary poured me out a brimmer of tea, in which, for the time, I drowned all my melancholy. Chapter 32. The Docks. For more than 6 weeks the ship Highlander lay in Prince's Dock, and during that time, besides making observations upon things immediately around me, I made sundry excursions to the neighboring docks, for I never tired of admiring them. Previous to this, having only seen the miserable wooden wharves and slipshod shambling piers of New York, the sight of these mighty docks filled my young mind with wonder and delight. In New York, to be sure, I could not but be struck with the long line of shipping and tangled thicket of masts along the East River. Yet my admiration had been much abated by those irregular, unsightly wharves, which, I am sure, are a reproach and disgrace to the city that tolerates them. Whereas in Liverpool I beheld long China walls of masonry, vast piers of stone, and a succession of granite-rimmed docks, completely enclosed, and many of them communicating, which almost recalled to mind the great American chain of lakes Ontario, Erie, St. Clair, Huron, Michigan, and Superior. The extent and solidity of these structures seemed equal to what I had read of the old pyramids of Egypt. Liverpool may justly claim to have originated the model of the wet dock, so called, of the present day, and everything that is connected with its design, construction, regulation, and improvement. Even London was induced to copy after Liverpool, and Havre followed her example. In magnitude, cost, and durability, the docks of Liverpool, even at the present day, surpass all others in the world. The first dock built by the town was the Old Dock, alluded to in my Sunday stroll with my guide book. This was erected in 1710, since which period has gradually arisen that long line of dock masonry now flanking the Liverpool side of the Mersey. For miles you may walk along that river side, passing dock after dock, like a chain of immense fortresses, Prince's, George's, Salthouse, Clarence, Brunswick, Trafalgar, King's, Queen's, and many more. In a spirit of patriotic gratitude to those naval heroes, who by their valor did so much to protect the commerce of Britain, in which Liverpool held so large a stake, the town long since bestowed upon its more modern streets certain illustrious names that Broadway might be proud of: Duncan, Nelson, Rodney, St. Vincent, Nile. But it is a pity, I think, that they had not bestowed those noble names upon their noble docks, so that they might have been as a rank and file of most fit monuments to perpetuate the names of the heroes in connection with the commerce they defended. And how much better would such stirring monuments be, full of life and commotion, than hermit obelisks of Luxor, and idle towers of stone, which, useless to the world in themselves, vainly hope to eternize a name by having it carved solitary and alone in their granite. Such monuments are cenotaphs indeed, founded far away from the true body of the fame of the hero, who, if he be truly a hero, must still be linked with the living interests of his race. For the true fame is something free, easy, social, and companionable. They are but tombstones that commemorate his death, but celebrate not his me. It is well enough that over the inglorious and thrice miserable grave of a Dives some vast marble column should be reared, recording the fact of his having lived and died. For such records are indispensable to preserve his shrunken memory among men, though that memory must soon crumble away with the marble, and mix with the stagnant oblivion of the mob. But to build such a pompous vanity over the remains of a hero is a slur upon his fame, and an insult to his ghost. And more enduring monuments are built in the closet with the letters of the alphabet than even Cheops himself could have founded, with all Egypt and Nubia for his quarry. Among the few docks mentioned above occur the names of the kings and queens. At the time, they often reminded me of the two principal streets in the village I came from in America, which streets once rejoiced in the same royal appellations. But they had been christened previous to the Declaration of Independence, and some years after, in a fever of freedom, they were abolished at an enthusiastic town meeting, where King George and his lady were solemnly declared unworthy of being immortalized by the village of L. A country antiquary once told me that a committee of 2 barbers were deputed to write and inform the distracted old gentleman of the fact. As the description of any one of these Liverpool docks will pretty much answer for all, I will here endeavor to give some account of Prince's Dock, where the Highlander rested after her passage across the Atlantic. This dock, of comparatively recent construction, is perhaps the largest of all, and is well known to American sailors from the fact that it is mostly frequented by the American shipping. Here lie the noble New York packets, which at home are found at the foot of Wall Street, and here lie the Mobile and Savannah cotton ships and traders. This dock was built like the others, mostly upon the bed of the river, the earth and rock having been laboriously scooped out and solidified again as materials for the quays and piers. From the river, Prince's Dock is protected by a long pier of masonry, surmounted by a massive wall; and on the side next the town it is bounded by similar walls, one of which runs along a thoroughfare. The whole space thus enclosed forms an oblong, and may, at a guess, be presumed to comprise about 15 or 20 acres. But as I had not the rod of a surveyor when I took it in, I will not be certain. The area of the dock itself, exclusive of the enclosed quays surrounding it, may be estimated at, say, 10 acres. Access to the interior from the streets is had through several gateways, so that upon their being closed, the whole dock is shut up like a house. From the river, the entrance is through a water gate, and ingress to ships is only to be had when the level of the dock coincides with that of the river; that is, about the time of high tide, as the level of the dock is always at that mark; so that when it is low tide in the river, the keels of the ships enclosed by the quays are elevated more than 20 feet above those of the vessels in the stream. This, of course, produces a striking effect to a stranger to see hundreds of immense ships floating high aloft in the heart of a mass of masonry. Prince's Dock is generally so filled with shipping that the entrance of a newcomer is apt to occasion a universal stir among all the older occupants. The dockmasters, whose authority is declared by tin signs worn conspicuously over their hats, mount the poops and forecastles of the various vessels, and hail the surrounding strangers in all directions. "Highlander ahoy! Cast off your bowline, and sheer alongside the Neptune. Neptune ahoy! Get out a stern line, and sheer alongside the Trident. Trident ahoy! Get out a bowline, and drop astern of the Undaunted." And so it runs round like a shock of electricity. Touch one, and you touch all. This kind of work irritates and exasperates the sailors to the last degree. But it is only one of the unavoidable inconveniences of enclosed docks, which are outweighed by innumerable advantages. Just without the water-gate is a basin, always connecting with the open river, through a narrow entrance between pier-heads. This basin forms a sort of antechamber to the dock itself, where vessels lie waiting their turn to enter. During a storm, the necessity of this basin is obvious, for it would be impossible to dock a ship under full headway from a voyage across the ocean. From the turbulent waves she first glides into the antechamber between the pier-heads, and from thence into the docks. Concerning the cost of the docks, I can only state that the King's Dock, comprehending but a comparatively small area, was completed at an expense of some £20,000. Our old ship-keeper, a Liverpool man by birth, who had long followed the seas, related a curious story concerning this dock. One of the ships which carried over troops from England to Ireland in King William's War in 1688 entered the King's Dock on the first day of its being opened in 1788, after an interval of just 1 century. She was a dark little brig called the Porta Ferry, and probably, as her timbers must have been frequently renewed in the course of 100 years, the name alone could have been all that was left of her at the time. A paved area, very wide, is included within the walls, and along the edge of the quays are ranges of iron sheds, intended as a temporary shelter for the goods unladed from the shipping. Nothing can exceed the bustle and activity displayed along these quays during the day. Bales, crates, boxes, and cases are being tumbled about by thousands of laborers, trucks are coming and going, dockmasters are shouting, sailors of all nations are singing out at their ropes, and all this commotion is greatly increased by the resoundings from the lofty walls that hem in the den. End of Section 7. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 1 of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 1 through 5. Chapter 1. How Wellingborough Redburn's taste for the sea was born and bred in him. Wellingborough, as you are going to sea, suppose you take this shooting jacket of mine along. It's just the thing. Take it. It will save the expense of another. You see, it's quite warm. Fine, long skirts, stout horn buttons, and plenty of pockets. Out of the goodness and simplicity of his heart, thus spoke my elder brother to me, upon the eve of my departure for the seaport. "And, Wellingborough," he added, "since we are both short of money, and you want an outfit, and I have none to give, you may as well take my fowling piece along, and sell it in New York for what you can get. Nay, take it. It's of no use to me now. I can't find it in powder any more." I was then but a boy. Some time previous, my mother had removed from New York to a pleasant village on the Hudson River, where we lived in a small house in a quiet way. sad disappointments in several plans which I had sketched for my future life. The necessity of doing something for myself, united to a naturally roving disposition, had now conspired within me to send me to sea as a sailor. For months previous I had been poring over old New York papers, delightedly perusing the long columns of ship advertisements, all of which possessed a strange romantic charm to me. Over and over again I devoured such announcements as the following: For Bremen. The coppered and copper-fastened brig Leda, having nearly completed her cargo, will sail for the above port on Tuesday, the 20th of May. For freight or passage, apply on board at Quincy's Slip. To my young inland imagination, every word in an advertisement like this suggested volumes of thought. The brig! The very word summoned up the idea of a black sea-worn craft, with high, cozy bulwarks, and rakish masts and yards. Coppered and copper-fastened! That fairly smelt of the salt water. How different such vessels must be from the wooden, one-masted, green and white painted sloops that glided up and down the river before our house on the bank. Nearly completed her cargo. How momentous the announcement, suggesting ideas, too, of musty bales and cases of silks and satins, and filling me with contempt for the vile deck-loads of hay and lumber with which my river experience was familiar. Will sail on Tuesday, the 20th of May. And the newspaper bore date the 5th of the month. 15 whole days beforehand. Think of that. What an important voyage it must be, that the time of sailing was fixed upon so long beforehand. The river sloops were not used to make such prospective announcements. For freight or passage, apply on board. Think of going on board a coppered and copper-fastened brig, and taking passage for Bremen. And who could be going to Bremen? No one but foreigners, doubtless. Men of dark complexions, and jet-black whiskers, who talked French. Quincy's Slip. Plenty more brigs and any quantity of ships must be lying there. Quincy's Slip must be somewhere near ranges of grim-looking warehouses, with rusty iron doors and shutters, and tiled roofs, and old anchors and chain cable piled on the walk. Old-fashioned coffee-houses also much abound in that neighborhood, with sunburnt sea captains going in and out, smoking cigars, and talking about Havana, London, and Calcutta. All these my imaginations were wonderfully assisted by certain shadowy reminiscences of wharves and warehouses, and shipping, with which a residence in a seaport during early childhood had supplied me. Particularly, I remembered standing with my father on the wharf when a large ship was getting under way, and rounding the head of the pier. I remembered the "Yo, heave ho!" of the sailors, as they just showed their woolen caps above the high bulwarks. I remembered how I thought of their crossing the great ocean, and that that very ship and those very sailors, so near to me then, would after a time be actually in Europe. Added to these reminiscences, my father, now dead, had several times crossed the Atlantic on business affairs, for he had been an importer in Broad Street, and of winter evenings in New York, by the well-remembered sea-coal fire in Old Greenwich Street, he used to tell my brother and me of the monstrous waves at sea, mountain high; of the masts bending like twigs, and all about Havre and Liverpool, and about going up into the Ball of St. Paul's in London. Indeed, during my early life, most of my thoughts of the sea were connected with the land, but with fine old lands, full of mossy cathedrals and churches, and long, narrow, crooked streets without sidewalks, and lined with strange houses. And especially I tried hard to think how such places must look of rainy days and Saturday afternoons, and whether indeed they did have rainy days and Saturdays there, just as we did here, and whether the boys went to school there, and studied geography, and wore their shirt collars turned over, and tied with a black ribbon, and whether their papas allowed them to wear boots instead of shoes, which I so much disliked, for boots looked so manly. As I grew older, my thoughts took a larger flight, and I frequently fell into long reveries about distant voyages and travels, and thought how fine it would be to be able to talk about remote and barbarous countries. With what reverence and wonder people would regard me, if I had just returned from the coast of Africa or New Zealand. How dark and romantic my sunburnt cheeks would look. How I would bring home with me foreign clothes of a rich fabric and princely make, and wear them up and down the streets, and how grocers' boys would turn back their heads to look at me as I went by. For I very well remembered staring at a man myself, who was pointed out to me by my aunt one Sunday in church, as the person who had been in stony Arabia, and passed through strange adventures there, all of which with my own eyes I had read in the book which he wrote, an arid-looking book in a pale yellow cover. "See what big eyes he has," whispered my aunt. "They got so big, because when he was almost dead with famishing in the desert, he all at once caught sight of a date tree, with the ripe fruit hanging on it." Upon this I stared at him till I thought his eyes were really of an uncommon size, and stuck out from his head like those of a lobster. I am sure my own eyes must have magnified as I stared. When church was out, I wanted my aunt to take me along and follow the traveler home, but she said the constables would take us up if we did, and so I never saw this wonderful Arabian traveler again. But he long haunted me, and several times I dreamt of him, and thought his great eyes were grown still larger and rounder, and once I had a vision of the date tree. In course of time my thoughts became more and more prone to dwell upon foreign things, and in 1,000 ways I sought to gratify my tastes. We had several pieces of furniture in the house which had been brought from Europe. These I examined again and again, wondering where the wood grew, whether the workmen who made them still survived, and what they could be doing with themselves now. Then we had several oil paintings, and rare old engravings of my father's, which he himself had bought in Paris, hanging up in the dining room. 2 of these were sea pieces. One represented a fat-looking, smoky fishing boat, with 3 whiskerandoes in red caps, and their browsers' legs rolled up, hauling in a seine. There was high French-like land in one corner, and a tumble-down gray lighthouse surmounting it. The waves were toasted brown, and the whole picture looked mellow and old. I used to think a piece of it might taste good. The other represented 3 old-fashioned French men of war, with high castles, like pagodas, on the bow and stern, such as you see in Fozat, and snug little turrets on top of the mast, full of little men, with something undefinable in their hands. All 3 were sailing through a bright blue sea, blue as Sicily skies, and they were leaning over on their sides at a fearful angle, and they must have been going very fast, for the white spray was about the bows like a snowstorm. Then we had 2 large green French portfolios of colored prints, more than I could lift at that age. Every Saturday my brothers and sisters used to get them out of the corner where they were kept, and spreading them on the floor, gaze at them with never-failing delight. They were of all sorts. Some were pictures of Versailles, its masquerades, its drawing-rooms, its fountains and courts and gardens, with long lines of thick foliage, cut into fantastic doors and windows and towers and pinnacles. Others were rural scenes, full of fine skies, pensive cows standing up to the knees in water, and shepherd boys in cottages in the distance, half concealed in vineyards and vines. And others were pictures of natural history, representing rhinoceroses and elephants and spotted tigers. And above all, there was a picture of a great whale, as big as a ship, stuck full of harpoons, and 3 boats sailing after it as fast as they could fly. Then, too, we had a large library case, that stood in the hall, an old brown library case, tall as a small house. It had a sort of basement with large doors, and a lock and key, and higher up there were glass doors, through which might be seen long rows of old books that had been printed in Paris and London and Leipzig. There was a fine library edition of the Spectator, in 6 large volumes, with gilded backs, and many a time I gazed at the word London on the title page. And there was a copy of D'Alembert in French, and I wondered what a great man I would be, if by foreign travel I should ever be able to read straight along, without stopping, out of that book, which now was a riddle to every one in the house but my father, whom I so much liked to hear talk French, as he sometimes did to a servant we had. That servant, too, I used to gaze at with wonder, for, in answer to my incredulous cross questions, he had over and over again assured me that he had really been born in Paris. But this I never entirely believed, for it seemed so hard to comprehend how a man who had been born in a foreign country could be dwelling with me in our house in America. As years passed on, this continual dwelling upon foreign associations bred in me a vague prophetic thought, that I was fated, one day or other, to be a great voyager, and that just as my father used to entertain strange gentlemen over their wine after dinner, I would hereafter be telling my own adventures to an eager auditory. And I have no doubt that this presentiment had something to do with bringing about my subsequent rovings. But that which perhaps more than anything else converted my vague dreamings and longings into a definite purpose of seeking my fortune on the sea, watch, chain, and brooch, came round collecting the tickets. I buttoned up my coat to the throat, clutched my gun, put on my leather cap, and pulling it well down, stood up like a sentry before him. He held out his hand, deeming any remark superfluous, as his object in pausing before me must be obvious. But I stood motionless and silent, and in a moment he saw how it was with me. I ought to have spoken, and told him the case, in plain civil terms, and offered my $1, and then waited the event, but I felt too wicked for that. He did not wait a great while, but spoke first himself, and in a gruff voice, very unlike his urbane accents when accosting the wine and cigar party, demanded my ticket. I replied that I had none. He then demanded the money, and upon my answering that I had not enough, in a loud angry voice that attracted all eyes, he ordered me out of the cabin into the storm. The devil in me then mounted up from my soul, and spread over my frame, till it tingled at my finger ends, and I muttered out my resolution to stay where I was in such a manner that the ticket man faltered back. "There's $1 for you," I added, offering it. "I want 2," said he. "Take that or nothing," I answered, "it is all I have." I thought he would strike me, but, accepting the money, he contented himself with saying something about sportsmen going on shooting expeditions, without having money to pay their expenses, and hinted that such chaps might better lay aside their fowling pieces, and assume the buck and saw. He then passed on, and left every eye fastened upon me. I stood there gazing some time, but at last could stand it no more. I pushed my seat right up before the most insolent gazer, a short fat man, with a plethora of cravat round his neck, and fixing my gaze on his, gave him more gazes than he sent. This somewhat embarrassed him, and he looked round for some one to take hold of me, but no one coming, he pretended to be very busy counting the gilded wooden beams overhead. I then turned to the next gazer, and clicking my gun lock, deliberately presented the piece at him. Upon this, he overset his seat in his eagerness to get beyond my range, for I had him point blank, full in the left eye; and several persons starting to their feet exclaimed that I must be crazy. So I was at that time, for otherwise I know not how to account for my demoniac feelings, of which I was afterward heartily ashamed, as I ought to have been, indeed, and much more than that. I then turned on my heel, and shouldering my fowling piece and bundle, marched on deck, and walked there through the dreary storm, till I was wet through, and the boat touched the wharf at New York. Such is boyhood. Chapter III. He arrives in town. From the boat's bow I jumped ashore before she was secured, and following my brother's directions, proceeded across the town toward St. John's Park, to the house of a college friend of his, for whom I had a letter. It was a long walk, and I stepped in at a sort of grocery to get a drink of water, where some 6 or 8 rough looking fellows were playing dominoes upon the counter, seated upon cheese boxes. They winked, and asked what sort of sport I had had gunning on such a rainy day, but I only gulped down my water and stalked off. Dripping like a seal, I at last grounded arms at the doorway of my brother's friend, rang the bell, and inquired for him. "What do you want?" said the servant, eyeing me as if I were a housebreaker. "I want to see your lord and master. Show me into the parlor." Upon this my host himself happened to make his appearance, and seeing who I was, opened his hand and heart to me at once, and drew me to his fireside. He had received a letter from my brother, and had expected me that day. The family were at tea. The fragrant herb filled the room with its aroma. The brown toast was odoriferous, and everything pleasant and charming. After a temporary warming, I was shown to a room where I changed my wet dress, and, returning to the table, found that the interval had been improved by my hostess. A meal for a traveler was spread, and I laid into it sturdily. Every mouthful pushed the devil that had been tormenting me all day farther and farther out of me, till at last I entirely ejected him with 3 successive bowls of bohea. Magic of kind words and kind deeds and good tea. That night I went to bed thinking the world pretty tolerable after all, and I could hardly believe that I had really acted that morning as I had, for I was naturally of an easy and forbearing disposition; though, when such a disposition is temporarily roused, it is perhaps worse than a cannibal's. Next day my brother's friend, whom I choose to call Mr. Jones, accompanied me down to the docks among the shipping, in order to get me a place. After a good deal of searching, we lighted upon a ship for Liverpool, and found the captain in the cabin, which was a very handsome one, lined with mahogany and maple; and the steward, an elegant looking mulatto, in a gorgeous turban, was setting out on a sort of sideboard some dinner service which looked like silver, but it was only Britannia ware, highly polished. As soon as I clapped my eye on the captain, I thought myself he was just the captain to suit me. He was a fine looking man, about 40, splendidly dressed, with very black whiskers, and very white teeth, and what I took to be a free, frank look out of a large hazel eye. I liked him amazingly. He was promenading up and down the cabin, humming some brisk air to himself, when we entered. "Good morning, sir," said my friend. Good morning, sir," said the captain. "Steward, chairs for the gentlemen." "Oh, never mind, sir," said Mr. Jones, rather taken aback by his extreme civility. "I merely called to see whether you want a fine young lad to go to sea with you. Here he is. He has long wanted to be a sailor, and his friends have at last concluded to let him go for one voyage, and see how he likes it." "Ah, indeed," said the captain, blandly, and looking where I stood. "He's a fine fellow. I like him. So you want to be a sailor, my boy, do you?" added he, affectionately patting my head. "It's a hard wee, though, a hard life." But when I looked round at his comfortable and almost luxurious cabin, and then at his handsome care free face, I thought he was only trying to frighten me, and I answered, "Well, sir, I am ready to try it." "I hope he's a country lad, sir," said the captain to my friend. "These city boys are sometimes hard cases." "Oh, yes, he's from the country," was the reply, "and of a highly respectable family. His great uncle died a senator." "But his great uncle don't want to go to sea too," said the captain, looking funny. "Oh, no, oh, no, ha, ha!" "Ha, ha!" echoed the captain. A fine funny gentleman, thought I, not much fancying. However, his levity concerning my great uncle, he'll be cracking his jokes the whole voyage. And so I afterward said to one of the riggers on board. but he bade me look out, that he did not crack my head. "Well, my lad," said the captain, "I suppose you know we haven't any pastures and cows on board. You can't get any milk at sea, you know." "Oh, I know all about that, sir. My father has crossed the ocean, if I haven't." "Yes," cried my friend, "his father, a gentleman of one of the first families in America, crossed the Atlantic several times on important business." "Ambassador extraordinary," said the captain, looking funny again. "Oh, no, he was a wealthy merchant." "Ah, indeed," said the captain, looking grave and bland again. "Then this fine lad is the son of a gentleman?" "Certainly," said my friend, "and he's only going to sea for the humor of it. They want to send him on his travels with a tutor, but he will go to sea as a sailor." The fact was, that my young friend, for he was only about 25, was not a very wise man, and this was a huge fib, which, out of the kindness of his heart, he told in my behalf, for the purpose of creating a profound respect for me in the eyes of my future lord. Upon being apprised that I had wilfully forborne taking the grand tour with a tutor, in order to put my hand in a tar bucket, the handsome captain looked 10 times more funny than ever, and said that he himself would be my tutor, and take me on my travels, and pay for the privilege. "Ah," said my friend, "that reminds me of business. Pray, captain, how much do you generally pay a handsome young fellow like this?" "Well," said the captain, looking grave and profound, "we are not so particular about beauty, and we never give more than $3 to a green lad like Wellingborough here. That's your name, my boy? Wellingborough Redburn? Upon my soul, a fine sounding name." "Why, captain," said Mr. Jones, quickly interrupting him, "that won't pay for his clothing." "But you know his highly respectable and wealthy relations will doubtless see to all that," replied the captain, with his funny look again. "Oh, yes, I forgot that," said Mr. Jones, looking rather foolish. "His friends will of course see to that." "Of course," said the captain, smiling. "Of course," repeated Mr. Jones, looking ruefully at the patch on my pantaloons, which just then I endeavored to hide with the skirt of my shooting jacket. "You are quite a sportsman, I see," said the captain, eyeing the great buttons on my coat, upon each of which was a carved fox. Upon this my benevolent friend thought that here was a grand opportunity to befriend me. "Yes, he's quite a sportsman," said he. "He's got a very valuable fowling piece at home. Perhaps you would like to purchase it, captain, to shoot gulls with at sea? It's cheap." "Oh, no, he had better leave it with his relations," said the captain, "so that he can go hunting again when he returns from England." "Yes, perhaps that would be better, after all," said my friend, pretending to fall into a profound musing, involving all sides of the matter in hand. "Well, then, captain, you can only give the boy $3 a month, you say?" "Only $3 a month," said the captain. "And I believe," said my friend, "that you generally give something in advance, do you not?" "Yes, that is sometimes the custom at the shipping offices," said the captain, with a bow. "But in this case, as the boy has rich relations, there will be no need of that, you know." And thus, by his ill advised but well meaning hints concerning the respectability of my paternity, and the immense wealth of my relations, did this really honest hearted but foolish friend of mine prevent me from getting $3 in advance, which I greatly needed. However, I said nothing, though I thought the more; and particularly how that it would have been much better for me to have gone on board alone, accosted the captain on my own account, and told him the plain truth. Poor people make a very poor business of it when they try to seem rich. The arrangement being concluded, we bade the captain good morning, and as we were about leaving the cabin he smiled again and said, "Well, Redburn, my boy, you won't get homesick before you sail, because that will make you very seasick when you get to sea." And with that he smiled very pleasantly, and bowed 2 or 3 times, and told the steward to open the cabin door, which the steward did with a peculiar sort of grin on his face, and a slanting glance at my shooting jacket, and so we left. Chapter 4. How he disposed of his fowling piece. Next day I went alone to the shipping office to sign the articles, and there I met a great crowd of sailors, who, as soon as they found what I was after, began to tip the wink all round, and I overheard a fellow in a great flapping sou'wester cap say to another old tar in a shaggy monkey jacket, "Twig his coat, d'ye see the buttons? That chap ain't going to sea in a merchantman, he's going to shoot whales. I say, matey, look here, how'd you sell them big buttons by the pound?" "Give us one for a saucer, will you?" said another. "Let the youngster alone," said a third. "Come here, my little boy, has your ma put up some sweetmeats for you to take to sea?" They are all witty dogs, thought I to myself, trying to make the best of the matter, for I saw it would not do to resent what they said. They can't mean any harm, though they are certainly very impudent. So I tried to laugh off their banter, but as soon as ever I could, I put down my name and beat a retreat. On the morrow the ship was advertised to sail, so the rest of that day I spent in preparations. After in vain trying to sell my fowling piece for a fair price to chance customers, I was walking up Chatham street with it, when a curly-headed little man with a dark oily face and a hooked nose, like the pictures of Judas Iscariot, called to me from a strange-looking shop, with 3 gilded balls hanging over it. With a peculiar accent, as if he had been over-eating himself with Indian pudding or some other plushy compound, this curly-headed little man very civilly invited me into his shop, and, making a polite bow, and bidding me many unnecessary good mornings, and remarking upon the fine weather, begged me to let him look at my fowling piece. I handed it to him in an instant, glad of the chance of disposing of it, and told him that was just what I wanted. "Ah," said he, with his Indian pudding accent again, which I will not try to mimic, and abating his look of eagerness, "I thought it was a better article. It's very old." "Not," said I, starting in surprise, "it's not been used more than 3 times. What will you give for it?" "We don't buy anything here," said he, suddenly looking very indifferent. "This is a place where people pawn things." Pawn being a word I had never heard before, I asked him what it meant, when he replied, that when people wanted any money, they came to him with their fowling pieces, and got 1/3 its value, and then left the fowling piece there until they were able to pay back the money. What a benevolent little old man this must be, thought I, and how very obliging. "And pray," said I, "how much will you let me have for my gun, by way of a pawn?" "Well, I suppose it's worth $6, and seeing you're a boy, I'll let you have $3 upon it." "No," exclaimed I, seizing the fowling piece, "it's worth 5 times that. I'll go somewhere else." "Good morning, then," said he, "I hope you'll do better," and he bowed me out as if he expected to see me again pretty soon. I had not gone very far when I came across 3 more balls hanging over a shop. In I went, and saw a long counter with a sort of picket fence running all along from end to end, and 3 little holes, with 3 little old men standing inside of them, like prisoners looking out of a jail. Back of the counter were all sorts of things, piled up and labeled; hats, and caps, and coats, and guns, and swords, and canes, and chests, and planes, and books, and writing desks, and everything else. And in a glass case were lots of watches, and seals, chains, and rings, and breastpins, and all kinds of trinkets. At one of the little holes, earnestly talking with one of the hook-nosed men, was a thin woman in a faded silk gown and shawl, holding a pale little girl by the hand. As I drew near she spoke lower in a whisper, and the man shook his head, and looked cross and rude, and then some more words were exchanged over a miniature, and some money was passed through the hole, and the woman and child shrank out of the door. "I won't sell my gun to that man," thought I, and I passed on to the next hole, and while waiting there to be served, an elderly man in a high-waisted surcoat thrust a silver snuff box through, and a young man in a calico shirt and a shiny coat with a velvet collar presented a silver watch, and a sheepish boy in a cloak took out a frying pan, and another little boy had a Bible, and all these things were thrust through to the hook-nosed man, who seemed ready to hook anything that came along. So I had no doubt he would gladly hook my gun, for the long picketed counter seemed like a great seine that caught every variety of fish. At last I saw a chance, and crowded in for the hole; and in order to be beforehand with a big man who just then came in, I pushed my gun violently through the hole, upon which the hook-nosed man cried out, thinking I was going to shoot him. But at last he took the gun, turned it end for end, clicked the trigger 3 times, and then said, $1. "What about $1?" said I. "That's all I'll give," he replied. "Well, what do you want?" And he turned to the next person. This was a young man in a seedy red cravat and a pimply face, that looked as if he was going to seed likewise, who, with a mysterious tapping of his vest pocket and other hints, made a great show of having something confidential to communicate. But the hook-nosed man spoke out very loud, and said, "None of that; take it out. Got a stolen watch? We don't deal in them things here." Upon this the young man flushed all over, and looked round to see who had heard the pawnbroker. Then he took something very small out of his pocket, and keeping it hidden under his palm, pushed it into the hole. "Where did you get this ring?" said the pawnbroker. "I want to pawn it," whispered the other, blushing all over again. "What's your name?" said the pawnbroker, speaking very loud. "How much will you give?" whispered the other in reply, leaning over and looking as if he wanted to hush up the pawnbroker. At last the sum was agreed upon, when the man behind the counter took a little ticket, and tying the ring to it, began to write on the ticket. All at once he asked the young man where he lived, a question which embarrassed him very much, but at last he stammered out a certain number in Broadway. "That's the City Hotel. You don't live there," said the man, cruelly glancing at the shabby coat before him. "Oh, well," stammered the other, blushing scarlet, "I thought this was only a sort of form to go through. I don't like to tell where I do live, for I ain't in the habit of going to pawnbrokers." "You stole that ring, you know you did," roared out the hook-nosed man, incensed at this slur upon his calling, and now seemingly bent on damaging the young man's character for life. "I'm a good mind to call a constable. We don't take stolen goods here, I tell you." All eyes were now fixed suspiciously upon this martyrized young man, who looked ready to drop into the earth, and a poor woman in a nightcap, with some baby clothes in her hand, looked fearfully at the pawnbroker, as if dreading to encounter such a terrible pattern of integrity. At last the young man sunk off with his money, and looking out of the window, I saw him go round the corner so sharply that he knocked his elbow against the wall. I waited a little longer, and saw several more served, and having remarked that the hook-nosed man invariably fixed their own price upon everything, and if that was refused, told the person to be off with himself, I concluded that it would be of no use to try and get more from them than they had offered, especially when I saw that they had a great many fowling pieces hanging up, and did not have particular occasion for mine; and more than that, they must be very well off and rich to treat people so cavalierly. My best plan then seemed to be to go right back to the curly-headed pawnbroker, and take up with my first offer; but when I went back, the curly-headed man was very busy about something else, and kept me waiting a long time. At last I got a chance, and told him I would take the $3 he had offered. "Ought to have taken it when you could get it," he replied. "I won't give but $2.50 for it now." In vain I expostulated; he was not to be moved, so I pocketed the money and departed. Chapter 5. He purchases his sea wardrobe, and on a dismal rainy day picks up his board and lodging along the wharves. The first thing I now did was to buy a little stationery, and keep my promise to my mother by writing her; and I also wrote to my brother informing him of the voyage I proposed making, and indulging in some romantic and misanthropic views of life, such as many boys in my circumstances are accustomed to do. The rest of the $2.50 I laid out that very morning in buying a red woolen shirt near Catherine Market, a tarpaulin hat which I got at an outdoor stand near Peck Slip, a belt and jackknife, and 2 or 3 trifles. After these purchases I had only 1 penny left, so I walked out to the end of the pier and threw the penny into the water. The reason why I did this was because I somehow felt almost desperate again, and didn't care what became of me. But if the penny had been $1, I would have kept it. I went home to dinner at Mr. Jones's, and they welcomed me very kindly, and Mrs. Jones kept my plate full all the time during dinner, so that I had no chance to empty it. She seemed to see that I felt bad, and thought plenty of pudding might help me. At any rate, I never felt so bad yet but I could eat a good dinner. And once, years afterward, when I expected to be killed every day, I remember my appetite was very keen, and I said to myself, "Eat away, Wellingborough, while you can, for this may be the last supper you will have." After dinner I went into my room, locked the door carefully, and hung a towel over the knob, so that no one could peep through the keyhole, and then went to trying on my red woolen shirt before the glass, to see what sort of a looking sailor I was going to make. As soon as I got into the shirt I began to feel sort of warm and red about the face, which I found was owing to the reflection of the dyed wool upon my skin. After that I took a pair of scissors and went to cutting my hair, which was very long. I thought every little would help in making me a light hand to run aloft. Next morning I bade my kind host and hostess good bye, and left the house with my bundle, feeling somewhat misanthropical and desperate again. Before I reached the ship it began to rain hard, and as soon as I arrived at the wharf it was plain that there would be no getting to sea that day. This was a great disappointment to me, for I did not want to return to Mr. Jones's again after bidding them good bye. It would be so awkward. So I concluded to go on board ship for the present. When I reached the deck I saw no one but a large man in a large dripping pea jacket, who was caulking down the main hatches. "What do you want, Pill Garlic?" said he. "I've shipped to sail in this ship," I replied, assuming a little dignity to chastise his familiarity. "What for, a tailor?" said he, looking at my shooting jacket. I answered that I was going as a boy, for so I was technically put down on the articles. "Well," said he, "have you got your traps aboard?" I told him I didn't know there were any rats in the ship, and hadn't brought any trap. At this he laughed out with a great guffaw, and said there must be hayseed in my hair. This made me mad, but thinking he must be one of the sailors who was going in the ship, I thought it wouldn't be wise to make an enemy of him, so only asked him where the men slept in the vessel, for I wanted to put my clothes away. "Where's your clothes?" said he. "Here in my bundle," said I, holding it up. "Well, if that's all you've got," he cried, "you'd better chuck it overboard. But go forward to the forecastle. That's the place you'll live aboard here." And with that he directed me to a sort of hole in the deck in the bow of the ship, but looking down and seeing how dark it was, I asked him for a light. "Strike your eyes together and make one," said he. "We don't have any lights here." So I groped my way down into the forecastle, which smelt so bad of old ropes and tar that it almost made me sick. After waiting patiently I began to see a little, and looking round, at last perceived I was in a smoky looking place with 12 wooden boxes stuck round the sides. In some of these boxes were large chests, which I at once supposed to belong to the sailors, who must have taken that method of appropriating their trunks, as I afterward found these boxes were called. And so it turned out. After examining them for a while, I selected an empty one, and put my bundle right in the middle of it, so that there might be no mistake about my claim to the place, particularly as the bundle was so small. This done, I was glad to get on deck, and learning to a certainty that the ship would not sail till the next day, I resolved to go ashore and walk about till dark, and then return and sleep out the night in the forecastle. So I walked about all over, till I was weary, and went into a mean liquor shop to rest. For having my tarpaulin on, and not looking very gentlemanly, I was afraid to go into any better place, for fear of being driven out. Here I sat till I began to feel very hungry, and seeing some dough nuts on the counter, I began to think what a fool I had been, to throw away my last penny, for the dough nuts were but a penny apiece, and they looked very plump, and fat, and round. I never saw dough nuts look so enticing before, especially when a negro came in and ate one before my eyes. At last I thought I would fill up a little by drinking a glass of water, having read somewhere that this was a good plan to follow in a case like the present. I did not feel thirsty, but only hungry, so had much ado to get down the water, for it tasted warm, and the tumbler had an ugly flavor. The negro had been drinking some spirits out of it just before. I marched off again, every once in a while stopping to take in some more water, and being very careful not to step into the same shop twice, till night came on, and I found myself soaked through, for it had been raining more or less all day. As I went to the ship, I could not help thinking how lonesome it would be to spend the whole night in that damp and dark forecastle, without light or fire, and nothing to lie on but the bare boards of my bunk. However, to drown all such thoughts, I gulped down another glass of water, though I was wet enough outside and in by this time, and trying to put on a bold look as if I had just been eating a hearty meal, I stepped aboard the ship. The man in the big pea jacket was not to be seen, but on going forward I unexpectedly found a young lad there, about my own age, and as soon as he opened his mouth, I knew he was not an American. He talked such a curious language though, half English and half gibberish, that I knew not what to make of him, and was a little astonished when he told me he was an English boy from Lancashire. It seemed he had come over from Liverpool in this very ship on her last voyage, as a steerage passenger, but finding that he would have to work very hard to get along in America, and getting homesick into the bargain, he had arranged with the captain to work his passage back. I was glad to have some company, and tried to get him conversing, but found he was the most stupid and ignorant boy I had ever met with. I asked him something about the river Thames, when he said that he hadn't traveled any in America, and didn't know anything about the rivers here. And when I told him the river Thames was in England, he showed no surprise or shame at his ignorance, but only looked 10 times more stupid than before. At last we went below into the forecastle, and both getting into the same bunk, stretched ourselves out on the planks, and I tried my best to get asleep. But though my companion soon began to snore very loud, for me I could not forget myself, owing to the horrid smell of the place, my being so wet, cold, and hungry, and besides all that, I felt damp and clammy about the heart. I lay turning over and over, listening to the Lancashire boys snoring, till at last I felt so that I had to go on deck, and there I walked till morning, which I thought would never come. As soon as I thought the groceries on the wharf would be open, I left the ship and went to make my breakfast of another glass of water. But this made me very qualmish, and soon I felt sick as death. My head was dizzy, and I went staggering along the walk, almost blind. At last I dropped on a heap of chain cable, and shutting my eyes hard, did my best to rally myself, in which I succeeded at last enough to get up and walk off. Then I thought that I had done wrong in not returning to my friend's house the day before, and would have walked there now as it was, only it was at least 3 miles up town, too far for me to walk in such a state, and I had no sixpence to ride in an omnibus. End of Section 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 2 of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 6 through 10. Chapter 6. He is initiated in the business of cleaning out the pig pen and slushing down the topmast. By the time I got back to the ship, everything was in an uproar. The pea-jacket man was there, ordering about a good many men in the rigging, and people were bringing off chickens and pigs and beef and vegetables from the shore. Soon after, another man in a striped calico shirt, a blue short jacket and beaver hat, made his appearance, and went to ordering about the man in the big pea-jacket. And at last the captain came up the side, and began to order about both of them. These two men turned out to be the first and second mates of the ship. Thinking to make friends with the second mate, I took out an old tortoise-shell snuff-box of my father's, in which I had put a piece of Cavendish tobacco to look sailor-like, and offered the box to him very politely. He stared at me a moment, and then exclaimed, "Do you think we take snuff aboard here, youngster?" "No, no. No time for snuff-taking at sea. Don't let the old man see that snuff-box. Take my advice, and pitch it overboard as quick as you can." I told him it was not snuff, but tobacco, when he said, he had plenty of tobacco of his own, and never carried any such nonsense about him as a tobacco-box. With that he went off about his business, and left me feeling foolish enough. But I had reason to be glad he had acted thus, for if he had not, I think I should have offered my box to the chief mate, who in that case, from what I afterward learned of him, would have knocked me down, or done something else equally uncivil. As I was standing looking round me, the chief mate approached in a great hurry about something, and seeing me in his way, cried out, "Ashore with you, you young loafer! There's no stealings here. Sail away, I tell you, with that shooting jacket." Upon this I retreated, saying that I was going out in the ship as a sailor. "A sailor!" he cried. "A barber's clerk, you mean. You going out in the ship? What, in that jacket? Hang me, I hope the old man hasn't been shipping any more greenhorns like you. He'll make a shipwreck of it if he has. But this is the way nowadays, to save a few dollars in seamen's wages. They think nothing of shipping a parcel of farmers and clodhoppers and baby boys. What's your name, Pill-garlic?" "Redburn," said I. "A pretty handle to a man, that. Scorch you to take hold of it. Haven't you got any other?" "Wellingborough," said I. "Worse yet. Who had the baptizing of you? Why didn't they call you Jack, or Jill, or something short and handy? But I'll baptize you over again. D'ye hear, sir? Henceforth your name is Buttons. And now do you go, Buttons, and clean out that pig-pen in the long boat. It has not been cleaned out since last voyage, and bear a hand about it, d'ye hear? There's them pigs there waiting to be put in. Come, be off about it now." Was this then the beginning of my sea career? Set to cleaning out a pig-pen, the very first thing? But I thought it best to say nothing. I had bound myself to obey orders, and it was too late to retreat, so I only asked for a shovel or spade or something else to work with. "We don't dig gardens here," was the reply. "Dig it out with your teeth." After looking round, I found a stick, and went to scraping out the pen, which was awkward work enough, for another boat, called the Jolly Boat, was capsized right over the long boat, which brought them almost close together. These two boats were in the middle of the deck. I managed to crawl inside of the long boat, and after barking my shins against the seats, and bumping my head a good many times, I got along to the stern, where the pig-pen was. While I was hard at work, a drunken sailor peeped in, and cried out to his comrades, "Look here, my lads, what sort of a pig do you call this? Hello, inside there! What are you about there? Trying to stow yourself away to steal a passage to Liverpool? Out of that, out of that, I say." But just then the mate came along, and ordered this drunken rascal ashore. The pig pen being cleaned out, I was set to work picking up some shavings which lay about the deck; for there had been carpenters at work on board. The mate ordered me to throw these shavings into the long boat at a particular place between two of the seats; but as I found it hard work to push the shavings through in that place, and as it looked wet there, I thought it would be better for the shavings, as well as myself, to thrust them where there was a larger opening and a dry spot. While I was thus employed, the mate, observing me, exclaimed with an oath, "Didn't I tell you to put those shavings somewhere else? Do what I tell you now, Buttons, or mind your eye." Stifling my indignation at his rudeness, which by this time I found was my only plan, I replied that that was not so good a place for the shavings as that which I myself had selected, and asked him to tell me why he wanted me to put them in the place he designated. Upon this he flew into a terrible rage, and without explanation reiterated his order like a clap of thunder. This was my first lesson in the discipline of the sea, and I never forgot it. From that time I learned that sea officers never gave reasons for anything they ordered to be done. It is enough that they command it, so that the motto is, "Obey orders, though you break owners." I now began to feel very faint and sick again, and longed for the ship to be leaving the dock; for then I made no doubt we would soon be having was an old fashioned glass ship, about 18 inches long, and of French manufacture, which my father, some 30 years before, had brought home from Hamburg, as a present to a great uncle of mine, Senator Wellingborough, who had died a member of Congress in the days of the old Constitution, and after whom I had the honor of being named. Upon the decease of the Senator, the ship was returned to the donor. It was kept in a square glass case, which was regularly dusted by one of my sisters every morning, and stood on a little claw–footed Dutch tea table in one corner of the sitting room. This ship, after being the admiration of my father's visitors in the capital, became the wonder and delight of all the people of the village where we now resided, many of whom used to call upon my mother for no other purpose than to see the ship. And well did it repay the long and curious examinations which they were accustomed to give it. In the first place, every bit of it was glass, and that was a great wonder of itself, because the masts, yards, and ropes were made to resemble exactly the corresponding parts of a real vessel that could go to sea. She carried 2 tiers of black guns all along her 2 decks, and often I used to try to peep in at the port holes, to see what else was inside; but the holes were so small, and it looked so very dark indoors, that I could discover little or nothing, though, when I was very little, I made no doubt that if I could but once pry open the hull, and break the glass all to pieces, I would infallibly light upon something wonderful, perhaps some gold guineas, of which I have always been in want, ever since I could remember. And often I used to feel a sort of insane desire to be the death of the glass ship, case and all, in order to come at the plunder. And one day, throwing out some hint of the kind to my sisters, they ran to my mother in a great clamor; and after that, the ship was placed on the mantel–piece for a time, beyond my reach, and until I should recover my reason. I do not know how to account for this temporary madness of mine, unless it was that I had been reading in a story book about Captain Kidd's ship, that lay somewhere at the bottom of the Hudson near the Highlands, full of gold as it could be, and that a company of men were trying to dive down and get the treasure out of the hold, which no one had ever thought of doing before, though there she had lain for almost 100 years. Not to speak of the tall masts and yards and rigging of this famous ship, among whose mazes of spun glass I used to rove in imagination, till I grew dizzy at the main truck, I will only make mention of the people on board of her. They, too, were all of glass, as beautiful little glass sailors as anybody ever saw, with hats and shoes on, just like living men, and curious blue jackets, with a sort of ruffle round the bottom. 4 or 5 of these sailors were very nimble little chaps, and were mounting up the rigging with very long strides. but for all that, they never gained a single inch in the year, as I can take my oath. Another sailor was sitting astride of the spanker boom, with his arms over his head, but I never could find out what that was for. A second was in the foretop, with a coil of glass rigging over his shoulder. The cook, with a glass axe, was splitting wood near the forehatch. The steward, in a glass apron, was hurrying toward the cabin with a plate of glass pudding, and a glass dog, with a red mouth, was barking at him, while the captain, in a glass cap, was smoking a glass cigar on the quarter deck. He was leaning against the bulwark with one hand to his head. Perhaps he was unwell, for he looked very glassy out of the eyes. The name of this curious ship was Lorraine, or the Queen, which was painted on her stern, where any one might read it, among a crowd of glass dolphins and sea-horses carved there in a sort of semicircle. And this Queen rode undisputed mistress of a green, glassy sea, some of whose waves were breaking over her bow in a wild way, I can tell you, and I used to be giving her up for lost and foundered every moment, till I grew older and perceived that she was not in the slightest danger in the world. A good deal of dust and fuzzy stuff like down had, in the course of many years, worked through the joints of the case, in which the ship was kept, so as to cover all the sea with a light dash of white, which, if anything, improved the general effect, for it looked like the foam and froth raised by the terrible gale the good Queen was battling against. So much for Lorraine. We have her yet in the house, but many of her glass spars and ropes are now sadly shattered and broken. But I will not have her mended, and her figurehead, a gallant warrior in a cocked hat, lies pitching head foremost down in the trough of a calamitous sea under the bows. But I will not have him put on his legs again till I get on my own, for between him and me there is a secret sympathy, and my sisters tell me, even yet, that he fell from his perch the very day I left home to go to sea on this my first voyage. Chapter 2. Redburn's departure from home. It was with a heavy heart and full eyes that my poor mother parted with me. Perhaps she thought me an erring and a wilful boy, and perhaps I was, but if I was, it had been a hard-hearted world, and hard times that had made me so. I had learned to think much and bitterly before my time. All my young mounting dreams of glory had left me, and at that early age I was as unambitious as a man of 60. Yes, I will go to sea, cut my kind uncles and aunts and sympathizing patrons, and leave no heavy hearts but those in my own home, and take none along but the one which aches in my bosom. Cold, bitter, cold as December, and bleak as it blasts, seemed the world then to me. There is no misanthrope like a boy disappointed, and such was I, with the warmth of me flogged out by adversity. But these thoughts are bitter enough even now, for they have not yet gone quite away, and they must be uncongenial enough to the reader. So no more of that, and let me go on with my story. Yes, I will write you, dear mother, as soon as I can, murmured I, as she charged me for the 100th time not fail to inform her of my safe arrival in New York. And now, Mary, Martha, and Jane, kiss me all round, dear sisters, and then I am off. I'll be back in 4 months. It will be autumn then, and we'll go into the woods after nuts, and I'll tell you all about Europe. Good-bye. Good-bye." So I broke loose from their arms, and not daring to look behind, ran away as fast as I could, till I got to the corner where my brother was waiting. He accompanied me part of the way to the place where the steamboat was to leave for New York, instilling into me much sage advice above his age, for he was but 8 years my senior, and warning me again and again to take care of myself. And I solemnly promised I would. For what castaway will not promise to take care of himself, when he sees that unless he himself does, no one else will? We walked on in silence till I saw that his strength was giving out. He was in ill health then, and with a mute grasp of the hand, and a loud thump at the heart, we parted. It was early on a raw, cold, damp morning toward the end of spring, and the world was before me, stretching away a long muddy road, lined with comfortable houses, whose inmates were taking their sunrise naps, heedless of the wayfarer passing. The cold drops of drizzle trickled down my leather cap, and mingled with a few hot tears on my cheeks. I had the whole road to myself, for no one was yet stirring, and I walked on, with a slouching, dogged gait. The gray shooting jacket was on my back, and from the end of my brother's rifle hung a small bundle of my clothes. My fingers worked moodily at the stock and trigger, and I thought that this indeed was the way to begin life, with a gun in your hand. Talk not of the bitterness of middle age and after life. A boy can feel all that, and much more, when upon his young soul the mildew has fallen; and the fruit, which with others is only blasted after ripeness, with him is nipped in the first blossom and bud. And never again can such blights be made good. They strike in too deep, and leave such a scar that the air of paradise might not erase it. And it is a hard and cruel thing thus, in early youth, to taste beforehand the pangs which should be reserved for the stout time of manhood, when the gristle has become bone, and we stand up and fight out our lives as a thing tried before and foreseen. For then we are veterans, used to sieges and battles, and not green recruits recoiling at the first shock of the encounter. At last, gaining the boat, we pushed off, and away we steamed down the Hudson. There were few passengers on board, the day was so unpleasant, and they were mostly congregated in the after cabin round the stoves. After breakfast, some of them went to reading, others took a nap on the settees, and others sat in silent circles, speculating, no doubt, as to who each other might be. They were certainly a cheerless set, and to me they all looked stony-eyed and heartless. I could not help it. I almost hated them, and to avoid them, went on deck, but a storm of sleet drove me below. At last I bethought me that I had not procured a ticket, and going to the captain's office to pay my passage and get one, was horror-struck to find that the price of passage had been suddenly raised that day, owing to the other boats not running, so that I had not enough money to pay for my fare. I had supposed it would be $1, and only $1 did I have, whereas it was 2. What was to be done? The boat was off, and there was no backing out, so I determined to say nothing to anybody, and grimly wait until called upon for my fare. The long weary day wore on till afternoon. One incessant storm raged on deck, but after dinner the few passengers, waked up with their roast beef and mutton, became a little more sociable. Not with me, for the scent and savor of poverty was upon me, and they all cast toward me their evil eyes and cold suspicious glances, as I sat apart, though among them. I felt that desperation and recklessness of poverty which only a pauper knows. There was a mighty patch upon one leg of my trousers, neatly sewed on, for it had been executed by my mother, but still very obvious and incontrovertible to the eye. This patch I had hitherto studiously endeavored to hide with the ample skirts of my shooting jacket, but now I stretched out my leg boldly, and thrust the patch under their noses, and looked at them so that they soon looked away, boy though I was. Perhaps the gun that I clenched frightened them into respect, or there might have been something ugly in my eye, or my teeth were white, and my jaws were set. For several hours I sat gazing at a jovial party seated round a mahogany table, with some crackers and cheese, and wine and cigars. Their faces were flushed with the good dinner they had eaten, and mine felt pale and wan with a long fast. If I had presumed to offer to make one of their party, if I had told them of my circumstances, and solicited something to refresh me, I very well knew from the peculiar hollow ring of their laughter, they would have had the waiters put me out of the cabin, for a beggar, who had no business to be warming himself at their stove. And for that insult, though only a conceit, I sat and gazed at them, putting up no petitions for their prosperity. My whole soul was soured within me, and when at last the captain's clerk, a slender young man, dressed in the height of fashion, with a gold